Chapter 2795. Dugu Yijian calmly ascended the arena. The two strongest personal disciples, the Overlord and the Elysian Sun, had no choice but to make way for Dugu Yijian. This is the supreme sword intent of the swordplay manual. It's a path of indestructible destruction. The scarlet-cloaked Zenith Supremacy laughed. His eyes brightened. I didn't waste my time coming here. The large-eyed Supremacy on the left was expressionless. He wore this expression every day, making him seem cold. Brother Zenith, you're going to accept Dugu Yijian as your disciple. Congratulations! Zenith Supremacy had a great influence in the Dark Shadow Palace. He was a veteran among the Supremacies, and he could even survive a fight with a great Supremacy. Everyone respected him a lot. Congratulations, Brother Zenith! Dugu Yijian has grasped the basics of the swordplay manual. As long as he has a powerful heavenly divine weapon, his strength will soar. I wanted to compete with him, but since Brother Zenith has spoken, let's forget about it. The five Supremacies laughed and chatted, giving up on the idea of accepting Dugu Yijian as their personal disciple. Die, people of the Dark Shadow Palace! The Black-Horned Demon launched an attack as soon as Dugu Yijian entered the arena. Thunder roared, and the whole arena was filled with terrifying ripples of energy. It was like a raging sea, and it surged forward wave after wave. If one couldn't hold on, one would be torn to shreds. This is the sound wave attack that the Black-Horned Demon specializes in. A close-range attack is coming. The Black-Horned Demon had rich combat experience. With a roar, the sound wave attack hit the vanguard. He split into 3 clones, which were distributed in 4 positions around Dugu Yijian, and attacked together. Whoosh! Whoosh! A crescent moon-like blade aura slashed across the sky. When the sound wave attack came, Dugu Yijian lightly stomped his feet. Sword energy formed a shield around his body. His expression was cold. Dang! 2 sword lights, one black and one white, shot out from his eyes. They appeared one after the other. Yin-Yang kill. The 2 sword lights formed a pattern and slashed at the Black-Horned Demon. This is the first killing move of the swordplay manual. Zenith Supremacy laughed. What a genius! When the other Supremacies saw this, they also admitted that Dugu Yijian was powerful. He had grasped the first killing move of the sword mantra, the fusion of 2 types of energy. With the increase in power, dealing with a 5th-order heavenly god realm Blackhorn Devil wasn't too difficult, especially since the Blackhorn Devil didn't have any protective treasures. The Tyrant King and the Elysian Sun looked solemn. The power of that sword strike surpassed the strength of a 5th-order heavenly god realm. Even they wouldn't be able to block it easily. Dugu Yijian came down from the arena and stood quietly on the side. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. In the arena, the Black-Horned Demon King's body was reconstructed once again. He still wore the expression of someone who had died. Black-Horned Demon, you are very disappointing. If you die a few more times, you will really be finished. A faint voice fell into the Black-Horned Demon Head's ears. The Black-Horned Demon Head's eyes turned red. This is unfair. I've lost my weapons and treasures, and I only have less than 50% of my usual fighting prowess. If you have the ability, return my weapons and treasures to me. Watch how I kill them. This is our rule. You should wait and see how to deal with the second one. Lin Fei recognized that sword strike. A killing move from the sword cannon. This person is really suitable to learn the sword. He was born to wield a sword. Even though the Black-Horned Demon King's strength was greatly reduced, he still managed to kill him with a single strike. He has a lot of potential. In 100,000 years, he might become a venerable lord. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. This was a good opponent. As Dugu Yijian descended, the Tyrant King, the Elysian Sun, and even the others dodged. The Tyrant King stepped up. Black-Horned Demon Head, die! The Tyrant King was displeased that Dugu Yijian had stolen his thunder. The Black-Horned Demon Head was unlucky. Boom! Boom! The roars became louder. War God Fist. A terrifying phantom appeared behind the Tyrant King, suppressing the Black-Horned Demon Head on the spot. The Tyrant King's speed and strength soared, and a punch landed on the Black-Horned Demon Head's body. The Black-Horned Demon Head was sent flying, and his body exploded in midair. What a good Tyrant King! He condensed the War God's phantom so quickly and increased his strength. Heavenly Heart laughed. The third person to step up was the Elysian Sun. The Elysian Sun was even more straightforward. After stepping up, he summoned the Lord. One was a demon, and the other was a Buddha. Naturally, the demon was unlucky. Under the illumination of the holy light, the black-horned demon head's strength was suppressed to the lowest level, and he had almost no chance to retaliate. He was suppressed by the Elysian Sun all the way, and his body continuously emitted smoke. He was in a sorry state. Finally, the Elysian Sun used the holy light cross-slash and killed the black-horned demon head. The first 3 personal disciples all displayed impressive strength. They attacked ferociously the moment they stepped up, suppressing the black-horned demon head all the way. The black-horned demon head was extremely unlucky. After the 4th personal disciple stepped up, the black-horned demon head wasn't so unlucky, and he was finally able to display his skills. He used a tyrannical saber technique, and he used a tyrannical and vicious technique. The black-horned demon head's powerful recovery ability also made the black-horned demon head perform even more crazily and violently. The 4th personal disciple spent some time and barely managed to defeat the black-horned demon head. To the heavenly god elders watching from the side, defeating the black-horned demon head was already pretty good. After all, there was a certain gap between their strength. However, being able to fight someone with a higher cultivation level meant that the black-horned demon head was very powerful. A pro-disciple like Dugu Yijian would only appear a few times in 100 years. But this time, a total of 3 had appeared, which could be considered as a very rare occurrence. Indeed, the next personal disciples were much weaker overall. Some of them were killed by the black-horned demon head the moment they stepped up. They couldn't even block a single attack from the black-horned demon head. Of the 53 personal disciples, other than the first few who performed amazingly, the rest were not worth mentioning. They also lasted for different amounts of time. In the end, they were all killed by the black-horned demon head. This was also a kind of training for the personal disciples of the Dark Shadow Palace. The black-horned demon head was just a small demon in the demon country, not a big demon. If he encountered a demon venerable or a great demon venerable, that would be terrifying. If he couldn't even deal with a small demon, how could he fight a big demon or even a more powerful demon venerable? It's finally Lin Fei's turn, Elder Luo Xian said, but he still had a worried look on his face. His previous performances were too outstanding. Why is this guy the last to fight? Elder Yongzhan narrowed his eyes. You can't say that. This is also a kind of technique. Dugu Yijian and the rest have performed outstandingly. If they had followed behind, they would have been overshadowed. But if they were the last to fight, it would be different. That's true. The Sky God Elders didn't pay much attention to Lin Fei's ascension to the arena. Of the dozens of personal disciples before him, only a few had performed outstandingly. This made the Sky God Elders shake their heads. They weren't too interested in Lin Fei, who was the last to fight. I heard that this is the physical realm master. Unfortunately, he is a body-tempering cultivator. This is much more difficult than the other path. Zenith Supremacy shook his head. Everyone knew that a body-tempering cultivator was a body-tempering cultivator, but this path was difficult to cultivate. He's making his move. The black-horned demon head pounced forward, and 2 crescent blade auras slashed down. Lin Fei was very calm. He extended his right hand, and a faint bubble could be seen on his right hand. He struck down with his palm. Chapter 2796. When Lin Fei stepped onto the stage, none of the heavenly god elders felt that he would do better than the other direct disciples. The black-horned devil lord was a little devil, merely a 5th-order heavenly god realm cultivator. However, in the saint spirit world, the black-horned devil lord's influence was quite great. None of the heavenly god realm cultivators in the same realm could subdue him. The big and small demons from the demon nation were not to be trifled with. Even the previous direct disciples could not kill the black-horned demon. This Lin Fei, whose background was not simple, would probably be the same. It would be difficult for him to last for too long. The black-horned demon's speed is top-notch. It's a little too late for him to make a move when he's already closed in. A heavenly god elder shook his head. The big and small demons of the demon nation are most proficient in speed. When encountering a demon, one must defend against the other party's speed. This Lin Fei will probably only last for a few breaths. Lin Fei's reaction speed was much slower. However, as Lin Fei struck down with his palm, the 6 high lords were shocked. The 6 supreme lords were moved, recognizing it. After Lin Fei struck, a huge bubble enveloped the black-horned demon. At the same time, the two crescent blade lights were sucked into it. The blade lights landed on the bubble, but it produced a huge elasticity and did not break. Dang! Lin Fei shouted. The huge bubble exploded in front of everyone, and the black-horned demon inside was killed by the bubble's power. He actually killed the black-horned demon. What move was that just now? Why haven't I seen it before? The heavenly god elders looked at each other, dumbfounded. This was the first time they had seen Lin Fei's attack, and they had no impression of it. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. Good lad, I didn't expect you to be hiding such a talent, Zenith High Lord said with a smile. What a good move, Sealing Soul Severing Palm. I haven't seen this 9th level Sacred Soul Secret Technique killer move in a long time. Only a few people in the entire Dark Shadow Palace know how to use it. Naturally, no one has any impression of it. This time, Zenith Supremacy didn't muffle the sound and directly released it. This time, the Divine Elder heard it clearly. Everyone had a blank look on their faces. After a brief moment of confusion, someone remembered. This is the Sealing Soul Severing Palm. I've heard that one needs a 3rd order Heavenly God Realm physique to learn it. A Heavenly God Realm Elder reacted, his eyes filled with disbelief. This is unbelievable. It said that once you reach the 3rd stage of the Saint Soul Level 9 secret technique, its power will be extremely powerful. What an eye-opener. In front of that bubble, Elder Xianxia also felt a trace of pressure. If one could cultivate this Sacred Spirit 9th level secret art of the body transformation school to the large success stage, that would be extremely good. However, it was usually very difficult. One might be able to reach the entry stage, but reaching the large success stage was too difficult. All along, the number of Heavenly God powerhouses in the Dark Shadow Palace who specialized in the body-tempering Sacred Spirit secret skill-killing move could be counted on one hand. It was too difficult. It would take a lot of time and resources. Forget it. This kid seems to be cultivating the Sacred Cloud Dragon physique. Judging from his aura, he should have cultivated it to the 3rd stage, which is a 3rd order Heavenly God Realm physique. The Heavenly God Realm Elder's eyes lit up. Being able to kill the Blackhorn Devil in one move, he could be ranked in the top 5 among the 53 personal disciples. The Sealing Soul Severing Palm can be cultivated to the entry stage at such a young age. If he does well, he might be able to cultivate it to the 2nd stage in the future. At that time, he will be able to make a name for himself. High Lord Zenith laughed. Lin Fei's performance only surprised them a little. Only someone who had reached the large success stage of the body tempering school was worthy of their attention. The current Lin Fei was still far from that level. Even though he had entered the entry stage, compared to Dugui Jian, the Overlord, and the Elysian children, his potential wasn't that great. Dugui Jian only glanced at Lin Fei and didn't pay any more attention to him. There was a limit to the potential of a body tempering school cultivator. Now they seemed to have boundless potential and could kill a 5th order Heavenly God Realm Blackhorn Devil. After 100,000 years, any one of them would be stronger than Lin Fei. It would be very, very difficult for Lin Fei to catch up to them. Soon, their gazes landed on the High Lords. The most exciting moment had arrived. Among the 53 personal disciples, who would be lucky enough to enter the High Lord's tutelage? Everyone was waiting anxiously. However, there were also a few who were very calm. For example, Dugui Jian, who had entered the High Lord Zenith realm with his sword technique. No matter which High Lord it was, they would be very pleased. Dugui Jian, you can enter my tutelage. High Lord Zenith realm smiled at Dugui Jian. As long as Dugui Jian agreed, he would immediately become High Lord Zenith realm elder's personal disciple and truly have the backing of a High Lord or Heavenly God. I'm willing. Dugui Jian actually wanted to enter the High Lord's tutelage. Unfortunately, the Dark Shadow Palace's High Lords had no interest in accepting disciples and rarely showed themselves. High Lord Zenith Realm Elder was a veteran heavenly god in the Dark Shadow Palace. He had deep influence in the palace and was on good terms with several High Lords. There were even rumors that High Lord Zenith Realm Elder might advance to Great Lord within 1,000,000 years. Dugui Jian agreed. Ha ha ha. High Lord Zenith Realm Elder laughed. Let's go. With a wave of his hand, Dugui Jian was brought away. High Lord Skyheart looked at the Elysian Heavenly Son. Elysian Heavenly Son, are you willing to enter my tutelage?
Yes.
The Elysian Heavenly Son left with High Lord Skyheart. High Lord Giant Eyes chose the hegemon. He had a deep understanding of energy and was very suitable for the hegemon to cultivate. It was also convenient to teach the hegemon. The first 3 disciples were chosen. Many High Lords were envious, but they couldn't compete. A High Lord could choose a disciple, and a disciple could choose a personal disciple. The personal disciples were the clearest about what they were good at. Only 5 of the 6 High Lords chose a personal disciple. None of the remaining personal disciples chose a personal disciple, including Lin Fei, who had killed the Blackhorn demon with one palm strike. Lin Fei's potential was limited. Body tempering style cultivation was like a bottomless pit. Even they couldn't afford it. Naturally, none of the High Lords were willing to choose him. What's going on? None of the elders chose Lin Fei. Elder Luo Xian had been worried about Lin Fei. Elder Luo Xian couldn't help but feel happy for Lin Fei after he used the soul-severing sealing hand to kill the Blackhorn demon. He didn't expect that in the end, no High Lord would choose Lin Fei as a disciple. In the end, even the Heavenly God Realm Elder gave up on Lin Fei. Elder Yang Zhan shook his head and said, Lin Fei's potential is not bad. Unfortunately, he is a body-tempering style cultivator. If he wants to cultivate, he will have to spend a lot of effort. Any personal disciple here will surpass Lin Fei in 100,000 years. No, 30,000 to 40,000 years. They would rather choose another personal disciple. Doesn't that mean that Lin Fei will be left alone? Elder Luo Xian had brought Lin Fei here. He naturally didn't want Lin Fei to fail. In the Dark Shadow Palace, he had brought Lin Fei with him. If Lin Fei performed outstandingly, he would also be proud. Very quickly, 52 of the 53 direct disciples were selected. Only Lin Fei was left. There were still Heavenly God Realm Elders, but none of them chose him. They couldn't afford it. Lin Fei was speechless. It turns out that the body tempering style isn't popular. Lin Fei was about to give up. Boom. Chapter 2797. Just when everyone thought they had given up on Lin Fei. Boom. A majestic aura descended from the sky, condensing into a black figure. The Heavenly God Realm Elders in the Dark Shadow Hall staggered under this aura. Great Sovereign! One of the Heavenly God Realm Elders exclaimed. Everyone was dumbfounded, staring at the black figure in the Dark Shadow Hall in a daze. The aura exuding from this figure was even stronger than a Great Sovereign. In the entire Dark Shadow Palace, only a Great Sovereign had such an aura. This scene was too sudden. A Great Sovereign had descended. No one thought that the Great Sovereign came for Lin Fei. Perhaps he just came to take a look. Great Sovereign! All the Heavenly God Realm Elders respectfully greeted. When the figure completely condensed, it was a tall and sturdy man. Only then did everyone recognize the identity of this Great Sovereign Lord. That's Great Sovereign Hontian. There were 5 Great Sovereigns in the Dark Shadow Palace. 4 of them cultivated the Emperor's heart force, while the last one walked the path of physique cultivation. Compared to the other 4 Great Sovereigns, Great Sovereign Han Tian rarely appeared in the Dark Shadow Palace. It was said that Great Sovereign Han Tian often went out to search for physique cultivation materials, rarely appearing in the Dark Shadow Palace. Great Sovereign! Lin Fei sensed the majestic aura coming from Great Sovereign Han Tian. This is a physique cultivation master. Lin Fei was most sensitive to this person's aura. This person's physique had reached 9th Order Heavenly God Realm. When everyone recognized Great Sovereign Han Tian, they became even more respectful. It was said that among the 5 Great Sovereigns, Great Sovereign Han Tian was ranked first, just a step away from becoming a hierarch. It was rare for Great Sovereign Han Tian to come here. It was said that this Great Sovereign Han Tian had no interest in accepting disciples. His disciples were few and far between, and even if there were any, their strength was mediocre. No matter how outstanding they were in the early stages, they were no match for those Heavenly God Realm Masters who cultivated the Emperor's heart force. Little guy, are you willing to enter this father's sect? The burly Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, who exuded a fierce aura, swept his gaze across the crowd and said something that no one had expected. I'm willing. As for those Heavenly God Elders who cultivated the power of an Emperor's heart, Lin Fei didn't have much interest in them. The only thing he didn't expect was that the last Great Sovereign would come, and it was even a peak Great Sovereign who cultivated the body transformation path. This backing was not bad. Where do we go? With a wave of his hand, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker unleashed his power and took Lin Fei away. Everything happened too quickly. That brat Lin Fei is really lucky. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. He's the strongest of the 5 Grand Monarchs. This luck is really unparalleled. The heavenly god elders were all dumbfounded. In the shortest amount of time possible they spread the news. Did my eyes deceive me just now? Elder Luo Xian's expression flickered. It seems that Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker took Lin Fei as his disciple. Elder Yang Zhan also took a deep breath. You're right. Lin Fei really became Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple. This is really unexpected. Both of them sighed. A Grand Monarch. Even if Lin Fei's strength stagnated in the future, with Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's support, no one in the entire Dark Shadow Palace would dare to find trouble with Lin Fei. This was like reaching the heavens in a single bound. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had accepted a disciple. The news spread in an instant. This Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had not accepted a personal disciple for tens of thousands of years. Among the 5 Grand Monarchs, he was the strongest. However, the strength of his disciples was relatively average. As time passed, no disciple was willing to accept him. When the Dark Shadow Palace's High Lords heard the news, they were all shocked. What was going on? Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker had actually accepted a personal disciple. After a brief shock, the High Lords returned to normal. There was only one body-tempering school Grand Monarch in the Dark Shadow Palace. The proportion of body-tempering school Grand Monarchs in the Dark Shadow Palace was too low. Although Lin Fei's potential was not bad, with his 3rd Order Heavenly God Realm physique and the Sealing Soul Severing Palm, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens for him to master the 2nd stage. When Zenith Venerable and the others heard the news, they smiled and did not pay too much attention to it. This Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple was not very capable. Most of his personal disciples were just coolies. At most, they would take on the identity of a Grand Monarch's personal disciple. Lin Fei was brought to a mountain peak by Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. This mountain peak was shrouded in clouds and mist. Layers upon layers of array formations were set up. You're very good. At such a young age, you've already mastered the 1st stage of the Sealing Soul Severing Palm and the 3rd stage of the Sacred Cloud Dragon physique. Among the Body Tempering School's experts, you're considered quite good. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker brought Lin Fei to a palace. For us Body Tempering School experts, cultivation is more difficult than anyone else's. Since you've become my disciple, I hope you can work hard. This is my greeting gift to you. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker waved his hand and threw out a storage ring. Inside is a set of materials for the 4th stage of the Sacred Cloud Dragon physique, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker said, if my disciples want to grow stronger, they'll have to rely on themselves. If you need anything, you can trade for it with me. All right, I'll tell you about the rules of our sect later. Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker disappeared from Lin Fei's sight. Lin Fei was speechless. This is a Grand Monarch? The Grand Monarch who became his disciple seems a little too shameless. Lin Fei felt as if he had become the disciple of a fake master. Junior brother Lin Fei. I'm your eldest senior brother, Zhongguang. After Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker left, a black-robed middle-aged man walked in from outside the palace. He looked quite old, and the first thing he did was introduce himself. Eldest senior brother. Lin Fei cupped his fists in greeting and secretly observed this eldest senior brother. A 7th Order Heavenly God Realm physical body. Other than Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, this eldest senior brother was the only one Lin Fei had seen who had advanced further on the body tempering path. His surging physical strength continuously stirred the surrounding void. Now that you've become Master's disciple, we're brothers. Chongyang laughed. It has been 10,000 years since Master has accepted a personal disciple. Heavenly God Chongyang was also shocked. He had been cultivating when he received an order from his master that there was a new personal disciple with a 3rd Order Heavenly God Realm physical body cultivation. He was stunned for a long time. Ah, it can't be, right? Chongyang brought Lin Fei to meet Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's other 3 personal disciples. This is your 2nd senior apprentice brother Yu Shi, 3rd senior apprentice brother Tian Ying, and 4th senior apprentice brother Wanren Zhangong. Heavenly God Chongyang introduced, this is your 5th junior apprentice brother Lin Fei. Lin Fei saluted them one by one. Don't you find it strange why there are only 4 personal disciples under Master? Including you, there are only 5. Heavenly God Chongyang's Lil Dong said. Our Master has no interest in teaching disciples, and the body tempering path is even harder to cultivate. His personal disciples are also few and far between. The other 3 senior apprentice brothers smiled wryly. All 3 of them were at 6th order Heavenly God realm, cultivating different physique cultivation techniques. Although there aren't many disciples under our Master, there is one thing that we can guarantee. No one dares to bully our Master. Second senior apprentice brother Yu Shi said straightforwardly. If anyone dares to bully us, just the few of us are enough to make them suffer. Chapter 2798. Lin Fei had become Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's disciple. From that moment on, Lin Fei officially became a true direct disciple, the only one among the 53 direct disciples to become a disciple of a great senior. It was unknown how many personal disciples sighed. What a lucky bastard. Although they were envious, they quickly returned to normal. Although great venerable Han Tian's disciples were amazing, compared to them in the future, they were far too lacking. Everyone knew that the body tempering path was the most difficult to cultivate. Among great venerable Han Tian's disciples, other than a great venerable, there had never been a venerable lord. Currently, the strongest disciple was merely a 7th order Heavenly God realm Heavenly God Chongyang. It was one thing to look down on him, but no one would say it to his face. Everyone knew that Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was the most protective. Whether it was the exalted monarch or the other 4 Grand Monarchs, none of them dared to offend Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker. They were all a bunch of martial arts maniacs. Junior brother Lin Fei. This is where you cultivate. Time can be accelerated. Heavenly God Chongyang brought Lin Fei to a mountain peak. Every disciple of our great monarch is responsible for managing a nation. Heavenly God Chongyang pointed at the country below. Don't worry. Master gave me 10,000 years to prepare. In the next 10,000 years you can cultivate in peace. You don't need to be responsible. Lin Fei really didn't expect great senior's disciple to have such a request. Deep in his heart, he really liked it. Freedom. This was purely a free-range state. Also, since you've broken through once, you can go to the sect to receive the reward left behind by Master. Heavenly God Chongyang continued, your kingdom is now adjacent to the Massacre God Court. They are a bunch of lunatics, so you have to be careful. Heavenly God Chongyang's eldest brother was very meticulous. After making arrangements for Lin Fei, Huang Xiaolong reminded Lin Fei of a few things and left him a communication bracelet. If anything were to happen, Huang Xiaolong would rush over immediately. Although Huang Xiaolong was only a 7th order Heavenly God realm cultivator, his battle prowess was comparable to an 8th order Heavenly God realm. As long as he didn't run into a powerful venerable lord, Huang Xiaolong could do whatever he wanted. This master of mine is purely herding sheep. Every one of them counts. After Heavenly God Chongyang left, Lin Fei couldn't help but smile wryly. Fortunately, I don't have to cultivate in the City of Shadows. I can save myself a lot of trouble. Lin Fei quickly returned to normal. 10,000 years of cultivation, coupled with time acceleration, can be done step by step. Fortunately, Lin Fei's physical body had some achievements. Otherwise, it would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens if he wanted to cultivate his physique cultivation technique alone. And so, Lin Fei settled down in the Cloud Kingdom. The Cloud Sea country's ruler was a 7th order Heavenly God realm master. Relying on the divine weapon given by the Dark Shadow Palace, as well as a 9th level Saint Soul secret art, he was the Cloud Sea country's #1 expert. After Lin Fei arrived, the king of Yunhai personally came to pay him a visit. A personal disciple of a great sovereign master had a much higher status than a country king. Who knew if a personal disciple would interfere? Naturally, the Yunhai country king had to be careful. Lin Fei was very polite and did not mention anything about interfering in the Cloud Sea country's affairs. This made the king of Yunhai country heave a sigh of relief. It was good that Lin Fei did not interfere. If he really did, there was nothing he could do. In the next 10,000 years, Lin Fei would not interfere in the Cloud Sea country's affairs. Not interested. Lin Fei decided to cultivate diligently. With the items provided by Grand Monarch Han Tian, to avoid suspicion, Lin Fei decided to cultivate in seclusion. He simulated the sacred cloud dragon traversing physique to 4th order heavenly god realm. Raising my physical body to 5th order heavenly god realm in 10,000 years isn't too much. Lin Fei planned to follow the rules and not arouse any suspicion. Under the time acceleration, Lin Fei began his long cultivation journey. In other people's eyes, Lin Fei used several hundred years to raise his physical body to 4th order heavenly god realm. After that, he began to temper himself in the Dark Shadow Palace's territory. According to heavenly god Chongyang's eldest senior apprentice brother, if a body-tempering cultivator wanted to grow stronger, the key was to improve their physical body. The higher they climbed, the stronger they would become. If they wanted to grow stronger, they would have to go out and explore to obtain the necessary materials. Body-tempering cultivators had to spend a large amount of resources to reach their current level. There were no shortcuts. This was also the reason why Huang Xiaolong's master had yet to produce a High Lord. Looking at the disciples of the other Grand Monarchs, they all had High Lords. Even though eldest senior apprentice brother Chongyang was no weaker than a High Lord, there was still a gap between them that could not be made up for. Lin Fei decided to travel around the Saint Spirit world to experience the local customs. Time passed. 3,000 years ago, Dugu Yijian, a disciple of Dark Shadow Palace's High Lord Zenith God Realm, saw his strength soar by leaps and bounds. At 5th order Heavenly God Realm, he could kill an average 7th order Heavenly God Realm enemy, attracting the attention of many. The Elysian Son of Heaven, who became High Lord Zenith God Realm's disciple, cultivated the Virokana move, causing his strength to soar, defeating the Devil Lord. His fame soared, catching up to Dugu Yijian in the Dark Shadow Palace. The other direct disciples displayed their strength one after another. Lin Fei, who was the center of attention a few moments ago, had disappeared without a trace. It was harder than ascending to the heavens for a body-tempering cultivator to improve their strength. 8,000 years ago, Dugu Yijian's sword technique reached a high level. A single sword strike from him could shake the world, reaching 6th order Heavenly God Realm. 10,000 years ago, Dugu Yijian's cultivation reached 7th order Heavenly God Realm. Such a rapid cultivation speed made many Dark Shadow Palace's geniuses shake their heads, exclaiming that he was too monstrous. Dugu Yijian also became the most dazzling existence. At the very least, in these 10,000 years, no one could compare to Dugu Yijian. There was even a High Lord who admitted that within 500,000 years, Dugu Yijian would definitely become a High Lord, becoming the pride of the Dark Shadow Palace. To become a High Lord, one's cultivation in the 8 worlds Heavenly God Realm was a must. Other than that, one also needed to master a Saint Spirit Realm 10th layer secret technique. This was not an easy task. While the Dark Shadow Palace's personal disciples were showing off their might, Lin Fei spent 10,000 years eating, drinking, and playing. Lin Fei didn't care much about the personal disciples who entered the Dark Shadow Palace at the same time. 7th order Heavenly God Realm? Becoming a High Lord in 500,000 years? Lin Fei didn't have anything to be envious of. As amazing as a 7th order Heavenly God Realm was, it was just that, unless one mastered a Saint Spirit Realm 10th layer secret technique, they would be able to suppress all cultivators below the High Lord realm. In these 10,000 years, Lin Fei didn't slack off either. At the end of the 1,000 years, Lin Fei returned to the Dark Shadow Palace and received a reward from his master. From now on, he would have to rely on himself. At the end of the 8,000 years, Lin Fei's physical body broke through to 5th order Heavenly God Realm. This period of time wasn't considered long nor slow, it was just right. In general, a 5th order Heavenly God Realm needed 20 to 30,000 years to advance to 6th order Heavenly God Realm. Lin Fei decided to use 25,000 years to break through. He didn't want to reveal the secret of his proud Heaven 12th layer superbody to others. At the end of the 800 years, Lin Fei obtained an even more perfect version of his proud Heaven 12th layer superbody. Chapter 2799. Cloud Kingdom. Hoo. On a mountain peak surrounded by a sea of clouds, a thunderous sound exploded over and over again. The huge mountain was shaking as if it was going to collapse at any moment. On the peak of the mountain, a black figure sat cross-legged. A huge whirlpool appeared above his head and endless heaven and earth energy flowed into the black figure's body. Around the black figure, the void kept collapsing and healing. It didn't stop for even a moment. Hoo. The black figure suddenly opened his eyes. 2 cold lights shot out from his deep eyes and tore open the void. Formless energy shrouded the void around the black hole, causing the void to be unable to recover. The recultivated Proud Heaven 12 levels tyrant body is indeed awesome. It's even stronger than before. He used a few hundred years to create a more perfect Proud Heaven 12 levels tyrant body. Lin Fei had been recultivating Proud Heaven 12 levels tyrant body for the past 10,000 years. Every time he cultivated, he could feel how strong the new Proud Heaven tyrant body was. With my current physical strength, I can easily blast open the void of Saint's spirit world and maintain it for a certain period of time. I couldn't do it before. Lin Fei reached out and tore the void. Rip. The void was torn open with his bare hands. Now, Lin Fei's bare hands could shake the void, and he could maintain that for a long time. This wasn't enough for Lin Fei. This kid is really leisurely. Wenren Zhangong came to Cloud Kingdom in white. That's right. He is the most low-key pro-disciple this time around, and has almost been forgotten by the other pro-disciples. Sky Shadow said with a smile, "Our little junior brother is different from ordinary people." The two senior brothers came. Lin Fei came out from his cultivation to welcome them personally. "Senior brothers, what brings you here?" Lin Fei asked with a smile on his face. "We're going to do something, so we came to see you," the most low-profile direct disciple. Wenren Zhangong laughed. "Junior brother seems to be in good condition." Lin Fei smiled and invited the two senior brothers to sit inside. During these 10,000 years, Lin Fei basically did not leave his house. The first 5,000 years were more frequent, and the last 5,000 years were spent cultivating. He did not pay much attention to the outside world. "Brother, it's been 10,000 years. When do you plan to challenge the Holy Spirit Palace?" This was the second time Wenren Zhangong saw Lin Fei, and he could feel that his brother's aura had grown stronger. This was the rhythm of a great increase in strength. "I heard that there is no time limit for challenging the Holy Spirit Palace," Lin Fei said. "I remember that you can go within 1,000,000 years at the latest." Empyrean God Sky Shadow didn't know whether to laugh or to cry. "You really do have 1,000,000 years of time. Are you trying to break through to the 8th floor of the Holy Spirit Palace in one go? Good preparation is the key to success." Lin Fei was in no hurry to challenge the Holy Spirit Palace. Every force had a Holy Spirit Palace. Only by passing the assessment of the Holy Spirit Palace would one's strength be truly recognized. The combat strength of the Holy Spirit Palace was very balanced and accurate. After passing the assessment of the Holy Spirit Palace, there was no doubt about one's strength. This had become the most important thing to everyone. "Senior brothers, where are you going? My Cloud Sea nation is rather remote. Could it be that you are going to the other continents?" Lin Fei asked curiously. The Holy Spirit world had 5 continents, and each of them was very large. Other than the 5 continents, there were also some smaller continents, but compared to the 5 continents, they were insignificant. "We accepted the Dark Shadow Palace's mission to kill a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm demon. The reward is 200,000 contribution points." Wenren Zhangong said with a smile. "For personal disciples like us to improve our strength, we have to complete all kinds of missions. Killing demons is undoubtedly the best choice. The contribution points are high, and the difficulty is not that high." Empyrean God Sky Shadow said with a smile. Lin Fei thought about it and felt that it made sense. For cultivators of the body refinement path, demons from the Devil Nation were indeed much easier to deal with. "Congratulations on your successful return, senior brothers." The two of them nodded with a smile. "Junior brother, your Cloud Sea Nation is next to the Massacre God Court. You will be managing the Cloud Sea Nation soon, so you must be careful of those madmen from the Massacre God Court. Don't be fooled by our 3 top forces' peaceful appearance. In fact, we are constantly fighting each other in private. It's just that we don't want to attract their attention." Wenren Zhangong reminded Huang Xiaolong, "The conflicts between our 3 top forces are very cruel. Our masters usually won't interfere unless it's a critical moment. You must be careful, don't fall into other people's schemes. This is especially true for your Cloud Sea mountain range, where the fighting never stops." Lin Fei nodded. "I understand." Huang Xiaolong watched as his 2 senior brothers left. Lin Fei still attached great importance to the words of his 2 senior brothers. It was inevitable that the top forces would fight fiercely. The higher-ups wouldn't pay too much attention to the deaths of their disciples. In their eyes, this was also a kind of experience. personal disciples were slightly better off, as their masters would intervene at the critical moment. As for inner disciples and the like, they were a far cry from that. A moment of carelessness could lead to their deaths. Once the 10,000 years were up, Lin Fei started to be in charge of the Cloud Sea country. According to his senior brothers, the most important thing in managing a country was to manage the various special materials in the country. As for the rest, there was no need to care. If there were experts who caused trouble, they would just kill them. If they couldn't win, the Divine Realm Elders would naturally intervene. Lin Fei focused on this area. In the entire Cloud Sea country, the area that the higher-ups paid the most attention to was a mine with special materials. The Dark Shadow Palace had arranged for many experts to guard the mine. This was what Lin Fei was most concerned about. Time flew by. Lin Fei quickly spent 30,000 years in the Cloud Sea country. After 30,000 years, Lin Fei had completely recultivated the unyielding Sky 12 levels overlord physique. His foundation was very solid, and the flow of his qi and blood could easily blast open the void. During these 30,000 years, the Cloud Sea country was very peaceful. Lin Fei almost never made a move. Occasionally, there would be a few outsiders who acted recklessly, but before Lin Fei could do anything, they were killed by the experts of the Cloud Sea country. On the Dark Shadow Palace's side, people from the Sacred Spirit Palace continuously succeeded in their challenges. The most powerful ones were Dugu Yijian, Elysian Sun, Overlord, etc. They were the first to pass the 7th level of the Sacred Spirit Palace. Their true strength was at the 7th level of the Sacred Spirit Palace. This was the most outstanding batch of disciples. After they passed the Sacred Spirit Palace, their status in the Dark Shadow Palace rose to the sky. If it wasn't for the time being, they could even fight for the position of Elder. Chapter 2800. Dark Shadow Palace. Cloud Sea Country. 60,000 years had passed since Lin Fei started guarding the Cloud Sea Country. 4 people at their level of cultivation, 60,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. In these 60,000 years, Lin Fei had cultivated the sacred cloud dragon traversing physique to the 7th stage. His Heaven 12 layers super physique was still at the 7th stage, and the improvement was not very fast. Lin Fei was not in a hurry. After recultivating his Heaven 12 layers super physique, even if it was only at the 7th stage, he was confident that he could fight against an 8th order heavenly god realm reverend. In these 60,000 years, Lin Fei had not been idle. Many of the books that the system had copied described the Saint Spirit world secrets. When he had nothing to do, Lin Fei would flip through these books. The Dark Shadow Palace had collected quite a number of records regarding the battles between heavenly gods. Lin Fei had a very deep understanding of the battles between heavenly gods. After recultivating his Heaven 12 layers super physique, Lin Fei's strength continued to rise. In these 60,000 years, Lin Fei had not made a move. He kept a low profile and maintained a mysterious aura. The Cloud Sea Mountain Range. This huge mountain range lay between the Cloud Sea country and the Blood Fiend country. The issue of ownership had always been a problem. The Cloud Sea Mountain Range produced all kinds of resources. Hence, there had always been battles between the two sides. It was either you attacking my mining area, or I attacking yours. These 30,000 years had been extremely peaceful. There were also fewer battles. However, everyone knew that there would always be battles in the Cloud Sea Mountain Range, unless one day, someone could control the mountain range. Currently, no one could control the Cloud Sea Mountain Range. Be it the Dark Shadow Palace or the Massacre Court, they would not agree to it. Offending these two giants would only result in death. That's the Cloud Sea country's icy stone mine. It was a dark and windy night. Several figures quietly descended on a mountain peak. Hundreds of millions of li away, there was a huge mining area. There were many mining soldiers inside and outside, and the entire mining area was heavily guarded. In the dark of the night, ripples appeared above the mining area. It's been 40,000 years. The Cloud Sea Mountain Range has been peaceful for too long. A middle-aged man in a scarlet cloak stood on the peak of the mountain. I heard that Cloud Sea Country no longer has a powerful master. This time, we can defeat Cloud Sea Country and publicize the power of our evil blood sect. The last expert of Cloud Sea Nation has been transferred back. Our men in the Cloud Sea Nation said that the newcomer is called Lin Fei, and he's the direct disciple of Grand Monarch Shaker. He's been in secluded cultivation. Unfortunately, he's a body-tempering cultivator, so he's not a threat. Although Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker and the others were afraid of him, there was nothing to worry about since he was just a legacy disciple of their sect. As long as they didn't kill Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's disciples, and didn't provoke Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker, then there was nothing to be afraid of. Everyone knew that Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker was the most protective of his people. As long as they didn't go too far, he wouldn't make a move. Gather the disciples of the evil blood sect. In 3 days, we will attack this mine in the Cloud Sea Nation. It's time for a change of master. I believe the Lord will be very happy. Little did Lin Fei know that he had become an easy target to bully. In these 60,000 years, it was as if Lin Fei had become an invisible person. Other than the ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, no one else knew about him. At this time, Lin Fei was thinking about how to gather enough godly essence sand for Proud Heaven's breakthrough. Every time he advanced to the next realm, he needed a certain amount of godly essence sand. This divine essence sand wasn't something common, but something that originated from a unique world. In order to extract it, one needed a 9th-order heavenly god realm physical body or the strength of a great venerable lord, as well as a peak divine weapon. None of these were things that the current Lin Fei couldn't achieve. Proud Heaven's 12th stage tyrant physique was stuck at the 7th stage. Although he hadn't reached the peak of the 7th stage, it was time to make preparations. Where should I go to get it? What a headache. Lin Fei shook his head, feeling a headache coming on. I can't use Proud Heaven to trade for it, at least not now. In the past 60,000 years, Lin Fei didn't need to worry about this, but now that he had completed his cultivation, he needed to think about his next step. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation was uneasy at the start, afraid that Lin Fei would interfere. The other party's background was too big. He couldn't afford to offend Grand Venerable Han Tian's personal disciple. Fortunately, the thing that worried him the most didn't happen. Ever since Lin Fei arrived in the Cloud Sea Nation, he didn't interfere with the Cloud Sea Nation's affairs. This made the ruler heave a sigh of relief. In the past 60,000 years, the ruler had given Lin Fei the respect he deserved. At the same time, he followed Lin Fei's instructions. As long as it wasn't something important, there was no need to disturb him. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation was happy to do so. Ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, bad news. Our icy stone mine has been occupied by the Blood Fiend sect. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, who was accompanying his consorts, was caught off guard by this news. The Blood Fiend sect has come out again. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation could no longer remain calm. Outrageous, they dare to occupy the icy stone mine? Men, gather all the experts in the country, we're going to kill them. The trusted aide beside him reminded him. Your Majesty, should we inform Lord Lin Fei about this? There's no need for that now. The ruler shook his head. The Blood Fiend sect's luck suffered greatly after that battle. They don't have many experts left. If this ruler goes there personally, I can annihilate them. As a 7th-order heavenly god realm master, the ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation was very confident. There was no need to inform Lin Fei about such a small matter. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation is here. Cloud Sea Mountain Range. Icy Stone Mine. The large mining area was filled with rivers of blood, and corpses were strewn everywhere. Your Blood Fiend sect has some guts, actually daring to attack the icy stone mine. The ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation stepped into the air, appearing above the mining area. His sharp gaze swept over the area below. Ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, long time no see, your temper is still as bad as ever, ah. Below the mining area, a black-clothed figure flew up, standing in the air with a smile on his face. You're actually still alive. The ruler's eyes narrowed. The remnants of the Blood Fiend sect deserve to be punished by everyone. Ruler of the Cloud Sea Nation, you've made a mistake. Tonight is the day you die. The black-clothed figure clapped his hands. Of course I'm not your opponent. But this time, I've invited an expert to deal with you. After the loud noise, in the void, a silhouette rushed out. He had a head of white hair and carried a long sword on his back. The sharp sword will rushed up to the sky, tearing the void apart. Behind him, a broken void would appear at any moment. One Sword Venerable's personal disciple, Lu Sha. The white-haired heavenly god stated indifferently. The ruler's face sank. He was in big trouble. Chapter 2801. Yunhai ruler was thoroughly defeated. Heavenly god Quicksand, who was under Paragon One Sword's tutelage, struck out 3 times in total. The first strike caused Sea Cloud Monarch to panic. The second strike broke through Sea Cloud Monarch's heavenly deity artifact armor, and the third strike killed him. At the 7th Order Heavenly God realm, most heavenly gods would send their avatars out. This was what heavenly gods liked to do the most. If they weren't confident, they would rarely take action with their true body. Everyone treasured their lives. Yunhai ruler was the same. He sent his avatar to the mine, but it was killed by heavenly god Quicksand in 3 strikes. The other party's sword Dao was terrifying, and there was a terrifying, slicing aspect to it. Yunhai ruler couldn't block it. What a pity, it was only his avatar that died. The black-clothed man shook his head in disappointment. It would be great if he could kill his true body. The white-haired heavenly god Quicksand said indifferently. He's quite lucky to have sent his avatar. The next time will be when his true body dies. Heavenly god Quicksand wasn't interested in killing a small ruler from the Dark Shadow Palace. He had killed countless rulers like this. I've helped you settle this matter. You can deal with the rest yourself. If there's nothing important, don't bother me. Leaving those words behind, heavenly god Quicksand tore space apart and disappeared from the mine. The black-clothed man respectfully sent him off. With Yunhai ruler's avatar dead, it's time to occupy the Cloud Sea mountain ranges mines one by one. After Yunhai ruler's avatar was killed, the Blood Fiend sect began to attack the Cloud Sea mountain ranges mines. In 10 years, they occupied 2/3 of the mines, controlling almost the entire Cloud Sea mountain range. The Blood Fiend sect's arrogance reached its peak. Countless bandits and madmen joined the Blood Fiend sect and continuously wreaked havoc. At the same time, they started to invade some of the larger cities in the Cloud Kingdom and spread the Blood Fiend sect's teachings. The Cloud Sea country's side suffered defeat after defeat. Very few of the experts they sent out returned. All of them died in their hands. The Blood Fiend sect suppressed the Cloud Sea countryside, not daring to move. Many of the Cloud Sea country's forces were enticed to join the Blood Fiend sect. The Cloud Sea country's guards were suppressed, not daring to raise their heads. This was also because the Blood Fiend sect was smart. Behind them was the Massacre Court's Blood Evil Kingdom. The two countries had always been enemies. If the higher-ups were to invade, it would definitely incur the displeasure of the Dark Shadow Palace. Right now, it was just a battle between 2 small countries. No one would care about it. Your Majesty, if this goes on, our Cloud Sea Kingdom will be finished. In the imperial capital of the Cloud Nation, the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Kingdom were all dejected. In these 10 years, the Blood Fiend sect had developed too quickly. They were starting to put pressure on Yunhai country. At the same time, there were experts of Yunhai country being killed by the Blood Fiend sect. There were not many experts left in Cloud Sea Kingdom. Back when Sovereign Lord One Sword's disciple had killed his clone, Sovereign Lord Yunhai still had a lingering fear in his heart. He didn't dare to act with his main body. His main body and clone's strength were about the same, and if he went, he would only be sending himself to his death. During these 10 years, King Yunhai had been living in fear and he had lost a lot of face. The Blood Fiend sect had spread the word that as long as Country King Yunhai came out, they would kill him. After losing his clone, Country King Yunhai cultivated a new clone, but it was not as strong as before. Naturally, he didn't dare to send it out. Recently, the Blood Fiend sect had been provoking him non-stop. Country King Yunhai. Your Majesty, I think we have to ask that Lin Fei to come out. Lin Fei is the personal disciple of Great Paragon Hantian. He might be able to suppress the Blood Fiend sect. Even if the experts of the Blood Fiend sect were to injure Lin Fei, Great Paragon Hantian's senior brother would also come to help. Country King Yunhai hadn't gone because he couldn't afford to lose face. Other than that, he also didn't have much confidence in Lin Fei. Country King Yunhai knew a little about the situation in the Dark Shadow Palace through his friends. Although Lin Fei had become the personal disciple of Great Paragon Hantian, compared to those who had become the disciples of Great Paragon Hantian, Lin Fei's potential was the worst. This was the reason why Country King Yunhai didn't go. Given the current situation, Country King Yunhai had to make a decision. Sigh, looks like I can only ask for Lin Fei's help. Whether it succeeds or not will depend on luck. Country King Yunhai came to visit. Lin Fei was very surprised. Ever since he expressed his attitude towards Country King Yunhai, Lin Fei rarely interfered with the affairs of Country King Yun. He was happy to be free and do whatever he wanted. There's trouble. Lin Fei could see the fatigue between Country King Yunhai's eyebrows. This kind of fatigue didn't form in a short period of time. It must have lasted for a long time. Little devil, find out what happened in Country King Yun recently. Get it for Master immediately. Even though Lin Fei didn't pay attention to Country King Yunhai, Little Devil was monitoring it. What happened in Country King Yunhai was actually related to him. This was what every personal disciple had to do. If he didn't know anything, it would be hard for him to explain. This was something that Lin Fei understood. Oh, so that's how it is. After receiving the message from the little demon, Lin Fei understood what had happened. It turned out that Yunhai Kingdom was no longer peaceful. Some disciples of the evil blood sect were running amok. Now, the entire Yunhai Kingdom was in chaos. Master, Country King Yunhai can't take it anymore. One of his avatars was killed. He's scared out of his wits. Little Devil said disdainfully. He wants Master's senior brother to come and help. How shameless. Little Devil's analysis ability was top-notch. She didn't go back on her words. Lin Fei was very unhappy. It's been 10 years, and you only came to tell me now. You really don't take me seriously. Lord Lin Fei, I'm here to ask for help. The Blood Fiend sect has appeared in Country King Yun. They are spreading evil and massacring people. This has seriously affected Country King Yun. My abilities are limited, and I deserve to die. Country King Yun said humbly. A mere Blood Fiend sect is nothing. Country King Yun can naturally deal with it. I think it's better for you to do it yourself. Although I have some abilities, I'm still far from being able to compete with Country King Yun. Lin Fei said humbly with a smile. Country King Yun's heart sank. This was a rejection. However, Country King Yun didn't have anything to explain about Lin Fei's words. All right, I'm going to cultivate. Lin Fei was about to send him off. I hope you can destroy the Blood Fiend sect. Country King Yun's first invitation failed. Lin Fei finally understood what senior brother said the last time he came. The conflict between Dark Shadow Palace and Massacre Court was not small. A mere Blood Fiend country's disciple was showing off in Country King Yun, forcing Country King Yun to ask for help. It was clear that Country King Yun was scared out of his wits. One Sword Lord's disciple. It's really fate, ah. Lin Fei flipped through the information in his mind. I remember Nangong Fei Xue was one Sword Lord's disciple. His sword Dao is very powerful. Being able to kill Country King Yun means that he's at least a 7th order heavenly god realm. Lin Fei didn't know if it was a coincidence, or if he didn't get along with one Sword Lord. Country King Yun, I'll give him the cold shoulder for now. I'll let him know that I'm not that easy to fool. Lin Fei wouldn't make a move casually. Now was not the time. Chapter 2802. This was the first time King Yunhai returned empty-handed. He knew that this Lord Lin Fei was giving him a hard time. The Blood Fiend sect had caused such a huge ruckus, but he didn't report it immediately. He had waited for 10 years. Anyone would be in a bad mood. This was disrespectful. After King Yunhai returned, he organized a few counterattacks and tried to encircle and annihilate the Blood Fiend sect. However, he failed every time and suffered great losses. His clone was almost killed again. This time, King Yunhai had no other choice. He went to ask for help again. The door was shut the second time. He couldn't see anyone. The servants on the mountain passed the message that their master was in seclusion. They didn't know when he would come out. It would take at least a few years. King Yunhai didn't have any temper. Should he report it directly? He didn't need to be the king anymore. The Dark Shadow Palace was like a pyramid. There were many levels and it was very strict. If Country King Yunhai reported to someone above his level, he would definitely be in trouble. He had to ask Lin Fei for help. Only if he lost would he be able to report to his superiors. King Yunhai went back helplessly. In the following period of time, the Blood Fiend sect became more and more arrogant. They would go to the capital of Yunhai country to mock them. The experts of the capital couldn't stand it anymore. Every time they went out they would be killed. As time went on, no one dared to go. This went on for 5 years. King Yunhai came a few times during this period. He returned disappointed every time. He knew that Lord Lin Fei was unhappy with his actions. On his 8th visit, King Yunhai finally saw Lin Fei.
Lord Lin Fei, I was wrong.
King Yunhai lowered his head. Please do something. After not seeing King Yunhai for 5 years, Lin Fei wanted to teach him a lesson. No matter how arrogant the Blood Fiend sect was, they wouldn't dare to attack the capital. That was another matter. The Blood Fiend sect knew this bottom line. Now that King Yunhai knew he was wrong, Lin Fei was prepared to do something. After all, it wasn't a good thing to drag things out. He would suffer too.
Since I'm in charge of the Cloud Nation and a member of the Dark Shadow Palace, I will naturally spare no effort in this matter,
Lin Fei said seriously. King Yun heaved a sigh of relief. The Blood Demon sect had set up countless branches in Cloud Sea country, and had bewitched and won over a large number of families and forces. At the same time, countless experts had come because of the Blood Demon sect's reputation. Now, the Blood Demon sect was a great force in Cloud Sea country. Most importantly, the Blood Evil sect had the support of the Blood Evil Nation. Even a clone of the king of Yunhai was killed in the Yunhai mountain range. What other experts could the Yunhai country have? The upper echelons of the Dark Shadow Palace never cared about such small squabbles. It was hard to attract attention unless it was a fight between supremacies. That was the situation in Yunhai Kingdom. Lin Fei and Yunhai Kingdom returned to the imperial capital of Yunhai. The higher-ups of Yunhai all came to welcome him. Now they were pinning their hopes on Lin Fei. For more than a decade, they had been suppressed by the Blood Fiend sect. Actually, it wasn't easy for them either. Should they go out and fight? Most likely the outcome would be death. Who would dare to go? The cultivation of an avatar also required a huge price. Lord Lin Fei, people from the Blood Fiend sect come to provoke us at noon every day. The ruler of Yunhai accompanied Lin Fei. Their leader is a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. Lin Fei frowned. You guys can't even deal with a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. The higher-ups of Yunhai Kingdom lowered their heads. The ruler of Yunhai's face was flushed red. Lord, that 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master is not an ordinary master. He is an inner disciple under Venerable One's sword. Their lineage's strongest point is their sword skills. They are incomparably domineering. An ordinary 6th Order Heavenly God Realm Master can suppress a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master. Many of our Yunhai Kingdom's experts have died at his hands.
Oh,
Lin Fei replied indifferently. Outside the Yunhai capital. It was noon. A group of more than 100 people appeared on the horizon. All of them were Heavenly God Realm Masters, and there were more than 10 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Masters. However, they were escorting a 6th Order Heavenly God Realm middle-aged man respectfully. Lord, the person being escorted is Venerable One Sword's inner disciple, Xue Luo. The ruler of Yunhai Kingdom glared angrily at the approaching figure. Lin Fei looked over. That Heavenly God Xue Luo was like a sharp long sword, exuding a domineering sword intent, as if he could be unsheathed at any moment. Interesting, huh? With a single glance, Lin Fei could feel the other party's strength. Just a casual glance at the other party's sword intent caused his eyes to hurt. Ruler of Yunhai Kingdom, are you not going to be a coward, ah? A heavenly god standing beside Heavenly God Xue Luo snickered. Are you ready to come out and fight to the death with us? I don't have the guts. My clone was almost killed the last time. If I come out again and leave my clone behind, it would be a huge loss. Ha 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 ha. The heavenly gods behind Heavenly God Xue Luo roared with laughter. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's upper echelons glared at Heavenly God Xue Luo. Being humiliated like this, as long as one was human, they would not be able to endure it. Unfortunately, the other party was too strong. A single inner disciple was enough to render them helpless, forcing them to hole up in the Cloud Sea capital. Lord, please seek justice for us. Heavenly God Xue Luo lowered his head, unable to conceal the killing intent in his eyes. This was a direct slap to his face, the greatest humiliation of his life, Heavenly God Xue Luo had no interest in the Cloud Sea Kingdom. He was even less of a match for Heavenly God Xue Luo. As for Heavenly God Xue Luo, he didn't put Lin Fei in his eyes. If Lin Fei dared to come out, he wouldn't mind killing him with his own hands. Lord, please sit. Someone behind Heavenly God Xue Luo brought out a throne and sat on it. There were heavenly gods who went out to challenge heavenly god Xueluo, but no one dared to step out. Hee, the Cloud Sea Kingdom is really useless a bunch of cowards The one who went out to challenge heavenly god Xueluo was a 6th order heavenly god realm master. Heavenly god Xueluo. Lin Fei shook his head inwardly. Over 100 heavenly god realm masters actually forced the Cloud Sea Kingdom's experts to cower in fear. This was truly a disgrace. Enough, stop glaring at me. The Cloud Sea Kingdom belongs to the Dark Shadow Palace. It's not the place for a small sect to bully us. Lin Fei shook his head, taking a step forward, passing through the void and arriving outside the formation. Heavenly god Xueluo, you're finally showing some courage There's actually someone who dares to challenge us. Heavenly god Xueluo swept a glance over the newcomer, noticing that the newcomer was young and didn't exude any aura fluctuations. I wonder how many times he can withstand my attacks. Heavenly god Xueluo was a physique cultivator. With his 6th order heavenly god realm physique, he was quite famous in the saint spirit world. Howl! Heavenly god Xueluo roared with laughter, his figure flashing like a streak of light. What he loved the most was using his fists to smash people into a bloody pulp, extremely violent and cruel. Insolent! Lin Fei stood with his hands clasped behind his back, bellowing. Hua hua hua! Terrifying energy rushed out like a raging flood, slamming into heavenly god Xueluo's body, causing him to vomit mouthfuls of blood. Shock filled his face involuntarily. Not good. Heavenly god Xueluo vomited blood, turning around to flee. The energy he used was too powerful, passing through his defenses and slamming into his flesh. Pu. Just as he turned around, energy rushed out endlessly. Chapter 2803. One move. The 8 tiger heavenly deity was smashed into pieces by the boundless energy. The 8 tiger deities were dead. The eyes of the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Kingdom lit up. What a domineering attack! Separated by the Cloud Sea formation, the heavenly gods in the upper echelons of the Cloud Sea could still see Lin Fei's vigorous usage of energy. The energy surged over like a tidal wave. Unless one's physical body was extremely strong, they could only use treasures to deal with it. They had all somewhat underestimated Lin Fei. Being able to become Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's personal disciple, he really wasn't simple. King Yunhai was actually very worried. The 8th Order Heavenly God Realm 8 Tigers Heavenly God Realm had killed more than a dozen Heavenly God Realm Masters in the Cloud Sea country. The Cloud Sea ruler had long wanted to kill the 8th Order 8 Tigers Heavenly God Realm. Unfortunately, his opponent's physical body was incredibly powerful, and with the protection of the heavenly deity battle armor, it was very difficult to kill him. This was the hardest aspect of a heavenly deity body tempering school powerhouse to deal with, unless you had absolute power to crush them. Good kill. Heavenly deity Xueluo frowned slightly. The other party's attack was very domineering. King Yunhai, I didn't expect you to invite such an expert. Heavenly deity Xueluo did not seem to care. No wonder he dared to show up today. It turns out that he has the confidence. You too, go down and test his strength. Alright. The 2 heavenly gods behind heavenly deity Xueluo obeyed the order and left. Both of them were peak 6th order heavenly god realm masters, exuding an aura of emperor's will. Even though the death of one of the 8 tiger heavenly gods did not have much of an impact, heavenly god Xueluo still felt a little embarrassed. The Yunhai monarch, whom they had mocked and insulted all this time, had actually dared to send someone to kill him? He had completely disregarded them. Kill. They had to be ruthlessly killed. He could kill until the Yunhai monarch was afraid and hide in the Yunhai imperial capital. What Lin Fei used just now was the first move of Proud Heaven 12th layer Tyrant Body, Space Oscillation. Now that Huang Xiaolong was using it, the force behind it was even more ferocious, able to cause space to vibrate with his bare hands, creating a powerful attack. A mere 6th order heavenly god realm physique cultivator was nothing in his eyes. Since he was here today, Lin Fei would definitely deal a heavy blow to the Blood Fiend sect to prevent them from bringing more trouble to the Cloud Sea Nation. Brat die! 2 heavenly deity powerhouses charged over from the left and right. The one on the left took out a spear as a weapon. With a shake of the spear, it pierced forward like a dragon. A huge black vortex formed on the tip of the spear. Wherever the vortex passed, the void was torn apart, and traces of the black vortex could be seen everywhere. The heavenly deity powerhouse on the right turned into a black fog, covering the sky and covering the sun. The entire world seemed to darken, emitting an oppressive aura. As soon as the two of them made their moves, the higher-ups of the Cloud Sea Kingdom felt pressured. Looking at the two incoming cultivators, Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment.
With a gentle wave of his hand, boundless power surged forth. Bang bang bang!
The two Sixth-Order Heavenly God Realm Masters were reduced to dust by the shockwave. You guys are useless. You're the only one here with strength. I'm interested. Lin Fei acted as if he had done something insignificant as he looked at Heavenly Bloodnet Goddess. Your Majesty, isn't Lord Lin Fei a little too powerful? He killed two peak Sixth-Order Heavenly God Realm Masters with just a wave of his hand. This is a little scary, ah. Could it be that Lord Lin Fei has already reached Seventh Order Heavenly God Realm? The Cloud Sea Kingdom's higher-ups were excited. At the beginning, they had no choice but to invite Lin Fei out, hoping that his senior brother would be able to force the Blood Fiend cult's people to retreat. But now, it seemed like Lin Fei was stronger than they had imagined. At the very least, he's a Sixth Order Heavenly God Realm. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler said in a low voice. The attack he used is a little overbearing. This ruler actually has no impression of it. This was something the system had deduced, so naturally, no one could tell what it was. They could only tell from the energy fluctuations that this was a powerful killing move of a body-tempering cultivator.
Little brother, you're quite skilled.
Heaven Blood Goddess stood up. Don't you think your words are a little too arrogant? Being able to use your strength to such a degree, you're definitely not a nobody. Tell me your name.
Heaven Blood Goddess had underestimated the other party.
This person used his physical body to shake space and form a killing move. It was indeed a little terrifying and flawless. When faced with such a move, there were only two choices. One was to take it head-on, and the other was to retreat. There was no other way. Seeing the Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler invite such an expert, Heaven Blood Goddess's interest was piqued. Heaven Blood Goddess had no interest in killing ordinary heavenly gods, but this kind of person with potential was a different story. Losing one of them was enough to make the other party's heart ache for a long time. Heaven Blood Goddess, listen carefully, this is Lord Lin Fei, Lord Hantian's personal disciple. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler said excitedly.
Quickly surrender, otherwise in front of Lord Hantian, all of you will die without a doubt.
It was rare for the Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler to be this happy.
Heaven Blood Goddess's eyes narrowed, scrutinizing the young man in front of him.
So your Grand Venerable Hantian's personal disciple, Lin Fei. This is really unexpected. I also think we're fated, Lin Fei said with a smile. I've experienced your sect's Nangong Fei Xue, but I wonder how you fare as an inner disciple. Heaven Blood Goddess had heard of Lin Fei in the sect. Nangong Fei Xue was an inner disciple with good potential. However, in the Great Thousand World, he was killed by a native kid. No wonder your name sounds so familiar.
Heaven Blood Goddess's eyes turned cold.
Nangong Fei Xue is my good friend, and you actually killed his doppelganger. Today, I'll kill your main body. Rip! In the void, a flying sword flew out.
The sword came from the west, streaking across the bright sun as it pierced towards Lin Fei's forehead.
Lord, be careful. This is Heaven Blood Goddess's void-hidden sword. The Cloud Sea Kingdom's ruler quickly warned. This was a powerful Holy Spirit killer move. No one knew where the other party had hidden this sword. It was extremely strange. Void-hidden sword? Lin Fei chuckled as he reached out with two fingers. Although there seemed to be a great distance between them, he easily caught Heaven God Bloodnet's void concealment sword, causing the entire sword to vibrate non-stop. Gotcha! Lin Fei casually pulled, and the sword broke. Heaven Blood Goddess took a step back, revealing a grave expression. Your performance has disappointed me.
Lin Fei shook his head.
Go back and tell your senior brother Lu Sha that I'll come and meet him soon. In the Cloud Sea Kingdom, it's not a place for him to act presumptuously. Crash! Lin Fei stretched out his hand and grabbed. His palm expanded infinitely, forming a spatial world within it. Sealing soul-breaking palm. Second layer. The heavenly gods brought by Heaven Blood Goddess did not have time to struggle. The space was sealed, and they could not break out. They were all trapped in the palm world. Lin Fei gently closed his hand, and the palm world collapsed. Chapter 2804. The sealing soul-severing palm was a powerful killing move of the physique cultivator, and its power was extraordinary. If an ordinary heavenly god used it, its power would be greatly limited, but it was different for Lin Fei. The sacred cloud dragon traversing physique was an imitation of the heavenly 12 layers tyrannical physique. After recultivating it, the heavenly god's physique would become a top-grade heavenly god's physique. The stronger one's physique was, the more power they could display. Heavenly god Xue Luo and the others might not be weak, but in front of the second layer of the sealing soul-severing palm, they were nothing. The ruler and the higher-ups of the Yunhai country were dumbfounded. Was this still the low-profile Lord Lin Fei they knew? He was at least a 6th-order heavenly god realm. Lord Lin Fei was a 7th-order heavenly god realm cultivator, and he was also a physique cultivator. The power of his killing move was terrifying. This was something they didn't dare to imagine before. They had witnessed heavenly god Xue Luo's strength. But in front of Lin Fei, heavenly god Xue Luo was killed without a chance to struggle. In that instant they felt old. This was the world of the younger generation. In the future, if anyone dared to say that Lin Fei was a good-for-nothing, they would definitely scold that person. Cultivating to the 6th-order heavenly god realm in 60,000 years, and a physique cultivator at that, how many people could do that? From this moment onwards, they were completely convinced. With such a lord in the Yunhai country, their hearts were at ease. Lord Lin Fei is mighty. Lord Lin Fei is mighty. Everyone praised Huang Xiaolong from the bottom of their hearts. The days of the Yunhai country being suppressed by the Blood Fiend sect were gone. The news of Lin Fei killing heavenly god Xue Luo and hundreds of heavenly gods outside the Yunhai capital spread like wildfire in the Yunhai country. Cities big and small were in an uproar, followed by excited cheers. After dealing with those who provoked him, Lin Fei didn't stay idle. The Blood Fiend sect had established many churches in the Yunhai country, and they had almost become a malignant tumor. Lin Fei had to get rid of this tumor once and for all. In the sky above a city, a black-robed figure came out of the void and stood in the air. His sharp eyes swept across the place and he brazenly attacked one of the halls in the city. After a loud rumble, the Blood Fiend sect's branches were uprooted one by one. Sovereign Yunhai, you will be in charge of cleaning up the mess. Kill all the remaining members of the Blood Fiend sect. King Yunhai was truly impressed by Lin Fei. Don't worry, sir. I will take care of the remaining matters. I will not let the remnants of the Blood Evil sect escape. Country King Yunhai brought his elites and began to encircle them. All right. Lin Fei tore open the void and left. Within a day, Lin Fei's figure appeared in the sky above all the major cities. Every time it was a single move. It was a violent and brutal attack. The higher-ups of the Blood Fiend sect suffered heavy casualties. The elites of the Yun Kingdom followed up again to clean up the remaining survivors. Lin Fei's prestige spread throughout the entire Cloud Kingdom in a single day. By the time they reached the last few cities, the Blood Fiend sect had retreated. The Blood Fiend cult's higher echelon dared not face Grand Monarch Hontian's personal disciple head-on. They had received news that the moment Grand Monarch Hontian arrived, he struck out with his palm without saying a word. The Blood Fiend cult's upper echelon suffered heavy casualties, and only a few survived. Even a 7th-order heavenly god realm master was killed by that palm strike. The Blood Fiend sect had no choice but to retreat. The branches that the Blood Fiend sect had spent more than a decade building were reduced to nothing in a single day. The Cloud Kingdom erupted in cheers. They could finally hold their heads high. However, there was another group of people who weren't in a good mood. The Blood Fiend sect's chief, Xue Wan, was the one who had launched the attack on the Cloud Sea mountain range and invited Venerable One Sword's personal disciple to kill one of Country King Yunhai's avatars. How the hell did you gather information? Blood One's face was gloomy. The atmosphere in the Great Hall was stifling. More than a dozen higher-ups were pale and dejected. Even they didn't understand how the forces they had spent so much effort to build up had been destroyed in a single day. The Blood Fiend sect had suffered heavy losses. Chief, we don't know either. Although Lin Fei is Grand Monarch Hontian's personal disciple, he hasn't made any movements among the Dark Shadow Palace's disciples. Moreover, he cultivates the body tempering path, so his cultivation speed is extremely slow. Who would have thought that he would master the soul-severing sealing palm and reach the second stage? Even a 7th-order heavenly god realm cultivator would have to avoid him. That's right, Lin Fei's palm strike contained boundless power. None of us could block it. The higher-ups of the Blood Fiend sect were crying and complaining. Some of them had barely escaped with their lives. They would never forget the power of that palm strike for a very long time. Blood One was infuriated. He had been so careful, but now it was all gone. His efforts had all gone to waste. Chief, we underestimated that Lin Fei.
We thought that he would bury himself in cultivation and ignore this matter.
Now, all our efforts in the Cloud Sea country have gone to waste. The only thing we still control is the Cloud Sea Mountain Range's mining area. I'm guessing that Lin Fei will personally go to the Cloud Sea Mountain Range to take back the mining area. Blood One was furious, but he knew that he had to solve this problem as soon as possible. The Cloud Sea Mountain Range's mining area, especially the important ones, could not be taken back by Lin Fei. Since he came to the Cloud Sea Mountain Range, let's give him a big gift. Blood One said. Although we can't kill him directly, injuring him shouldn't be a problem. Even if Grand Monarch Han Tian finds out, he won't be able to do anything about it. He's a big shot, he won't bully the weak. Lin Fei was a body-tempering cultivator, and Blood One was a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master. He might not be afraid of Lin Fei. For safety's sake, he decided to pay a visit to that personal disciple. On the other side, in a quiet courtyard, the sharp sword intent wreaked havoc, cutting the surrounding void into pieces. A white-haired middle-aged man sat at the center of the courtyard. The sharp sword intent around him was like a gentle breeze, gentle and soft. Senior brother, you must avenge me. Blood overarching Heavenly God said coldly. The Cloud Sea country ruler is treacherous and cunning. He purposely sent that punk Lin Fei here. I was caught off guard by him. How hateful. Having lost a clone, Blood overarching Heavenly God had to cultivate from the beginning. Regardless of which aspect it was a huge drain. Blood overarching Heavenly God couldn't swallow this humiliation. The Blood Fiend cult has also suffered heavy losses. All the branches they occupied have been uprooted. I think Lin Fei will be heading to the Cloud Sea Mountain Range in a few days. That guy even boasted that he wants to challenge senior brother.
White-haired Quicksand Heavenly God's gaze was calm as if he was listening to a trivial matter.
Chapter 2805. After Lin Fei removed all the entrances to the Blood Fiend Church, the Blood Fiend Church's forces retreated from the Cloud Sea Kingdom. King Yunhai took advantage of the situation and led his men to annihilate the remaining forces of Blood Fiend sect. Blood Fiend sect's influence was at its lowest. Everyone knew that Yunhai country now had a powerful expert. That person was none other than Lin Fei, Grand Monarch Heaven Shaker's legacy disciple, who had a lofty status. The Cloud Sea Mountain Range. A group of people arrived in the sky above the Cloud Sea Mountain Range. A group of people clustered around a black-clothed young man, but the young man's expression was indifferent. This group of people were the Yunhai Kingdom's upper echelons, Lin Fei, and the Yunhai King. The forces of the Evil Blood sect in the Cloud Sea country had been wiped out, but the Cloud Sea Mountain Range was still in their hands. They had to take it back and wipe out the forces of the Evil Blood sect. Lord, according to the information we received, the Blood Fiend cult's remaining forces are concentrated in the Cloud Sea Mountain Range.
The spy I placed in the Blood Fiend Kingdom reported that the ruler has sent several experts over. All of them are 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Masters.
The Cloud Sea ruler reported from the side. Lin Fei said with a smile, "It's best to gather them together. It saves us a lot of trouble. Once I get rid of the Blood Fiend sect, I can continue to cultivate and avoid the trouble of coming and going." The remnants of the Blood Fiend sect have disturbed Master's cultivation. What a bunch of bastards. King Yunhai and the higher-ups behind him all chimed in. They all knew that their superior had cultivated in the Cloud Sea Nation for more than 60,000 years. He was a standard cultivator, and it would not be an exaggeration to call him a martial arts fanatic. They quickly discovered the members of Blood Fiend sect. They controlled a mining area below. Do it. Lin Fei could not be bothered to deal with these ant-like Blood Fiend sect disciples. With a single command, the experts that the Yunhai monarch had brought were all heavenly gods. They were equipped with a series of equipment, and their battle prowess was quite strong. This time, everyone was full of confidence. With Lin Fei in command, he had killed more than 100 heaven gods with a wave of his hand. Everyone remembered this clearly.
It was all thanks to this direct disciple of the Dark Shadow Palace that they were able to chase the Blood Evil cult out of the Cloud Kingdom so quickly.
Kill.
The battle had begun.
The Cloud Sea mountain range was huge. They were rich in all kinds of resources. Therefore, this place became the most competitive place between the Cloud Kingdom and the Blood Kingdom. The mines in the mountains kept changing owners. As soon as the Cloud Sea nation's heavenly god arrived, a huge battle broke out between the two sides. Intense energy fluctuations enveloped the entire mining area. Lin Fei looked on coldly. In less than 2 hours, the battle was over. The Cloud Sea Kingdom managed to retake the first mine. Next, the morale of the Cloud Sea nation was unstoppable as they pushed forward. The people of the Blood Fiend sect were forced to retreat again and again. Seeing that they could not hold on any longer, they immediately gave up on the mining area. Lin Fei had not made a single move since the beginning. It was really meaningless. A small fry from the Blood Fiend cult, even if a 6th order, or even a 7th order heavenly god realm master made a move, the Sea of Cloud's higher echelons could easily deal with them. If they didn't have this much strength, they didn't deserve to be in the Sea of Cloud's higher echelons. On the other hand, Blood Fiend sect Master Blood One stood behind a white-haired middle-aged man. They're almost here. The mines guarded by the Blood Fiend sect were destroyed one by one. Looking at the time, they should be here soon. A middle-aged man standing next to Sect Master Blood One said coldly, I really want to meet that Lin Fei. He cultivated the sacred cloud dragon traversing body to the 2nd level in 60,000 years. He's not simple. This middle-aged man was a 7th order heavenly god realm master from the Blood Fiend country. This time, they were here to ambush the Cloud Sea ruler. It would be best if they could injure the Cloud Sea ruler heavily. At the same time, they also wanted to see this Lin Fei. They're here. Lin Fei led the Cloud Sea ruler's group to the most important mining area. The Ice Sea Stone mining area. This mining area produced precious ice sea stones that were used to forge weapons. The most intense competition between the Cloud Sea nation and the Blood Fiend country was this mining area. In the past 10,000 years, this mining area had changed owners several times. As time passed, this mining area was littered with bones. Until now, there was no clear winner. Lord, that is the white-haired middle-aged man. He is Venerable One Sword's personal disciple, Heavenly God Quicksand. Hatred shone in the Cloud Sea ruler's eyes. His avatar was killed by this white-haired man. The one behind him is the Blood Fiend sect's Master Blood One. His position in the Blood Fiend country isn't low. Lin Fei's gaze fell on Heavenly God Quicksand. At this time, Heavenly God Quicksand also looked over. Crash! Their gazes collided in midair, and the surrounding space collapsed, revealing a black hole. Cloud Sea ruler, you're dead for sure this time. Heavenly God Quicksand's hatred swept over Huang Xiaolong. My senior brother will definitely kill all of you. The Ice Sea mining area will be the place where your sect falls. Ha ha ha, Heavenly God Quicksand, don't think too highly of yourself. If things go wrong, this place will be your burial ground. The Cloud Sea ruler snorted. You have your senior brother, while we have Lord Lin Fei. Who's afraid of who? The Cloud Sea ruler had a belly full of anger. As the saying goes, when enemies meet, their eyes turn red. Lin Fei's gaze was fixed on Heavenly God Quicksand. This heavenly god was much stronger than Heavenly God Quicksand. He had perfectly concealed his terrifying sword will, truly able to move at will. It was more like an unsheathed long sword. In terms of aura control, Heavenly God Quicksand was not as good as Heavenly God Quicksand. This is an interesting opponent. Lin Fei thought to himself. I heard that the disciples of Paragon One Sword all cultivate the unparalleled sword Dao. They walk the Dao of slicing. Slicing the heavens, slicing the earth, slicing everything. They are indeed very powerful. On the surface, Lin Fei was cultivating the sacred cloud dragon's traversing body 6th tier, but in reality, it was not. If he cultivated it to the 7th tier, it would be too abrupt. Let's do it, Lin Fei said to the Cloud Sea ruler. Both sides were ready. The heavenly gods of the Cloud Sea country were in high morale. It was just the right time to decide the victor. Kill! Other than the Cloud Sea ruler and some of the higher echelons, all the Cloud Sea country's experts appeared. This time, the Cloud Sea ruler had mobilized an army of 50,000 heavenly gods. All of them were elites. Heavenly God Quicksand ordered indifferently. Do it. Destroy all the elites the Cloud Sea ruler brought. This time, I'll make sure his true body falls here. Yes. Blood One accepted the order and left. Kill. Under the lead of the heavenly god, the Blood Fiend cult's disciples charged out from the mining area. You want to use a formation? In front of a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master, a formation was useless. Unless it was a top-grade formation, no one was willing to use a single mining area. The price of fighting over it was too high. Chapter 2806. The Empyrean God armies on both sides numbered about 100,000. Both sides fought fiercely, creating powerful shockwaves.
King of Yun country, do you dare to fight me?
Sect leader Blood One rushed out, and his gaze landed on Yun High Country King. His hatred was not small. All right. Yun High Country King roared and rushed out, clashing with sect leader Blood One. The two of them were old rivals, and they were at the same realm. It would be very difficult for them to kill each other. The higher-ups behind Lin Fei also found their opponents. The same was true for Blood Fiend's sect. Soon, only Lin Fei was left in the air. Blood Fiend sect only had Empyrean God Bloodnet and Empyrean God Quicksand. Empyrean God was afraid of Lin Fei and knew how powerful the sealing soul-severing hand was. He didn't dare to attack recklessly. He had no chance of winning.
Junior brother, go help them.
Empyrean God Quicksand said. Empyrean God Bloodnet's hidden sword technique was very powerful. As soon as his senior brother spoke, he immediately went to help deal with the higher-ups of Yun country. Lin Fei, Empyrean God's personal disciple, you killed my junior brother. Let me see how strong you are. Empyrean God Quicksand grinned. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. A soundless aura of danger. It descended without any warning. 4 black flying swords appeared in front of Lin Fei. Each flying sword slashed through the air. The 4 swords merged into one, forming a huge sword technique. Its power suddenly increased. This was a terrifying technique that was an extension of the hidden sword technique. When used by Empyrean God Quicksand, its power was limitless. This was the biggest difference between personal disciples and inner disciples. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. As soon as the sword formation appeared, Endless Slicing Emperor Intent attacked. Empyrean God Bloodnet, who was fighting with someone else, had been paying attention. When he saw his senior brother use this technique, he grinned. No matter how powerful a body refiner is, he will definitely die in front of my senior brother's endless slicing. Once a technique of this level was cultivated to the peak, its power would be very terrifying. Empyrean God Bloodnet only knew the first part of the attack, the Void Sword Concealment. As for the second part of the attack, he was temporarily unable to master it. His power had not yet reached that level. Sharp blades swept past Lin Fei's body like the wind. And this was only the external power of the sword array. They kept shattering the layers of light protecting Lin Fei's body. What a powerful Holy Spirit sword art killer move. The ancient records say that after the Emperor's heart is formed, the power of the Emperor's will produce all kinds of branches. Among them, the sword Dao's slicing can be considered to be in the top 10. Just the slicing released by this sword formation is enough to affect my holy cloud dragon's traversing, and this is just the power of the outer layer. In an instant, Lin Fei's mind was filled with thoughts. Slash. Truly worthy of the name. Lin Fei seemed to have fallen into a sword furnace. After the 4 flying swords slashed out, it turned into a sword array attack. The moment the array changed, a small area of the void was sealed. This is the second level of Emperor's will added into the slicing intent. It is indeed a powerful Holy Spirit killer move. It is impossible to defend against. This was the first time Lin Fei had seen such an expert. If one was weak and encountered such a killer move, there would only be one outcome, to be easily killed by the opponent. Anyone who could become a Supremacy's personal disciple was not simple. And Supremacy 1 sword strength was not at the bottom among the Supremacies. He belonged to the middle tier and was not far from the peak of the Supremacy. Empyrean God Quicksand did not approach Lin Fei. It was not a good thing for a body-tempering cultivator to get close to him, especially one who cultivated Emperor's will. Their physical bodies were not very strong. Most of them used the Sky Deity battle armor to increase their defense, not their physical strength. Although they had the Sky Deity body, it was not very strong. Lin Fei, as a body-tempering cultivator, you should not exchange blows with a Sword Dao expert. In the Holy Spirit world, the Sword Dao path is one of the top 10 sects. Empyrean God Quicksand said indifferently. Trying to show off your strength in front of me, You are still lacking.
That may not be true.
Lin Fei laughed. Don't forget, the body-tempering cultivator is also one of the top 10 sects. 2 people. 1 person answered and 1 person answered. Time passed quickly. The sword array arrived. The void was completely sealed. Lin Fei did not fully unleash the sacred cloud dragon traversing physique, maintaining it at the 6th order heavenly god realm. It was neither too high nor too low, but it was still very impressive. It had only been 60,000 years. Swish swish swish. With a thought, Lin Fei executed space oscillation. As terrifying as the sealing power was, it was not enough to suppress Lin Fei. A huge force surged out like a tidal wave, crashing into the void, shattering most of the sealing power. Then, it slammed into the sword array, causing it to pause for a moment. At the same time, a portion of the sealing power was blocked.
Open.
The surrounding space sealing power was swept away, and Huang Xiaolong regained his freedom. Lin Fei punched out. The strength of his 6th order heavenly god realm physique burst forth, landing on the weakest point of the sword array, breaking through Quicksand's attack. Quicksand heavenly god didn't think he could kill Huang Xiaolong in one move. He only wanted to injure him. It was a little surprising that Lin Fei could break through the sword array so easily. No wonder he could kill junior brother Xue Luo's avatar so easily.
Again.
Quicksand heavenly god didn't seem to mind.
Who's afraid of who?
The Sea Cloud ruler led his army here, but his focus was still on Lin Fei. After uprooting the Blood Fiend sect's forces in a single day, the Sea Cloud ruler had a certain level of confidence in this low-key Lin Fei. While fighting with his old enemy, the Sea Cloud ruler was also paying attention to Lord Lin Fei. The memory of Quicksand heavenly god killing him in 3 moves was still fresh in his mind. He blocked it, he blocked it. The Sea Cloud ruler would never forget Quicksand's sword attack for the rest of his life. He died under this sword attack. The void was sealed, and his physical strength was too weak. He was killed by the sword array. Lord Lin Fei being able to break through this sword attack easily made the Sea Cloud ruler sigh in admiration. This gave him a greater hope. Perhaps, this time, Lord Lin Fei could really suppress Quicksand heavenly god. In the air, Quicksand heavenly god's position had not changed at all. His sword attacks came one after another, forcing Lin Fei to be unable to get close. His fierce sword attacks caused the Sea Cloud ruler's heavenly gods to suck in cold breaths. If they were to encounter Quicksand heavenly god, they would be finished. Judging from the current situation, Quicksand heavenly god's attacks seemed to be ineffective against Lin Fei. On the surface, it looked like he was blocking Quicksand heavenly god's attacks effortlessly. Quicksand heavenly god, is this all you've got? Lin Fei's pure physical body cultivation was able to shatter any attack that came his way with a single punch. If you don't have it, then I'll let you witness the power of the physical body cultivation. Lin Fei understood Quicksand heavenly god's attack style. His sword attacks were indeed powerful. Chapter 2807. Cloud Sea Mountain Range. Above the Ice Sea Stone mining area. Heavenly god Quicksand realized that Lin Fei was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. From the start of the battle, Heavenly god Quicksand had used a powerful sword Dao killing move, coupled with his slicing sword intent, which had killed many body-tempering cultivators. Sword Dao was one of the 10 great sections. There were countless branches in the sword Dao, big and small, depending on the individual's mastery of them. Among them, the slicing emperor intent was the most terrifying. With a slash, the endless slicing power could easily kill an opponent. Heavenly god Quicksand had always been disdainful of body-tempering cultivators. The sword Dao had always been the nemesis of body-tempering cultivators. At the same cultivation realm, the sword Dao would always suppress the opponent. But this time, Heavenly god Quicksand failed to suppress Lin Fei. For the first time, his sword Dao killing move failed. The opponent was like a slippery eel, slippery and slippery. He must be cultivating some kind of special body-tempering secret technique. Heavenly god Quicksand thought to himself. Only this explanation could explain why his attack failed to harm Lin Fei.
Sealing soul-severing palm.
Lin Fei bellowed, his palm striking out. Sealing space.
Heavenly god Quicksand knew the power of this kind of secret technique, not daring to underestimate it.
This was a killing move that could make a 7th-order Heavenly god Realm Master feel threatened, especially at the 2nd layer. The surrounding void froze in an instant.
You're finally willing to use a killing move, ah?
Heavenly God Quicksand had been waiting for this move. Only this move could make him feel pressured. Slash! Heavenly God Quicksand's sword slashed out, covering more than 100 swords. The sealed space loosened in an instant, and a giant hand descended from the sky. Void sword, sword array, appear. The sword array appeared above Quicksand's head. This move could not only attack, but it could also block. Its power was extraordinary, and no one dared to underestimate it. A powerful force surged out. The sword formation blocked this secret method killer move. Your sealing soul-severing hand is indeed worthy of being a secret technique of the body transformation school. If you want to deal with my sword array, it's still a bit lacking. My endless cutting power is scattered around, completely blocking your attack. You will be disappointed. Quicksand Heavenly God Realm was a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master, especially one who cultivated the sword path. His battle experience was extremely rich, thus he had already come up with a countermeasure to deal with this move.
If it was the 3rd level, the full power of the 9th level of the Saint Spirit Realm, Heavenly God Quicksand would have left without saying a word instead of staying here.
Is that so? Lin Fei burst into laughter and shot over. Bang bang bang. The boundless slicing power in his wake was completely pulverized by Lin Fei. Heavenly God Quicksand unleashed one sword strike after another, but he was unable to stop Lin Fei from closing in on him. Lin Fei stretched out his hand and attacked. A beam of light shot out. Heavenly God Quicksand realized that he was in trouble. That beam of light made him feel immense pressure and danger. The beam of light only left behind an afterimage when it met Heavenly God Quicksand's attack. Heavenly God Quicksand reacted quickly and raised his sword in front of him to block the attack. Clang! The beam of light turned into a terrifying force, causing Heavenly God Quicksand's body to sway. Cracks appeared on the Heavenly Deity battle armor on his body, and the blood in his body churned. Saint Spirit Realm 9th Level Body Transformation Secret Technique. Heavenly God Quicksand was shocked. In the Saint Spirit world, the Body Transformation School was one of the top 10 sections. Naturally, they had their own strong points. The most powerful one was their secret techniques, which were all based on strength. Fortunately, there were not many of these techniques. Mastering one or two of them was already not bad. Lin Fei used 2 techniques in a row, and their power was evenly matched. Heavenly God Quicksand felt a headache coming on. This is my self-created Holy Spirit Body Refinement Killer move. One finger piercing. I wonder how many times you can block my attacks. Lin Fei smiled as he attacked again, shooting out streams of light. This time, more than 10 attacks were unleashed. Heavenly God Quicksand's expression changed completely. How can his body be so strong? He can actually use such a powerful secret technique 10 times in one go. This was the true terror of body transformation style powerhouses. If their body was not heavily injured, they could attack endlessly with almost no side effects, unless their body could not withstand the attacks. However, it was different for them. If they used up all their energy, they would be inferior to their opponent. Heavenly God Quicksand's expression was grave as he slashed with his sword. Sword screen. Saint Spirit Realm 9th Level Sword Dao Technique. A sword screen blocked in front of him. This was a defensive technique of the Sword Dao sect. Heavenly God Quicksand had to block Lin Fei's attack. Once the sword screen appeared, more than 10 beams of light attacked, causing the sword screen to tremble. 6 of the beams of light pierced through the sword screen and reached Heavenly God Quicksand.
Heavenly God Quicksand had just slashed with his sword in an attempt to divert some of the force when his body suddenly shook.
His body was struck by 6 beams of light, and 6 bloody holes appeared on his body. Blood flowed freely. The sword screen instantly collapsed. What a powerful finger attack. Heavenly God Quicksand was bleeding. I still underestimated you. Swish. 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 Cracks appeared on the body of the 6-colored Heavenly God, and it collapsed. Countless fragments flew everywhere. Lord Lin Fei is mighty. Monarch Yun laughed excitedly. Ha ha ha. Heavenly God Quicksand is dead. We won. Sect leader Blood One and Heavenly God Shui Luo were all dumbfounded. Heavenly God Quicksand, his personal disciple, was killed by Lin Fei? Boundless fear rose in their hearts. Retreat! Sect leader Blood One and the other heavenly gods felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured on them when they saw Heavenly God Quicksand's death. They made a feint and tried to escape. If they did not escape now, they would really die. Where do you think you are going? Monarch Yun chased after them. The others also made a ruckus. How could they let their enemies escape? Sect leader Blood One, your helper is dead. You can follow him now. Sect leader Blood One could not believe that Heavenly God Quicksand was killed by Lin Fei. A voice suddenly came from the sky. It was Lin Fei, who was not far away. His eyes were cold, and his body trembled. He saw a big hand coming down from the sky. Seal the soul-severing hand. Sect leader Blood One screamed as he was crushed by Lin Fei. Lin Fei crushed Sect leader Blood One with one hand. He looked at Heavenly God Shui Luo coldly. You died last time. I don't know if you will be so lucky this time. Another palm shot through the air. My life is over. Heavenly God Shui Luo's face turned pale. He was killed on the spot. This time he was really dead. Lin Fei attacked 2 or 3 times in a row. He killed the experts of the Blood Fiend sect and the experts sent by them in a domineering manner. Monarch Yun and the other upper echelons finally saw the strength of a body-tempering expert. This Holy Spirit secret skill was used again and again without any restrictions. It was impossible to block it. This Lord Lin Fei was more terrifying than they had imagined. Chapter 2808. The Cloud Sea country's troubles were more or less settled. The happiest person after killing Blood One was the ruler of the Cloud Sea country. At the very least, for the next 100 years, the majority of the Cloud Sea mountain ranges mines would fall into his hands. His biggest worry was finally solved. In the next 100 years, Blood One dared not have any other thoughts, unless he could defeat Lin Fei. That was impossible. Even though Blood One was also a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master, he couldn't even last one move against Lin Fei. This was the gap between them. The Cloud Sea country's ruler brought his people to reclaim the Cloud Sea mountain ranges mines. The Cloud Sea country erupted in cheers. Lin Fei's name gradually spread throughout the Cloud Sea country and the surrounding countries. When the Blood Fiend country's ruler heard about it, he flew into a rage, smashing many things on the ground. Of course, this was a story for another time. By this time, Lin Fei had returned to the Cloud Sea country, on his mountain peak. After recultivating my heaven-defying 12-layer super physique, its power has increased by a large margin, especially my body-tempering killing moves. Each move has its own unique characteristics, reaching a perfect level. After dismissing the servant, Lin Fei sat in the yard, thinking about the battle. Sword Dao is one of the top 10 schools, and there are indeed people who have excelled in it. For example, the slicing power, incomparably sharp. An average 6th-order Heavenly God Realm's physique wouldn't be able to block it. It's not an exaggeration to say that it's the bane of body tempering. Lin Fei was very clear that he had the upper hand in the battle. When the power of slicing met with his powerful defense, it was futile. What made Lin Fei the happiest was that his body-tempering killing moves had increased in power, becoming more perfect. Heavenly God Quicksand was at a disadvantage facing this kind of attack for the first time. Body-tempering power can be invisible and colorless, catching him off guard. His physique isn't strong, naturally he couldn't block the impact of pure power, so it's normal for him to die. Lin Fei's attack this time was purely to test his strength. If Heavenly God Quicksand knew about this, he would be depressed. He had actually become a lab rat. His reputation would be ruined. After this battle, I believe the people of the Bloody Evil Kingdom won't dare to act recklessly for a while. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. Unless they can find someone to suppress me. As for killing me, they won't dare to do it openly. This was also the benefit of having a good master. You assassinated my disciple. I want you to die. This was the role of a master, especially when they had a very protective master. Moreover, the master was a great supremacy. Even if they were given 100 guts, they still wouldn't dare to offend him. The competition between the Cloud Sea Nation and the Blood Fiend Nation was not widely publicized. For tens of thousands of years, it wasn't you who suppressed me. It's just that I'm suppressing you. Everyone is used to it. What attracted the most attention was the Cloud Sea country's Lin Fei, a 6th-order Heavenly God Realm body-tempering school cultivator, being able to kill a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Quicksand Heavenly God from one of the 10 great sects, the Sword Dao faction, was something to marvel at. Was there going to be another powerful supremacy of the body-tempering school? Compared to becoming a supremacy through the Emperor Will path, becoming a supremacy of the body-tempering school was more than 100 times more difficult.
Any supremacy of the body-tempering school was highly sought after. One of them could threaten 2 or even 3 supremacies.
Blood Fiend Nation. The Blood Fiend ruler personally came to a mountain peak. The mountain peak was quiet and tranquil, and the scenery was pleasant. Lord Quicksand, this time, it was our Blood Fiend Nation's fault for not investigating Lin Fei's strength in time. We are willing to accept punishment. The Blood Fiend ruler was a middle-aged man with a mustache, exuding a sinister aura. Quicksand Heavenly God waved his hand dismissively. This matter cannot be blamed on you. The Dark Shadow Palace probably didn't know that Lin Fei was so strong. I suspect that he has cultivated at least 3 body-tempering school killing moves. Quicksand Heavenly God's expression was calm. At his level, even if he was angry, he would not show it. This time, he had been too arrogant. He did not expect that Lin Fei would be different from what he had heard. He was caught off guard by the other party. The other party's strength was also particularly domineering. For example, the last move. He had been trying to figure out what move to use to block it, but until now, he had no clue. That was a move based on strength, and it ignored all defenses.
If he wanted to block that move, he would either have to wear a more advanced heavenly deity armor or use a move that was good at defense.
Apart from that, there was no other way. The other party's strength was domineering and ferocious, like a flood or a fierce beast. Quicksand Heavenly God did not expect this. Lin Fei was proficient in calculation. He first numbed himself, and then burst out with a real attack. It was impossible to guard against. Quicksand Heavenly God was naturally full of hatred for Lin Fei. The Blood Fiend ruler was also worried. 3 body-tempering school killing moves, and the other party was the Great Supremacy's personal disciple. It was really difficult to deal with. Don't look for trouble with Lin Fei in the next 1,000 years. Ruler, you are not his match. Quicksand Heavenly God said to the Blood Fiend ruler, and then he let the Blood Fiend ruler leave. I don't believe it. Wait for my sword Dao killing move to the next level, and I have a breakthrough, then I will fight you again. Quicksand Heavenly God was not a reckless person. If he lost, then he lost. As long as his main body was still here, it did not matter. Quicksand Heavenly God really did not care about the long years. His heart ached for those few flying swords. Dark Shadow Palace. Great Venerable Han Tian also received the news from his eldest disciple, Heavenly God Chongyang. This kid is really a genius. At such a young age, he created a body-tempering killing move. His strength is fierce and terrifying. Anyone who becomes his enemy will be unlucky. Heavenly God Chongyang had been paying attention to this low-key junior brother. He did not expect that this junior brother would bring him a big surprise. More than 60,000 years could make a person dispensable. Compared to Dugu Yijian and the others, Lin Fei was the most low-key one. Of course, this was normal. After all, body-tempering experts were notoriously difficult to cultivate. Great Venerable Han Tian had left one of his avatars outside, and this personal disciple was in a free-range state. Hearing that Lin Fei had cultivated the sacred cloud dragon traversing body to the 6th level and mastered the 2nd level of the sealing soul-severing palm, this great venerable laughed. Good job. Your potential is unlimited. It had taken Great Venerable Han Tian hundreds of thousands of years to advance from the 3rd Order Heavenly God Realm to the 6th Order Heavenly God Realm. Although the sacred cloud dragon traversing body was not a top body-tempering technique, the fact that he could cultivate it to this level showed that his potential was unlimited. Go tell Lin Fei to cultivate hard. Great Venerable Han Tian said. It doesn't matter if Venerable One Sword's disciple dies, they won't dare to do anything. They deserve it for being weaker. Heavenly God Chongyang nodded. He was happy for Lin Fei. If a Great Venerable's personal disciple did not have a promising future, it would be a disgrace to their master. They were worried that their master did not care much about this. Chapter 2809. Ever since Yun Hai country's troubles were resolved, Lin Fei entered into cultivation mode once more. He left a message for Yun Hai country's ruler, telling him not to disturb his cultivation unless absolutely necessary. Yun Hai country's ruler nodded repeatedly. At this point, Yun Hai country's ruler only had respect for Lin Fei. One of Blood One's avatars was killed, and Heavenly God Quicksand's avatar was also killed. Yun Hai country's ruler was extremely respectful towards Lin Fei. There was no longer any disrespect. In the Saint Spirit world, the strong ruled supreme. Since Lin Fei did not display his strength at the start, Yunhai country's ruler naturally looked down on him. Even though there was a respectful expression on his face, it was only to show respect for Lin Fei's identity as his personal disciple. After the battle at the Cloud Sea mountain range, Yunhai country's ruler was completely convinced that Huang Xiaolong was a body-tempering cultivator. After all, among the 10 great sects, the body-tempering cultivator was one of the more difficult to deal with. This cultivation session took a total of 15,000 years, and this was under the condition of time acceleration. In the outside world it looked like 5,000 years. My sacred cloud dragon physique has reached the 7th stage. Although it's a little fast, it shouldn't affect me too much. I really have to thank Blood Fiend ruler for starting a small-scale war. Lin Fei's aura had become stronger. Previously, he had been suppressing it, but now that he could release the 7th stage's strength, even though it was still sealed, it was no longer as uncomfortable as before. Advancing from 7th Order Heavenly God Realm to 8th Order Heavenly God Realm, becoming a High Lord, might be difficult for others, but it's not that difficult for me. The first step is to obtain enough Divine Essence Sand to temper my physique. After that, my goal is to focus on the Divine Essence Sand. Lin Fei sat in the secret chamber, breathing continuously. This was the sound of his blood essence flowing, akin to the surging waves of the sea. Ordinary heavenly gods wouldn't be able to withstand the impact of his blood essence. Lin Fei's current cultivation was at Proud Heaven's 7th stage, which was enough for him to compete with a body-tempering cultivator. However, he had yet to reach the perfection stage. Once he reached the perfection stage and used the Divine Essence Sand to temper his physique, he would immediately become a High Lord. Even in the Saint Spirit realm, the Origin Energy God Sand was something that was rare. Previously, he had obtained it from the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei's first thought was to earn contribution points to exchange for the Essence Force God Sand. This idea was quickly rejected. Last time it was 100 gene. If he were to exchange it again, Lin Fei was worried that others would notice something was off. Divine Elemental Energy Sand was mostly used to refine Heavenly God Realm divine weapons. Thus, this kind of Heavenly God Realm divine weapon had another name: Divine Elemental Energy Weapon. Lin Fei wasn't some master refiner, so he naturally couldn't use the God Origin Energy Sand. 100 kilograms was a lot, and it hadn't even been 70,000 years, yet he wanted the God Origin Energy Sand again. Everyone knew that there was something fishy going on. This was a risk that could not be taken. Lin Fei knew better than anyone that his heaven-defying 12 layers tyrant physique had become extremely perfect after several hundred years of recreation. Especially in terms of the use of strength, it was a combination of hardness and softness. It could become a top-notch physique cultivation technique. What I need to do now is to plunder a large amount of life energy and push my physique to the 7th layer of perfection. Then, I'll go get the God Origin Energy Sand. The best place to plunder a large amount of life energy was to kill some of the Saint Spirit world's most notorious heavenly god experts. The Dark Shadow Palace was in charge of this area. Lin Fei decided to start from there. Dark Shadow Palace Union, Yunhai Branch. The Dark Shadow Palace controlled thousands of countries. They had established the Dark Shadow Palace Union, which was feared by everyone in the Saint Spirit world. There were branches in every country. In the Dark Shadow Palace Union, as long as one could afford it, the Union would issue a commission and offer a bounty to kill the other party. As the Union maintained absolute confidentiality and fairness, the Dark Shadow Palace Union quickly became the Saint Spirit world's #1 assassination organization. Regardless of whether it was a personal grudge or something else, one could issue a commission here. As long as one paid a certain amount of money, someone would come to accept the mission. The Dark Shadow Palace Union also became a place for many heavenly god experts to train. Here, not only could one earn money, but they could also train themselves and be liked by heavenly god experts. Apart from assassinations, there were also all sorts of commission missions here. Some were from exploration organizations, and some were from others. There were all kinds of commissions, and they covered a very large area. This was Lin Fei's first time entering the Dark Shadow Palace Union. In the huge hall, people came and went. They were all heavenly gods, and they were all in groups of 3 to 5. There were all kinds of people here. This is Heavenly God Mullah's head and identification. Check it yourself. A burly man threw out a head and a weapon. He stood to the side and watched as the supervisor brought people to check the head's identification. Lin Fei looked around and saw quite a few such scenes. The supervisor in the hall was already used to this. After checking one's identity and registering, everything was done in an orderly manner. "This senior, are you here to register as a member of the Dark Shadow Palace Union?" Lin Fei looked left and right. Soon, an Emperor Rel middle-aged man walked up to him and asked politely. On his way here, Lin Fei had already understood the basic situation. Lin Fei harumphed softly. This time, Lin Fei's aura was maintained at 7th Order Heavenly God realm. "Senior, this way please, our people will help you register immediately." One had to register before accepting a mission in the Dark Shadow Palace Union. After registering, a newcomer would be a 1-star shadowed being. Shadowed being was just a name given to the Dark Shadow Palace Union. Every time a mission was completed, the Dark Shadow Palace would reward a member with a certain amount of points. The Dark Shadow Palace was divided into 10 stars. The lowest rank was a 1-star shadowed being, which was the status of a newcomer. The highest was a 10-star shadowed being. Anyone who became a shadowed being could obtain certain benefits from the Dark Shadow Palace Union based on their star rank. This was also the reason why everyone was willing to register. The Dark Shadow Palace Union being able to develop to its current level was closely related to these benefits. The Saint Spirit World Saint Spirit Secret Arts, killing moves, 10 great sects, and other cultivation techniques were kept in the Dark Shadow Palace Union. As long as one became a star-ranked shadowed being, they could obtain these things after paying a certain price. Even divine weapons, armors, and so on were not a problem. Since they were willing to join the Dark Shadow Palace Union and there were no restrictions, everyone naturally agreed. "Let's call him Out Yen." Lin Fei casually picked a name. There was no need to drip a drop of blood on it, and a special token was made. It was said that this token was 1 in a million, and no outsider could replicate it. Chapter 28:10. Lin Fei was not in a hurry to look for quests. There were all sorts of missions in the Shadow Palace. Completing each mission would earn him points, so it wasn't difficult for Lin Fei to level up. Up until now, most of the Shadow Men in the Dark Shadow Palace were stuck at 4 or 5 stars. 6 or 7 stars were considered very powerful. As for the 8 or 9-star Shadow Men, there were only a handful of them. 6 or 7-star Dark Shadows were basically all rank 7 heavenly gods. Most of the shadowy figures on the 8-9 star were great supremacies or great supremacies. The Dark Shadow Palace had resources. Those missions on the Great 8 great planets were basically reserved by some powerful supremacies. The identity of every Great 8 great planet Umbra was top secret. No one knew, and no one dared to ask the Dark Shadow Palace unless they wanted to offend a top powerhouse like Hierarch Umbra. "I want a 6 or 7-star mission." When Lin Fei came over with the aura of a rank 7 heavenly god, someone immediately came over with 6 and 7-star missions. "Sir, this is the mission you wanted." After handing over the mission, he took the initiative to stand to the side. Any 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master wasn't someone they could afford to offend. No one knew when that person had advanced to 8th Order Heavenly God Realm, they couldn't afford to offend him. Lin Fei began to look through the missions. Lin Fei didn't care much about the Shadow Man's level. However, for him, who was preparing to plunder a large amount of life essence, using another identity could save him a lot of trouble. When he arrived, Lin Fei had simulated a completely new aura, and his face had also changed. He was a complete stranger. Even those who were familiar with him would not be able to tell who Lin Fei was. According to the little devil, this method was very safe. Even a great sovereign wouldn't be able to see through it. Relieved, Lin Fei assumed the identity of Proud Heaven. 6-star Shadow Mission. Kill the Monarch of Wind Moon Nation. Reward, 1 million Saint Spirit Crystals and 500 points. 6-star Shadow Mission. Kill the Demon for June. Reward, 1,300,000 Saint Spirit Crystals and 700 points. Lin Fei looked at them one by one. They were all about killing famous heaven gods in the Saint Spirit domain. One could tell the difficulty from the mission itself. Similarly, it was a 6-star Shadow Mission. One could also tell from the rewards. The Saint Spirit Crystal was naturally the currency of the Saint Spirit domain. It was very precious. "This won't do. It's too far away. The one from the Temporal Temple seems to be fine. Those from the Massacre God Court are fine too." He read through the missions one by one. Lin Fei decided to start with the 6 to 7-star missions. There weren't too many dangers, so he decided to use them as practice.
After all, the targets of these missions were 6th Order and 7th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivators. Some of them were quite powerful.
Thus, Lin Fei accepted 10 missions in one go. In the Dark Shadow Palace, there were no restrictions on missions. The same mission could be accepted by countless people, and no one could complete it. The reward belonged to whoever. It was very fair. Lin Fei accepted 10 missions as a 1-star Shadowman and quietly left the Shadow Palace Guild. The most recent mission is for a 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master from the Blood Fiend country, Cult Leader Blood One. What a coincidence. Lin Fei smiled. Last time, I killed one of his avatars. This time, I'll deal with him at the same time. Massacre God Court, Blood Fiend country. Clad in a black robe, Lin Fei snuck into the Blood Fiend country to search for Cult Leader Blood One. According to the mission announcement, this Cult Leader Blood One was one of the Blood Fiend ruler's trusted aides. The Blood Fiend sect was established under the Blood Fiend ruler's orders, and it had quite a bit of influence in the surrounding countries. After I killed Cult Leader Blood One, he must have become more cautious. There's a high chance he's hiding in a secret place. People who entered the Dark Shadow Palace Guild's name list were extremely cautious. Lin Fei could only resort to the stupidest method, searching one by one. As long as he found Cult Leader Blood One, he would die without a doubt. This time, with the identity of Proud Heaven, Lin Fei did not need to hold back. Going all out, Cult Leader Blood One would die in a single move. Lin Fei's Proud Heaven's 7th realm allowed his physical body to easily erupt with the strength of an 8th Order Heavenly God realm, which was equivalent to a High Lord. Moreover, it was a mid-upper High Lord. This was the reason why Lin Fei wanted to become a Shadow expert. Lin Fei began to move about. The Blood Fiend country controlled 38 big cities and several dozen smaller cities. Lin Fei started with the smaller cities, searching them one by one, but he did not find any trace of Cult Leader Blood One. He had killed a branch elder of the Blood Fiend sect, but the only news he got was that Cult Leader Blood One had gone into seclusion. This was good news. But as for where exactly, no one knew. Lin Fei searched through more than a dozen smaller cities, but there was no news. It was as if Cult Leader Blood One had vanished into thin air. The little devil did not find anything. This is the last city. I wonder if he's hiding here. Lin Fei snuck into the last city. The system's powerful searching ability covered the entire city, silently searching without anyone noticing. These cities did not have a High Lord overseeing them, so there was no need to worry about being discovered. Master, that guy is hiding in a secret chamber of the Blood Fiend sect branch. The little devil found something, sending an image to Huang Xiaolong. Inside a dark secret chamber, Cult Leader Blood One was really cultivating, and there was a clone sitting beside him. My luck is really not bad. Both my main body and clone are here. It's just nice to get rid of them together. Without Cult Leader Blood One, the Blood Fiend sect is going to be lively. Lin Fei's eyes narrowed. This person was the Cult Leader Blood One he was looking for. Ever since Cult Leader Blood One's clone was killed, he had been hiding in the Blood Fiend sect. The Dark Shadow Palace had put a bounty on his head. He was afraid that the Shadow experts would come to kill him. Among the Shadow Palace branch's Shadow experts were High Lords, who knew if they would come to kill him. In these several thousand years, Cult Leader Blood One had been extremely careful. Cult Leader Blood One, die! Cult Leader Blood One was comprehending a secret killer move when there was a sudden fluctuation in the void. His heart skipped a beat, and he turned pale with fright. In the void, a person rushed out. Oh no! Sect Leader Blood One's scalp went numb. Only supremacies could tear through the void and come here. How could a supremacy come here to kill him? The best proof of a High Lord was that they could travel through the void in the Saint Spirit domain, and they were not afraid of the power of space. A High Lord like Cult Leader Blood One was a little lacking, and he had to rely on the power of a treasure. Cult Leader Blood One turned and ran. The other's aura was too dangerous. Chapter 28:11. It was useless even if Sect Leader Blood One asked for help. Boundless and terrifying energy rippled out in the secret chamber, and Sect Leader Blood One was instantly turned into dust. His life force was also instantly plundered. Lin Fei turned around and tore the void apart, escaping far away. Not long after, a figure appeared in the sky above the Blood Fiend sect. His sharp gaze covered the entire sect, and with a flash, he appeared in the secret chamber where Sect Leader Blood One cultivated. What a powerful shockwave. This is definitely the attack of a physique cultivator. Sect leader Blood One couldn't even withstand my arrival and was killed. The person who came was the Blood Fiend ruler. His entire body was covered in black baleful chi, and only his sharp eyes could be seen. The Blood Fiend ruler did not find any clues left behind by the enemy. A one-hit kill. Could it be the work of the Yunhai ruler? The Blood Fiend ruler thought to himself. It can't be the work of the Yunhai ruler. With such a powerful energy, it must be at least a rank 7 heavenly god physique cultivator. To be able to render sect leader Blood One helpless in such a short time, his strength far surpasses mine. The Blood Fiend ruler did not care much about the death of sect leader Blood One. A sect leader could be easily groomed, and the other party could kill him in a short time. Such a mysterious enemy would give anyone a headache. After Lin Fei killed sect leader Blood One, he immediately left and erased all traces. The next one is also from the Massacre God Court, a ruler with a notorious reputation. Lin Fei used his full strength, and his body ignored the powerful tearing force of the void as he continuously traversed the void. This was the biggest difference between a supremacy and an ordinary heavenly god. Killing a rank 7 heavenly god did not surprise Lin Fei. In his heart, he had a new impression of the power of the physique cultivator. It was indeed worthy of being one of the hardest to deal with among the 10 great sections. Massacre God Court. Splitting Ox Ruler. This Splitting Ox ruler was a ferocious general at the great circle of the 7th Order heavenly god realm. He loved to start wars, and countless heavenly gods had died at his hands. But on this day, in his own imperial capital, the Splitting Bull ruler encountered a mysterious black-robed man. The moment that mysterious black-robed man appeared, he slapped down with his palm, causing the Splitting Bull ruler's subordinates to suffer heavy casualties. Even the Splitting Bull ruler himself was severely injured. The mysterious black-robed man ignored everyone's attacks and arrived before the Splitting Bull ruler. With a single punch, he smashed the Splitting Bull ruler into pieces before leaving calmly. The entire Splitting Bull country was in an uproar. From start to finish, no one could stop the other party. Even now, everyone was horrified by the surging power. This was a body refinement heavenly deity expert. His power ferocious and domineering. A month later, in a country under the jurisdiction of the Massacre God Court, an old heavenly god with a fearsome reputation was attacked by a mysterious black-robed man. In front of everyone, the black-robed man killed him with 3 punches, leaving not even his corpse behind. Everyone was in an uproar again. The Massacre God Court had always been extremely domineering, and there were very few people who dared to openly kill their way in. This mysterious black-robed man was undoubtedly challenging the laws of the Massacre God Court. This caused many people to feel displeased. Since when did the usually domineering Massacre God Court allow anyone to make a move, much less in front of the court? Some heavenly god experts began to search for this mysterious black-robed man. Did you hear? That mysterious black-robed man attacked again. It can't be, right? He's so daring. Who did he kill this time? A direct descendant of a family with a bad reputation encountered the mysterious black-robed man, and he killed him with a single punch. He couldn't even block the attack. He's too arrogant. This is the Massacre God Court. He's seeking his own death. In the span of 10 years, a mysterious black-robed man appeared in the Massacre God Court. He was extremely powerful, and even rank 7 heavenly gods were no match for him. At most he could kill his opponent with 3 punches. Later on, people deduced that this mysterious black-robed man was a body refinement expert, at least a rank 7 heavenly god. He could travel through the void, and he was infinitely close to the supremacy realm. In a short span of 10 years, a total of 23 heavenly gods were killed in the Massacre God Court. Among them were monarchs, family disciples, and overlords. In a restaurant, the black-robed Lin Fei sat against the wall, quietly drinking wine. In the span of 10 years, Lin Fei completed a total of 23 missions. Among them, there were 7-star missions and 6-star missions, and the majority of them were within the Massacre God Court's territory. Lin Fei naturally did not stand on ceremony. He completed 9 missions in one go, and after completing a dozen or so missions, the heavenly gods of the Massacre God Court began to act cautiously. In the span of 10 years, Lin Fei spent almost all his time searching for people. He hid from one place to another, spending a lot of time. Among these heavenly gods, there were some who excelled in concealment, and they were indeed not easy to find. It was easy to kill them, but it was difficult to find them, especially when both the main body and the clone had to be killed at the same time. Anyone at the level of a monarch was qualified to learn the cloning technique. By cultivating a clone, killing them would take some time. Today was Lin Fei's last mission. It was a 7-star mission, and it was also the most difficult 7-star mission. This time, you won't be able to escape. I just don't know if those people will catch up. I'm not fighting back. Do you really think I'm a sick cat? I just can't be bothered to deal with you. In the span of 10 years, some of the tracking experts of the Massacre God Court had been tracking him. Lin Fei had little fiend, and he had been perfectly concealing his tracks. In the span of 10 years, there were more than 100 heavenly gods looking for him. Master, are you going to kill them later? That's an extremely famous heavenly god, and he has the backing of single sword supremacy. Lin Fei drank a mouthful of wine, looking at the crowd outside. So what if he's single sword supremacy's disciple? In any case, I've already offended him. I'm not afraid of offending another one. Moreover, I've changed everything. They will only know me as Proud Heaven, the Shadow Man of the Dark Shadow Palace, and nothing else. After completing this mission, I should be able to advance to a 6-star Shadow Man. After 23 missions, Lin Fei had plundered a lot of life force, and his physique had improved significantly. This efficiency was incomparable to ordinary people. Master, he's here. Lin Fei casually looked at the sky. A majestic group of people appeared. This was the mission Lin Fei had to complete. He had to snatch a treasure from this group, and the treasure was on the body of a 7th-order heavenly god realm master. Nangong Li Hua. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. He was a disciple of the Massacre God Court's Nangong family, and was a personal disciple of single sword supremacy. His reputation was not small. Master, it seems like there are also people eyeing the grade 8 glazed golden lotus. Looks like you have a few more opponents. Little Fiend teased. Lin Fei didn't mind at all, pouring himself a cup of wine. Chapter 28:12. Within the territory controlled by the Massacre God Court, Heavenly God Nangong Lihua was not worried. He only needed to guard against outsiders. Furthermore, they were fully prepared this time. If the people hiding in the dark dared to make a move, today would be their doomsday. I wonder if that mysterious black-robed man will make a move. Heavenly God Nangong Lihua thought to himself. Master, an 8th-grade glazed golden lotus is an extremely precious treasure. Why must he give it away? This was something he could not figure out. In the Saint Spirit realm, rare treasures were usually divided into grades. 1st grade was the lowest, 9th grade was the highest, and there were also extremely special 10th grade treasures. So far, only 3 10th grade rare treasures had appeared in the entire Saint Spirit realm. Those were the true top grade treasures that could allow a person's strength to advance by leaps and bounds. An 8th grade rare treasure became extremely expensive, especially when 9th grade and 10th grade treasures rarely appeared. Heavenly God Nangong Lihua was extremely nervous and fearful in the face of such a treasure. After this big city, we'll be close to Heavenly Heart Island. Heavenly God Nangong Lihua was very reassured along the way. If there was any movement, he could send a signal to the big city. Only this place, which was close to the border, was the most dangerous. Everyone, stay alert and guard the good stuff. In the big city below, in a courtyard, a few people sat and watched the image brought by the heavenly mirror. This was a kind of treasure in the Saint Spirit realm. It was a treasure that could be used to watch battles silently. Supreme Lord One Sword is really willing to let Nangong Lihua escort the treasure to Heavenly Heart Island. Fortunately, he didn't come. Otherwise, we wouldn't have a chance to make a move. Heavenly God Yang Feng smiled. After this deal, we can live freely for a long time. Third brother, did you see clearly? Are there any hidden experts among them? These people were from the Saint Spirit realm. They would do anything. Usually, they would take on missions from the Shadow Palace. These kinds of adventurer teams were all ruthless people. There were many of them in the Saint Spirit realm. They were cruel, and very few people dared to offend them. Heavenly God Yang Feng was the leader of this team. He even gave them a team name, Heartless. Big brother, only Nangong Lihua's aura is the strongest. The others are all very ordinary. A midget dwarf sitting in the distance says,
It's rumored that Paragon One's sword was heavily injured when he was fighting for the Grade 8 glazed golden lotus. That's why he had Nangong Lihua escort him. Yang Feng trusted all three's words. He wasn't very strong, but he had a special ability that allowed him to sense danger. Anyone could sense danger with just a glance. Relying on this special ability, their heartless adventurer team had avoided danger time and time again. When they leave the big city and reach the border, we'll make our move. We can't let anyone beat us to it. The boundaries of the territory controlled by the god of massacre. This place wasn't close to the Dark Shadow Palace, nor was it close to the Temporal Temple. On this side, there were many kingdoms. These kingdoms were scattered, and none of them were easy to deal with. Some were even established by exalted lords. The surrounding kingdoms formed a powerful faction. Among them, Heavenly Heart Island was a special place. Heavenly Heart Island was located in an uninhabited area. That place was known as a dead end, and there was a terrifying illusion array of the Saint Spirit world. Anyone who entered that place would be trapped by the illusion array. Even exalted lords had to be careful. Illusion arrays were one of the most terrifying of the 10 great sects. Illusion arrays could create a world that was both real and fake. Once trapped, no matter how strong one was, they wouldn't be able to display their full strength. Heavenly Heart, Sovereign of Heavenly Heart Island, was an expert of the illusion array. He was very famous, and although he didn't join the top 3 factions, he was still a very impressive exalted lord in the eyes of the top 3 factions. Heavenly God Nangong Lihua led his people out of the God of Massacre's border. At this time, they needed to be careful. No one dared to attack a team in the God of Massacre's territory, let alone a disciple of an exalted lord. Attack! 5 days after leaving the God of Massacre's territory, Heavenly Deity Yang Feng led his people into action. As soon as they arrived, they immediately set up a Void Grand Array, which sealed this part of the world. Such a Void Grand Array would cost at least tens of millions of Saint Spirit crystals. Such a huge space was sealed, but the people inside could still move around. After sealing the space, Heavenly God Yang Feng took out a bottle and poured it into the array. A green mist appeared, filled with a dangerous aura, and it spread out majestically. After the green mist dispersed, it formed a terrifying attack. The heavenly god at the very front screamed in pain when he was touched by the green mist, and he was corroded into nothingness in less than a few breaths of time. Netherworld Ghost Poison. Heavenly God Nangong Lihua's expression changed. You're the damned heartless adventurer team. Nangong Lihua, you really have a good eye. Heavenly God Yang Feng laughed. It's us. We'll slowly enjoy this kind of good stuff. In order to capture you all in one fell swoop, I spent 2/3 of my wealth. The Saint Spirit world had a huge amount of resources that other worlds couldn't compare to. Heavenly God Yang Feng was a 7th-order Heavenly God realm cultivator. The reason he was able to make a name for himself was because he was good at using his brain. Against experts, he liked to use treasures and poison. For example, the Netherworld Ghost Poison in front of him was an extremely tyrannical poison. Once it was used, unless an 8th-order Heavenly God realm cultivator had a treasure, they would die without a doubt. This kind of poison was extremely precious. Heavenly God Yang Feng had paid a huge price to obtain a small amount, but it was more than enough to deal with Nangong Lihua's group. Lin Fei had been following them in the void. The tearing force enveloped his body, but it didn't have any effect on him. What a powerful method, using treasures to deal with the enemy. No wonder they dared to make a move with just 5 people. Lin Fei admired it with interest. Netherworld Ghost Poison. What a tyrannical poison. It specifically targets the physical body. No wonder they're so confident. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry. Since Venerable One's sword was escorted by his personal disciples, he definitely had a trump card. It was just a matter of who was more unlucky. Despicable. Despite Heavenly God Nangong Lihua's anger, he immediately called back his disciples. With a wave of his sword, he formed a defensive barrier, blocking the Netherworld Ghost Poison outside. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When the green mist landed on the barrier, it emitted an ear-piercing sound, continuously corroding the barrier. It was extremely tyrannical. How did he get this kind of thing? Wasn't it said to be lost? Chapter 28:13. Empyrean God Yang Feng was the first to attack with the members of the Ruthless Adventurer Group. Compared to besieging them, this method was much more vicious.
The first thing they did was an imprisonment formation and the use of an evil poison like netherworld ghost poison. This method was naturally very powerful. Ordinary people really didn't have the ability to kill people by relying on treasures without making a move. Heavenly God Yangfeng didn't seem to feel any pressure, but he was actually worried. The imprisonment formation he set up was not stable. It had a certain time limit and was a one-time consumable. That was the key. Once the time limit was up, the one-time imprisonment formation would disappear. If tens of millions of Saint Spirit crystals could really buy this kind of permanent treasure, who knew how many people would give up their entire fortune to buy it and use it as a treasure in their hands? Tens of millions of Saint Spirit crystals to be able to use the confinement formation once was definitely worth it. We must kill them. Heavenly God Yangfeng didn't dare to go in front of that kind of poison. Even he couldn't block even a wisp of it. Right now, he could only hope that the poison could kill them. After all, the personal disciples of Supremacy One Sword were the #1 Sword Dao sect. None of them were easy to deal with. The Sword Dao sects of the 10 great sects were not only good at offense but also good at defense. Although the Nether Ghost poison was powerful, it encountered the strongest Sword Dao defense in front of Nangong Lihua. Every time he executed a move, his sword intent sliced at the Nether Ghost poison, causing its might to constantly decrease. After a short moment of chaos, the disciples of Venerable Lord One Sword immediately returned to normal. A few of them executed their sword arts together and suppressed the invasion of the poison. Time passed by minute. Apart from the casualties at the beginning, no one else suffered any casualties. Heavenly God Nangong Lihua controlled the rhythm and suppressed the poison to the point where it couldn't float over. Even if some of it escaped, its power was suppressed to the minimum. Empyrean God Yangfeng, are you disappointed that your poison didn't work? It looks like your sealing formation is about to reach its end. Nangong Lihua smiled. Without the imprisonment formation, what else do you have other than vicious methods? After stabilizing the situation, Heavenly God Nangong Lihua had nothing to worry about. Heavenly God Yangfeng's expression was very ugly. It said that the Sword Dao School is not only known for its powerful combat strength, but also for its impenetrable defense. What a miscalculation. My efforts are going to be wasted. Looking at the situation in the formation, Heavenly God Yangfeng knew that he was going to fail today. No matter how many calculations he had made, this was the only thing he had not taken into account. It should be said that he had overlooked something. If it was an expert from another school, he would have died without a doubt. Only the Sword School could easily weaken the power of the poison. Retreat! Empyrean deity Yangfeng had always been cautious. Seeing that his plan had failed, he immediately decided to retreat. Once the people inside came out, he would definitely not be a match for them. Sooner or later, he would be killed, and his entire team would be annihilated. Even though he was extremely unwilling, he knew that if he didn't leave now, there wouldn't be many chances left. Once the restraining power of the formation was lost, he wouldn't be able to leave even if he wanted to. Who allowed you to leave? At the instant when Yangfeng retreated, a cold voice rang out. A sword light suddenly appeared in the air, slashing onto Yangfeng's body. Yangfeng's heavenly deity was cut into two. The sword light didn't stop there, it slashed through the bodies of the others one by one. All of them were cut into two and fell from the sky. Not good, I fell into a trap. Yangfeng recovered his physical body. He felt a chill all over his body. He turned and ran, but another sword slashed over from behind, slashing his body. This time, he didn't recover. To Empyrean experts, being killed once wouldn't kill them. As long as they had vitality, they could recover. But if they encountered a powerful expert, they would consume a large amount of vitality. 1 or 2 slashes would be enough to kill them. In the air outside, a black-robed old man appeared, emitting an ice-cold sword intent. And all of you, die together. The black-robed old man's gaze was ice-cold. With a swoosh, he entered the air. Quickly leave. This is the personal disciple of Paragon One Sword. Retreat! Hurried voices rang out in the surroundings. The black-robed old man was extremely powerful. With the clear wind sword in his hand, heads fell to the ground. No one could block the might of his 2 swords, and all of them turned into corpses. Reckless fools! The trapping formation also disappeared. Nangong Lihua and his group also regained their freedom. The might of the netherworld ghost poison was weakened to the limit. Thank you, senior brother, for killing these people. Nangong Lihua sneered. The black-robed old man was Nangong Lihua's senior brother, Empyrean god Cold Blood. They even dared to touch master's things. I thought some powerful people would make a move, but in the end, it's just a bunch of ants. The black-robed old man was quite disappointed. None of these people could block the might of his two swords. They were too weak. With this kind of strength they dared to make a move. Humph. This time, they brought master's things over. In fact, one was in the dark and one was in the light. They wanted to lure those people into a trap and catch them all in one fell swoop. They didn't expect that they would be some small fish. Killing them was quite boring. Apart from a few sects that could block the attacks of the Sword Dao sect, these people were naturally very boring. The trouble is solved. Let's hurry to Heavenly Heart Island. Nangong Lihua said. Empyrean god Cold Blood nodded. There was no one hiding in the surroundings. The moment they relaxed, a hand reached out from the void. This hand was very ordinary and ordinary. It grabbed at them, and space was sealed. Not good. Nangong Lihua and the Heavenly Blood Kill God quivered. There was actually someone hiding in the dark, able to hide from them. The Sword Dao sect was one of the top 10 sects, and they were the most sensitive to killing intent. To be able to hide from them, this person was at least a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master, perhaps an expert proficient in concealment. But when the other party made his move, the two of them paled, feeling the danger coming from the palm. This was definitely not a threat from a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master. A terrifying thought rose in their minds. A High Lord. Despite being mentally prepared, the two of them were still shaken. Suppressing the uneasiness in their hearts, they executed the Sword Dao sect's killing move. Sword Chi crisscrossed the space in the palm, eclipsing the sun and moon. The giant palm slowly closed. The Sword Dao attack did not stop the palm from closing. Terrifying energy rippled out from the space in the palm. The two of them fell into despair. This was the attack of a High Lord. Moreover, it was a physical body High Lord Master of the Body Tempering School. This was akin to taking their lives. Our master is the solitary sword High Lord. The Heavenly Blood Kill God shouted. After a loud bang, the giant palm closed, erasing all life. Chapter 28:14. Nangong Lihua was escorting the Grade 8 treasure to Heavenly Heart Island. Although it was a secret, it wasn't completely sealed. In any case, the news had already leaked. The Grade 8 glazed golden lotus was useless to ordinary people, but to experts of the illusion path, it was a good thing. It could refine treasures that could assist in the illusion path. In the Saint Spirit world, there were many experts of this path. Naturally, some people had their own ideas. Single sword supremacy was famous for being domineering. Moreover, he was from the Massacre God Court. No one dared to snatch it from him. It didn't mean that they didn't have any ideas. They could issue missions. While they were escorting the treasure, someone secretly followed them. After Empyrean deity Yang Feng and the others made their move, many people began to observe. If Empyrean deity Yang Feng obtained it, they wouldn't mind taking advantage of him. Nangong Lihua was stronger than they had imagined, and he even had a personal disciple. He killed those who tried to attack him, allowing them to witness the power of the Sword Dao school. But they didn't expect that someone would secretly attack and kill them in one move. No matter how they counterattacked, they couldn't escape. Under a single palm, they were turned into ashes. This caused everyone to be shocked. Just which expert was it that had made the move? Maybe it's a Supreme Lord powerhouse. Someone exclaimed. Between the Sword Dao school and the Chain Body school, one claimed to have the strongest offense, while the other claimed to have the strongest defense. They had always been at loggerheads, and only a body tempering supremacy could ignore an attack from a Sword Dao killer move. Once this guess was made, everyone couldn't remain calm. A miraculous 8th-grade treasure had attracted a body tempering supremacy powerhouse. This was a sensational event. The person who secretly attacked was naturally Lin Fei. Two personal disciples, one in the open and one in the dark, were indeed good methods. But in front of Lin Fei, they weren't enough. Empyrean deity Yang Feng's methods also broadened Lin Fei's horizons. If one's martial strength wasn't enough, they could attack from another place. Unfortunately, they encountered a Sword Dao school expert. Not only were their attacks tyrannical, but their defenses were also very impressive. They blocked Empyrean deity Yang Feng's methods and eventually died in the hands of a sword Dao school expert. This wasn't an injustice at all. To Lin Fei, there was not much of a difference between 1 and 2 personal disciples. Lin Fei attacked in a domineering manner. With a single move, pluck the stars and seize the moon, he violently and domineeringly killed the 2 personal disciples and successfully obtained the treasure. No matter how they hid it, from the first glance, he knew where it was. With the item in hand, Lin Fei immediately retreated and traversed through the void. As for how those people would guess, Lin Fei couldn't be bothered to care. The mission was completed. In the same place, the experts of Heavenly Heart Island had arrived. He was a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm Master, a middle-aged man dressed like a scholar, exuding a scholarly air. It was hard to associate him with a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm. What an overbearing power! Although they couldn't see anything from the scene. With just a glance, this person revealed a grave expression. The domineering energy ripples were the most obvious. Since when did the Saint Spirit Domain have another supremacy of the body tempering school? The middle-aged scholar frowned. This is going to be difficult. Other than a supremacy, no one else would be able to use the energy ripples left behind at the scene. Could it be a rogue cultivator? I'll have to have a good talk with them. On a majestic mountain peak, clouds and mist shrouded it. Nangong Lihua and Heavenly Blood Kill God were respectfully standing in front of a young man. This young man had a fair complexion and was extremely handsome. It was hard to associate him with a supremacy. This young man was Single Sword Supremacy, who had a very high status in the Massacre God Court. Master, that person was too strong. Our Sword Dao killing moves couldn't do anything to him at all. We were killed in a single exchange. Nangong Lihua lowered his head and said. Both of them were helpless. Such an expert had appeared and killed them with a single killing move of the body tempering school. This loss was too unreconciled. You don't need to blame yourselves. Single Sword Supremacy said indifferently. It's normal that you couldn't stop a supremacy of the body tempering school. Single Sword Supremacy didn't care much about a Tier 8 mystical treasure. You can leave now. Arrange for someone to investigate the whereabouts of this mystical treasure. A body tempering school supremacy wouldn't be able to use this item. He would definitely take it out for a trade. Single Sword Supremacy slowly poured himself a cup of fragrant tea. I originally wanted to build a relationship with the Sky Heart Island Lord. Now, you can just wait to be hated by the Sky Heart Island Lord. That's perfect. Those people won't have any excuses anymore. Humph. Dark Shadow Palace. In a Dark Shadow Palace Union. A black-clothed Lin Fei walked into the union. He came to a window and threw out his identification. I'm here to submit a mission. This kind of situation was repeated every day in the Dark Shadow Palace Union. No one would pay attention to it. I wonder which mission you've completed. Lin Fei waved his hand. A bloody aura enveloped the hall. These are the missions I've completed. You can arrange for someone to check them. There's also this. Lin Fei threw out the last item. It was a sealed, glazed golden lotus. Immediately, someone's eyes lit up as he recognized a corpse. Isn't that the crushing Ox Country Lord of the Massacre Court? Yes, it's really him. Also, that seems to be the identification of sect leader Blood One. Heavens, who is this guy? That's a 6-star mission. Look at the top. That seems to be an 8th grade, glazed golden lotus. It's an extremely difficult 7-star mission. The heavenly gods in the hall all sucked in a breath of cold air. Recently, an expert had appeared in the Massacre Court and killed several country lords. Every time, he killed them in a domineering manner. After the news spread, many people knew about it. This was especially true for those who were preparing to kill their targets, only to discover that their targets had been killed. One was dumbfounded, while the other was carrying out a mission. Who wouldn't be cautious? However, it was extremely rare for someone to be so straightforward. 6-star mission, kill sect leader Blood One, completed. The person checking was very meticulous. Every time he confirmed a mission, he would swipe his identification. It can't be, right? This person is even a 1-star shadow man. Someone exclaimed. This was too unbelievable. This was a complete newcomer. Everyone was dumbfounded. The person checking also sucked in a breath of cold air. Where did this expert come from?
He actually completed so many missions in one go. A 7-star mission, a 6-star mission, and a 7-star mission. The number of missions also increased from 4 to 5 to 12. The level of the Shadowman also increased. 1-star Shadowman, 2-star Shadowman, 3-star Shadowman, 4-star Shadowman. His level rose too quickly. Lin Fei's understanding of the Shadowman level had also reached 6-star. 23 missions. Very soon, someone calculated the missions. Chapter 28:15. The Dark Shadow Palace Association had always accepted all kinds of missions and sold all kinds of information at the same time, forming a unique existence. Although some people also took this path, it was far from the Dark Shadow Palace Association in terms of scale. In addition, the Dark Shadow Palace Association was fair and gave all kinds of benefits. Countless heavenly god experts came to the Dark Shadow Palace Association to accept missions. Every time the Shadowed Ones came back to submit their missions, they would all be in the Dark Shadow Palace Hall. In the countries controlled by the Dark Shadow Palace, no one dared to do anything, and no one dared to behave atrociously in the Dark Shadow Palace Association. That was purely courting death. When the missions were submitted, it became a time for everyone to watch the show. At this time, they had the opportunity to broaden their horizons. Today, a super newcomer came to the Dark Shadow Palace Association, blinding many people. Until the last item was submitted, the entire hall was in an uproar. Could he be the mysterious black-robed man who appeared and disappeared in the massacre court? Hiss! Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. This was really a mysterious expert. To be able to kill experts like the Lord of Massacre in the massacre court, he was really a first-class expert. The news that a fierce person had appeared in the Dark Shadow Palace Association quickly spread among the Shadowed Ones. The other party had completed 20 missions in a single breath, and they were all either 6-star or 7-star missions. Especially the last mission, he had taken advantage of Paragon 1 sword and snatched an 8th-grade glazed golden lotus. This had caused an uproar. This was definitely a fierce person. Some busybodies secretly remembered this name. Ao Tian. A very domineering name, just as domineering as his name. Moreover, this was a body refinement expert. No one knew where he had come from. There were too few body refinement experts. Those who could cultivate to a certain level were almost all famous in the Saint Spirit domain. But this person, besides his name, there was no other useful information. What shocked the Shadowed Ones the most was that after this newcomer completed the mission, he accepted 30 more missions on the spot, and then left. This caused quite a commotion in the circle. A Shadowed One newcomer from the Dark Shadow Palace Association. Other than being noticed at the beginning, as time passed, he was quickly replaced by other Shadowed Ones. There were countless Shadowed Ones in the Dark Shadow Palace Association. It was normal for a powerful person to emerge from a branch. Especially after the news about the 8th-grade glazed golden lotus spread, everyone realized that the Saint Spirit domain had one more powerful body-tempering martial artist. There were even rumors that this proud sky god might be a martial artist at the supremacy level. This news was definitely sensational. Many people didn't believe it. It wasn't easy to see a body-tempering supremacy powerhouse, so they didn't believe it. Heavenly God Outyen's name quickly spread throughout the Saint Spirit realm. His name was also remembered by everyone. This heavenly deity Outyen, every time he attacked, he was ferocious and tyrannical. His close-range attacks were practically invincible. Heavenly deities of the same level couldn't even capture him. They could only watch helplessly as he left. As time went on, Empyrean God Proud Heaven's name began to spread. In particular, on a certain mission, the target was a powerhouse of a sovereign nation. That sovereign nation powerhouse invited a group of good friends to help him, and there were even powerhouses of the body transformation path among them. Their lineup was huge, but they were unable to stop the other party. They killed their way out of the army, killed the sovereign nation powerhouse, and defeated the heavenly deity powerhouse. If that was all, everyone would only think that he was brave and not take him seriously. After the Exalted Lord had intervened, Proud Heaven had been able to easily block the Exalted Lord's attack. His status had skyrocketed, and in the end, the Exalted Lord had no choice but to let him go. This venerable Lord's potential wasn't very high. Being able to block his attack was already a feat. Everyone knew that 8th Order Heavenly God Realm body-tempering cultivators were not to be trifled with. At this point, Heavenly Deity Ao Tion's name had spread far and wide. Those heavenly deity powerhouses who knew that they had been targeted by a supremacy powerhouse all hid here and there, being extremely careful. But in the end, they were still killed. In the span of 1,000 years, proud heavenly deity's name became a name that caused people to tremble with fear upon hearing it. In the short span of 1,000 years, this proud heavenly deity had been completing all kinds of missions, killing Saint Spirit World's heavenly gods. Especially after he had the strength to contend against a supremacy powerhouse, everyone was afraid of him. Those heavenly gods who had a mission in the Dark Shadow Palace Union prayed time and time again that they wouldn't be chosen. They really couldn't stop such a fierce person. Even the supremacies laughed when they found out about this. It wasn't rare for them to take on missions in the Shadow Palace. Many of them would change their appearance to take on missions and use it to gain experience and so on. Especially when this person was a body-tempering cultivator, no one was willing to offend him. Everyone knew that a body-tempering cultivator with the strength to contend against a supremacy powerhouse was hard to deal with. Even if he wasn't a supremacy powerhouse, he was infinitely close to it. Unless you could kill him in one go if he escaped, you could only wait for your bad luck. This proud heavenly deity was very law-abiding, never interfering in other people's matters. Other than completing missions, he followed the rules, so naturally no one would say anything. Revenge was naturally another matter. On the Dark Shadow Palace Union side, proud heavenly deity's level had also risen from the initial 1-star Shadowman to the current 7-star Shadowman. He wasn't far from becoming an 8-star Shadowman. In more than 1,000 years, going from a 1-star to a 7-star Shadowman was definitely as fast as flying. Although there was a difference of 1 word between a 6-star and a 7-star mission, the difficulty was very high. Sometimes, a mission would take more than 10 years, and this was considered short. For those that were longer, it was very normal for a mission to take 100 years. There might not be many people like proud heavenly deity in the entire Dark Shadow Palace Union. Proud heavenly deity is here again. Amazing, it seems like the last time he came to submit a mission was less than 100 years ago. You're behind the times. What 100 years? This time it's 65 years. This person is really full of missions. I reckon he'll become an 8-star Shadowman soon. Maybe he can reach that level by submitting a mission this time. Don't forget, I heard that there's an 8-star mission in this time's mission, and proud heavenly deity completed it alone. When Lin Fei, dressed in black, walked into a branch, he was immediately recognized. 1,000 years was enough for everyone to know what proud heavenly deity looked like. It was hard not to know this crazy person who did missions. There had never been a mission that proud heavenly deity couldn't complete. Even if he was surrounded and attacked, he would kill a few times, and blood would flow like a river. It was hard not to know him. I'm here to submit a mission, and find someone to check it myself. Chapter 28:16. The appearance of these corpses caused quite a commotion again. Although everyone had heard that heavenly god Yen was very powerful, but every time he came to complete a mission, he would not be in the same place. No one had ever seen someone submit 20 to 30 missions in one go. This time, it was really an eye-opener for everyone. The young Shadowman was full of admiration for heavenly god Yen. What a badass. Only an amazing person could do this. Amazing. He submitted 45 7-star missions in one go. Everyone's eyes were wide open. There were also some 7-star Shadowmen in the hall who could not help but gasp. Especially when they heard that it took a total of more than 60 years, they could not remain calm. This was too crazy. No wonder he could make a name for himself in 1,000 years. It was really not easy. An 8-star Shadowman. Someone exclaimed, his eyes wide open. After every mission was checked, the points would be redeemed immediately. When the last mission was completed, the color of the Shadowman's identity card changed. It was no longer black, but purple gold, very conspicuous and noble. This was the identity card of an 8-star Shadowman. My goodness, an 8-star Shadowman, this is the first time I've seen one. What an eye-opener. So this is the identity card of an 8-star Shadowman. It is indeed different. I can't believe I'm lucky enough to see an 8-star Shadowman appear. An 8-star Shadowman's identity is very noble. It is said that they can become the Shadow Palace Union's worshippers and get a lot of benefits and certain privileges. Any one of the 8-star Shadow Warriors was the cream of the crop. Almost everyone had never seen them. At most they had heard of their names.
It was the first time they had seen it with their own eyes. Such an opportunity might only come once, because no one knew when the next time would come. Congratulations to Lord Outyen for becoming an 8-star Shadowman. The middle-aged man in charge of the inspection said respectfully, returning the purple gold identity card with both hands to Heavenly God Outyen. The president of our union branch will be here soon. Please wait for a moment, Lord. For the Shadow Palace Union, the appearance of any 8-star Shadowman was a very important matter. Actually, when he came in, someone immediately recognized him. They immediately went to inform him. This was a stock with great potential. The only unexpected thing was that the other party came a little too quickly. 65 years to complete all the missions. It was too crazy, there was almost no rest. The guild leader is here. The Dark Shadow Palace's branch chief had always been a peak 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Heavenly God. The branch leader, Heavenly God Tong Shan, arrived with a group of people. It was the first time for many of them to meet this branch president. Normally, they wouldn't have the chance to do so. I was wondering why there were magpies chirping at the entrance today. So it's because Brother Proud Heaven has become an 8-star shadow being. Heavenly God Tong Shan was very enthusiastic, and his eyes were about to light up. Naturally, Heaven God Proud Heaven was none other than Lin Fei, and he nodded indifferently. Heavenly God Tong Shan didn't mind in the slightest. It had been a very, very long time since an 8-star dark shadow being had appeared in their branch. It was a great thing to see one appear in their own branch. In the past few hundred years, many people had been saying that Proud Heaven God was a Supreme Lord powerhouse. Although Proud Heaven God didn't say anything, there was one thing that everyone believed. This was a powerhouse that had the strength to fight against a supremacy. A body refinement cultivator indeed had the ability to do so. Brother Proud Heaven, it is a good thing for our branch that you have become an 8-star dark shadow being. Please do us the honor and come inside. Heavenly God Tong Shan invited. Sure. Lin Fei replied indifferently. Once a Shadow Palace's dark shadow being became an 8-star dark shadow being, it was equivalent to having special authority. As for what that authority was, no one knew. Lin Fei naturally wanted to see it for himself. After 1,000 years of completing missions and finally becoming an 8-star dark shadow being, it was time for him to take a break. Heavenly God Tong Shan was holding a potential list in his hand. On this list were some dark shadow beings with relatively high potential. After reaching a certain level, one could try to recruit them. Proud Heaven God's ranking was very high. Every branch would try to recruit him for the Dark Shadow Palace. However, this Heavenly God Proud Heaven God came and then left. There was almost no trace of him. When they heard that he had completed a certain star-ranked mission, Heavenly God Tong Shan did not expect to encounter such a good thing. According to the huge intelligence agency of the Dark Shadow Palace, even now, they still did not know who this Heavenly God Proud Heaven was. His techniques and attacks were all very unfamiliar, but they were also very powerful. In the Saint Spirit realm, powerful body refinement techniques such as the Heavenly God Physique were all very well known. One could recognize them with just a few glances. However, this Heavenly God Proud Heaven was very unfamiliar. There was no record of him. It was as if he had appeared out of nowhere. Even though he was very unfamiliar and mysterious, the people of the Dark Shadow Palace discussed it. They were determined to recruit this Heavenly God Proud Heaven and make him a worshipped member of the Dark Shadow Palace. Even if they did not have the opportunity, they still had to establish a good relationship with him. An 8-star dark shadow being was very important, especially this one who was a body refinement cultivator. Heavenly God Tong Shan asked someone to bring some good food to entertain him. Then, he ordered someone to bring the food over. Brother Proud Heaven, you have just become an 8-star dark shadow being. You probably don't know some secrets, right? Heavenly God Tong Shan smiled. Seeing that Zhang Chen did not object, his smile became even more radiant. I really don't. Lin Fei pretended to be at a loss. In reality, Lin Fei really didn't know the secrets behind this. There was no news about it, so no one knew. The Dark Shadow Palace places great importance on every 8-star dark shadow being. For example, 8-star dark shadows will receive better benefits in the Dark Shadow Palace, and they will receive a certain amount of salary. Apart from that, they can also purchase any information. Heavenly God Tong Shan got to the main point. That's not the most important thing. The most important thing is that 8-star dark shadows can participate in some special missions.
These missions cannot be accepted in the main hall, and the rewards are also very generous. Heavenly God Tong Shan had been paying attention to the changes in his opponent. His opponent was very calm, and Heavenly God Tong Shan could not figure out what he was thinking. Special missions? I wonder what the rewards are, Lin Fei said indifferently. He was a little interested in special missions, especially the rewards. The Dark Shadow Palace was behind the Dark Shadow Palace. Lin Fei had an idea. Chapter 28:17. The identity of an 8-star Dark Shadow was very popular in the Shadow Palace Guild. Actually, Lin Fei already knew what the benefits were before he arrived. He wasn't too sure. There wasn't much news about it. As President Tong Shan accepted the benefits in detail, Lin Fei had a rough idea of the benefits. After becoming an 8-star Shadowman, he could purchase any information from the Shadow Palace Union without any restrictions. The price was also discounted, and his authority was also liberalized. The Dark Shadow one could get information from the Shadow Palace Union. There were different levels of information. Not everyone could get their hands on high-level secrets. An 8-star Dark Shadow did not have this restriction. In addition, they could participate in secret and special missions with the Shadow Palace. The rewards they received could also be converted into contribution points and exchanged for items at the Shadow Palace. Only an 8-star Shadowman could participate in such a good thing. During this period, Lin Fei tactfully rejected the other party's attempts to rope him in. He expressed that he was used to being alone and didn't want to get involved in too many things for the time being. Spread the news of Proud Sky God becoming an 8-star Shadow one immediately. After sending off Proud Heaven, Heavenly God Clear Mountain immediately sent a message to the higher-ups. The appearance of an 8-star Dark Shadow would attract a lot of attention. Should we send someone to follow him? No need. Heavenly God Tong Shan shook his head. This person is a lone wolf, and he's able to battle normal supremacies. It's not a good idea to offend him, but if we can't recruit him, then we'll work together. Our Dark Shadow Palace is backed by the Dark Shadow Palace, so we have all the resources we need. He'll definitely cooperate with us. The Shadow Palace needed this kind of body-tempering expert. The news about the Shadow Palace having an 8-star Shadow user spread like wildfire. When everyone learned that it was Heaven God Proud Heaven, they didn't react much. After all, there were rumors that he was crazy about missions, and perhaps he was aiming to become an 8-star Shadow one. Now that it had risen, it couldn't be more normal. Some of the rulers under the jurisdiction of the Dark Shadow Palace were tempted to try to recruit him and make him one of their worshippers. In addition to the rulers, some of the independent factions were also trying to get in touch with Proud Heaven. After Ao Tianshan left the city, he disappeared without a trace. Everyone could only watch helplessly. This person really concealed himself deeply. The void-traversing ability of a celestial deity powerhouse was used in a very realistic manner. There was basically no one who could catch up to him. Cloud Sea Nation. Lin Fei quietly returned to the Cloud Kingdom. In the past 1,000 years, he had been doing missions. Lin Fei's heaven-defying 12th layer tyrant body had a certain improvement. The past 1,000 years were not in vain. Xiao Chen's grasp of all sorts of secret techniques and killer moves had reached the point of perfection. He could use them as he pleased. The Cloud Sea Kingdom had been very peaceful for 1,000 years. After Blood Evil Kingdom's sect Master Blood One had been killed by him, the Blood Evil sect had been in chaos for a while. In addition, he had killed 7 to 8 great monarchs in the massacre court, which had disrupted everyone's thoughts. Empyrean God Quicksand disappeared without a trace. If my 7-fold proud heavenly body goes all out, the attack of an ordinary High Lord powerhouse won't be able to do anything to me. But if I were to encounter a High Lord from one of the 10 great sects, I would still feel some pressure. Lin Fei still remembered the few times he had encountered a High Lord's clone. That kind of continuous attack was indeed powerful and terrifying. Only a body-tempering cultivator like him could withstand it. After doing missions for 1,000 years, it's not like I haven't gained anything. I've learned a lot about the Essence Force God Sand. Now is the time to get my hands on it. Don't be fooled by the fact that the past 1,000 years were crazy. Lin Fei's goal had been achieved. Lin Fei had quietly learned about the Essence Force God Sand through various channels. The Shadow Palace Union was one. There was Essence Force God Sand in it. Lin Fei had created an identity of Proud Heavenly. Now that he was qualified to obtain it, he wouldn't arouse too much suspicion. This was also the reason why he desperately wanted to level up and become an 8-star Shadow Warrior. I have to participate in the Shadow Palace Union's special mission. I have to go to another place too. The Essence Force God San belonged to an alternate dimension. Lin Fei didn't know the specific location. It was rumored that only the Great Supremacies knew about it. Generally, they didn't excavate it. In the entire Saint Spirit Realm, other than the top forces, only the Saint Spirit Realm Sky River Nation had this thing. The Sky River Nation was an independent world. The Sky River Nation was at the border of the Saint Spirit Realm. It was next to the mysterious Black Domain. Sometimes, Essence Force quicksand would appear. All of it floated out from the Black Domain. Lin Fei's goal was the Sky River Nation. Over the years, he had grasped the basic information of the Sky River Nation. It was a very chaotic place. It was known as the paradise of the wicked. Killing and robbing were commonplace there. There, it was the power of one's fist. Whoever's fist was bigger would have the most power. The High Lords had never been able to do anything about that place. Several High Lords had gathered there, and no one knew where they had obtained a secret art that allowed them to use the power of the Black Domain. They had refined a secret weapon called the Black Domain Cannon, and it had the power to kill High Lords. It had also become a great killing weapon. The 3 top forces didn't care about it. The other supremacies didn't have the leisure to do so. They arranged their own people, forming a chaotic place. He came back to rest for 10 years. In the blink of an eye, Lin Fei decided to go to the Sky River Nation first to try his luck and see if he could get his hands on Essence Force quicksand. If he was lucky, that would be the best. If he couldn't, he could only think of another way. He had to get his hands on Essence Force quicksand. Lin Fei went to the Sky River Nation. It took him a year to travel from the Cloud Nation to the Sky River Nation. This was the speed of travel. It showed how big the Saint Spirit Realm was. Black Domain. Just as he came out of the void, the distant sky was black. It was like a huge curtain, revealing a terrifying aura that made people tremble in fear. Lin Fei stood in midair and frowned. This is really a dangerous place. The whole world was black. It was so dark that it was terrifying. The Sky River Nation was just outside the Black Domain. That should be the Sky River. The Sky River Nation was named the Sky River Nation because of the Sky River in the sky. Lin Fei first saw the Black Domain. Then, he saw a wide sky river with surging waves. It was mighty and domineering. Under the Sky River there was a big country called the Sky River Nation. What a special place. The Sky River came out of the Black Domain, but it can still bring out things. It's really rare. No wonder all the major forces placed their people here and divided everything that the Sky River brought out, forming a situation where the 8 major forces dominated. Basic information about the Sky River Nation appeared in Lin Fei's mind. Chapter 28:18. The distance from the Heavenly River Country to the center of the Heavenly River Country took 4 to 5 days. Lin Fei wasn't in a hurry along the way. When he arrived at the periphery of the Heavenly River Country, he noticed something. Those who could come here were basically in groups of 3 to 5 people. It was rare to see someone coming alone like him. At most, they would come in a large group. These groups looked like caravans, numbering in the hundreds. Each of them had a solemn expression on their faces as they stood on guard. When they saw Lin Fei walking alone, many of the caravans laughed. That's an ignorant one. How can he travel alone in the Heavenly River Country? Although the Heavenly River Country was ruled by the 8 families, it was still very chaotic. In this periphery, there were all kinds of cruel and merciless people. Those who came to the Heavenly River Country alone basically didn't have a good ending. This had become the consensus of everyone. If Lin Fei was alone, it would be easy for others to attack him. Sure enough, on the second day, Lin Fei encountered 3 Heavenly God Realm cultivators. The moment they arrived, they threatened him. Are you going to surrender, or are the 3 of us going to cripple you? All 3 of them were 4th or 5th order Heavenly God Realm cultivators. Facing Lin Fei at this time, they were full of confidence. If they captured him and sold him as a slave, then sent him to a dangerous place to do hard labor, no one would know. Lin Fei knew that some chaotic places in the Saint Spirit world liked to use all kinds of slaves. There were also slave auctions, all of which were captured Heavenly God Realm cultivators. From the moment Lin Fei entered the periphery of the Heavenly River Country, he was already targeted. A heavenly god realm cultivator was easy to sell. No matter where he went, he didn't need to worry about any trouble, especially when he was alone.
Lin Fei chuckled. This guy was treating him as someone easy to deal with.
Lin Fei knew about the slave auctions in the Heavenly River country, but he didn't expect himself to become their target.
What a joke.
Humph!
Lin Fei snorted coldly.
With a shake of his body, the three of them were crushed into dust.
This was the first wave. Along the way, Lin Fei encountered a total of 3 groups of people. Each group came to capture him, and the outcome was the same.
All of them were shaken into powder and could not be more dead.
This also made Lin Fei realize that the Xianxia kingdom was completely different from other countries. It was really a place where the fist was the biggest. If one didn't have the strength, they would be eaten clean, and they might even have to work hard for the rest of their lives. There was no shortage of such people in the mining area. Lin Fei leisurely headed to the Xianxia kingdom. When the merchants saw that Lin Fei was alive and kicking, they were also dumbfounded. Even their merchant caravans had to be very careful. Yet, the other party was able to travel unhurriedly by himself. This was definitely a display of strength. After all, it was impossible to travel alone without strength. 5 days later, Lin Fei arrived at the Sky River Kingdom. At the same time, he felt a dangerous aura coming from the Black Domain. He tried to use his divine sense to check it out, but it was blocked by the Black Domain. His divine sense could not penetrate it. It was the same for Little Devil. She couldn't see through the Black Domain. The Sky River Kingdom was a huge city, very large. There were no guards at the city gate, which was completely different from other places.
Kill them!
Don't run!
Lin Fei just came in from the outside and saw the Heavenly God and Great Emperor Masters chasing after a few people. The surrounding people looked indifferent, as if they were used to it.
It's the Heavenly Wolf Gang again. Who told their big brother to rely on the Zhao family of the 8 great families? They must perform well. People around whispered.
Lin Fei observed for a while and really noticed that they all had tattoos on their arms. All of them were wolf heads. The few people were quickly killed by the Heavenly God Masters of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, leaving their corpses on the ground. After they left, someone immediately came out to clean up the corpses. After a while, the street was restored to its usual appearance. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have known that the Sky River Kingdom was in such a mess. Killing people on the street, this was impossible in the territory controlled by the 3 ultimate gods.
Lin Fei found a seemingly large inn and booked a courtyard. The price was not cheap, but it was quiet and no one would come to disturb him. In the courtyard, as long as one looked up, one could see the Heavenly River. It was because of this Heavenly River that the Sky River Kingdom had today's status and became an independent world. Lin Fei stayed in the inn of the Sky River Kingdom. He was not in a hurry. He paid some Saint Spirit crystals and inquired about the situation of the Sky River Kingdom. After half a month, he had a more specific understanding of the Sky River Kingdom. The Sky River Kingdom was divided into a total of 8 regions. Each region was controlled by one of the 8 great families. Everyone minded their own business and lived in harmony. Each family had a large number of bandits and murderers under their command. They controlled the matters in their regions, as if they had built a small kingdom. Lin Fei's priority was to inquire about the godly Yuanli sand. After inquiring, he really found some clues. It turned out that the Heavenly River of the Sky River Kingdom was connected to the Black Domain. It was not that no one wanted to enter from the Heavenly River. Every expert who entered the Heavenly River would eventually die inside and come out as a corpse. After a long time, no one had this idea anymore. The 8 great families arranged for the Sky River Guards to guard the entrance of the Heavenly River and collect the things that came out of the Heavenly River. Among them, the godly Yuanli sand was considered relatively precious. It appeared once in 100 years and the amount of godly Yuanli sand varied each time. Last time, a total of godly Yuanli sand appeared, which was the least in history. It was rumored that in this 100 years, godly Yuanli sand would appear in large quantities. This news was good for Lin Fei. There were still 37 years until the 100 years time limit, so it could be considered timely. As for buying it from the auction house, this news had not spread yet. 37 years, Lin Fei could afford to wait. Lin Fei spent most of his time in the yard, rarely going out. The workers outside would take the initiative to report to him if they had any news. Encountering such a generous person, The workers didn't mind profiting a bit.
You guys can't go in.
Lin Fei waited patiently.
But there really was something that came his way. The Heavenly Wolf Gang is handling matters. All unrelated people scram to the side. A Fifth Order Heavenly God Realm leader led more than 20 Emperor Realm Masters, surrounding the yard. When the workers heard that it was the Heavenly Wolf Gang, they immediately retreated, not daring to approach. Captain, the people inside are not giving our Heavenly Wolf Gang any face.
Capture them and send them to do hard labor. A shifty-eyed fellow beside Huang Xiaolong said. The Heavenly Wolf Gang had established their own rules in this area. Any outsider who entered would have to pay protection fees. 100 Saint Spirit Crystals a day was equivalent to 30,000 Saint Spirit Crystals a month. This was not a small sum. Relying on this, the Heavenly Wolf Gang made a lot of money. But now, someone actually disobeyed the rules.
A captain of the Heavenly Wolf Gang had brought his men over.
Chapter 28:19. The Heavenly Wolf Gang members surrounded the courtyard. Everyone was filled with murderous intent. Someone dared to disobey the Heavenly Wolf Gang's rules by not handing over Saint Spirit Crystals. They must be tired of living. Arrest him. Go in and arrest him immediately. No one has ever dared to disobey the Heavenly Wolf Gang's rules. The Heavenly God leader snorted coldly and ordered the arrest. The person inside did not seem to have any background. He was alone, so the Heavenly Wolf Gang members had nothing to worry about.
Go in and arrest him.
A group of people rushed in to arrest him. The people outside were already used to it. In the Sky River Kingdom, the most important thing was to obey the rules. You could offend anyone but the 8 great families. Their words were the rules, and anyone who dared to disobey the rules would become a corpse. The countless corpses told everyone that disobeying the rules would only lead to death. He must be a newcomer. Young people really don't know how to behave. Scram! The Heavenly Wolf Gang disciples rushed in. A moment later, a stern shout came from inside. Corpses flew out of the courtyard one after another and landed on the ground lifelessly. If anyone else comes in, kill them all. The voice came again. The Heavenly God leader was enraged. How dare you kill the Heavenly Wolf Gang's people? Kill them all and kill them. Ever since the Heavenly Wolf Gang joined the Zhao family of the 8 great families, very few people dare to disrespect the Heavenly Wolf Gang. Who dared to disrespect them? Kill them all. The remaining Heavenly Wolf Gang disciples rushed in again. There were even a few heavenly gods among them. A few breaths later, corpses flew out and smashed on the ground. They were all dead. Something big is going to happen. The Heavenly Wolf Gang's people were killed. Someone's expression changed immediately. It had been a long time since anyone dared to challenge the Heavenly Wolf Gang's authority. The Heavenly God leader's expression darkened as he stared at the courtyard. The corpses on the ground were all killed in one blow. Their movements were too fast. Leader, what should we do? The remaining disciples of the Heavenly Wolf Gang also revealed a look of fear. Go back and get help immediately. Whoever dares to kill our Heavenly Wolf Gang won't be able to leave this courtyard today. Although they wanted to rush out and kill the other party, they held back when they thought of the other party's methods. The Heavenly Wolf Gang disciples went back to get help. The Jianghu Kingdom is really interesting. Lin Fei had casually sent away the people from the Heavenly Wolf Gang. He had never thought that they would bring people to surround the courtyard. It seemed that they wanted to capture him to do hard labor. Things can't keep up with changes. Lin Fei coldly snorted. The 8 great families are all fighting for power and profit, and the Zhao family isn't the most powerful, so there's no harm in fighting. Lin Fei is very interested in the Jianghu Kingdom. Having been in the Jianghu Kingdom for some time, whether it was hearsay or something else, Lin Fei had a certain interest. Now that the Heavenly Wolf Gang has come knocking on his door, Lin Fei doesn't mind testing the ability of the Zhao family in Jianghu Kingdom. The members of the Heavenly Wolf Gang were killed. The news spread like the wind. In the Jianghu Kingdom, there were many Jianghu bandits and evil people everywhere, so it was inevitable that they would join in the fun. As soon as they heard that the members of the Sirius Gang were killed by the mysterious man, everyone gathered around. They wanted to know which hero dared to provoke the Heavenly Wolf Gang. Who didn't know that the Zhao family behind the Heavenly Wolf Gang had a High Lord powerhouse? They're here, they're here. On the street, a group of people rushed over. As soon as the news of the Heavenly Wolf Gang's death spread, experts immediately came.
It's the Heavenly Wolf Guards of the Heavenly Wolf Gang. All of them are heavenly gods, well-equipped, and good at group battles. The leader seems to be the Hall Master of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, Crimson Wolf God. Hall Master, the people are still inside. They were killed by the people inside. The Heavenly God Captain came up and said. Crimson Wolf was tall and sturdy, very fierce. He raised his hand and slapped the captain to the ground. Trash, useless thing, wait until we get back. See how this father will deal with you. The Heavenly Wolf Gang has several Hall Masters. Among them, the one with the worst temper is this Crimson Wolf. Glancing at the corpse on the ground, Crimson Wolf's eyes narrowed. There is no Emperor in Tent Aura, killed by a violent force. The enemy should be a physique tempering expert. If it was any other sect, Crimson Wolf might care. But there are almost no heavenly god powerhouses of the physique tempering sect that can survive. Use the body-piercing arrow, shoot. The Heavenly Wolf Guards behind him immediately took out their crossbows and shot towards the courtyard, whistling through the air. This is an extremely lethal weapon against physique tempering experts. If it was in a wide open space, it would be easy to avoid, but in a narrow courtyard, the power of the body-piercing arrow was undoubtedly displayed to the extreme, its power multiplying. So what if he is a physique tempering expert? He will still die to the body-piercing arrow. Crimson Wolf coldly snorted. Their body-piercing arrow was not ordinary. It was tempered with poison, corroding flesh and blood, incomparably tyrannical, and was also one of the Xianxia Kingdom's most vicious offensive weapons. Continue shooting, don't stop. After shooting dozens of waves, they finally stopped. The courtyard became riddled with holes, like a sieve. In front of such an attack, even a heavenly god powerhouse would not be able to block the fierce attack of the Heavenly Wolf Guards. The result would be death on the spot. Go in and drag out the corpses. I want to see who has the guts. Crimson Wolf did not believe that an outsider would have such guts. Perhaps there was someone supporting them from behind, purposely provoking the Heavenly Wolf Gang, attacking their influence. The Heavenly Wolf Guards behind him rushed in like hungry wolves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Sounds of the air being pierced could be heard. Not good. Empyrean god Crimson Wolf took out a black shield and placed it in front of him as he retreated. That whistling sound caused him to feel a sense of danger. Pu. The Heavenly Wolf Guards that rushed up were like ants in front of the whistling black shadow, being shot down one after another. The nearby spectators were also affected, killed one after another. Crimson Wolf's eyes were bloodshot. This was a power that he controlled. If they were all shot down like this, it would be equivalent to cutting off his own strength. I will kill you. A black shadow rushed over. Crimson Wolf recognized it. It was a body-piercing arrow. A large saber appeared in his hand, and he slashed out, slashing at the body-piercing arrow. With a clanging sound, the attack was repelled, and the body-piercing arrow slammed into the shield. Before Crimson Wolf could relax, a gotcha sound rang out, and the body-piercing arrow pierced through his body, tearing him apart. If you dare come looking for trouble, I will kill as many as you come. The black-clothed Lin Fei came to the courtyard entrance, not even looking at the corpse on the ground. Chapter 28:20. How did he block the body-piercing arrow? Something big is going to happen. A Sky Wolf Guard's Hall Master died here. The onlookers dispersed in an uproar. Their faces were pale with fright. This was a ferocious person. Hall Master Crimson Wolf was killed with one arrow. No one was willing to experience that frightening scene again. If they had not been standing far away, they would have died without a doubt. The corpse on the ground was the best proof. No matter how brave they were, they did not dare to stay here anymore. The Sky Wolf Gang's higher-ups were coming soon. No one could leave unscathed after killing a Sky Wolf Gang Hall Master. The inn's waiter anxiously moved Lin Fei to a new courtyard. He would not dare to say no even if he had 100 guts. The Sky Wolf Gang's higher-ups received the news immediately. The higher-ups were furious. A Hall Master had died in their territory. That was a higher-up of the Sky Wolf Gang. The gang leader of the Heavenly Wolf Gang, Heavenly Wolf Deity, led a few Hall Master brothers and the Heavenly Wolf Guards, charging over in a threatening manner. They could not take this lying down. Once the Sky Wolf Gang's leader appeared, everyone knew that things had gotten out of hand. That mysterious man in black was probably going to be out of luck. That person is in the courtyard. The waiter pointed at the courtyard anxiously. He was kicked to the side by Sky Wolf Deity. They had seen the Crimson Wolf Hall Master's corpse. It was beyond recognition. He had been shot to death by a domineering force. His body had been torn apart. What was left was the body-piercing arrow. People inside, listen up. If you don't want to die a horrible death, get out immediately. Sky Wolf Deity's murderous aura was surging, but he resisted the urge to attack. To be able to kill someone in the Sky Wolf Gang's territory, one had to be young and arrogant without any background. The other had to be someone with a background and a certain level of strength. The Zhao clan stood behind the Sky Wolf Gang. However, there were still many people in the Saint Spirit domain that they could not afford to offend. If they got into big trouble, even the Zhao clan would deal with them immediately. He wanted to meet this mysterious man first. What was his background? Silence. It was extremely quiet. Not a single word came out of the courtyard. If it weren't for the shop assistant's guarantor, celestial god Sirius would have suspected that there was no one inside. As the leader of a gang, no one in Xianxia Kingdom didn't give him face, but the mysterious man in this yard didn't give him face. Was he looking down on him? Big brother, the person inside must be putting on an act. Let me go in and capture him. A White Wolf Hallmaster said. The Hallmasters of the Heavenly Wolf Gang were all named after wolves. We've brought so many people with us. Be careful. The people inside won't be able to stop us. Hallmaster Green Wolf said sternly. Empyrean god Sky Wolf narrowed his eyes. He stared at the quiet courtyard in front of him, hesitating as to whether or not he should intervene. But soon he suppressed that thought. There has been no news from the Xianxia Kingdom recently that there are distinguished guests, so the people in the yard may be pretending to scare us into retreating without fighting. God Sirius thought, people with status in the Saint Spirit world rarely come to the Xianxia Kingdom. Even if they come, they will inform us in advance. Arrest him, Sky Wolf said in a low voice. Flatten the courtyard. Having learned their lesson, the higher-ups had learned their lesson. They didn't use the body-piercing arrow to attack, lest they were caught off guard. They had to force the person out first. You guys are so annoying. Before the Heavenly Wolf Guards could act, a roar came from the courtyard. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Terrifying waves swept over like the autumn wind. Bang bang bang. The living Heavenly Wolf Guards were shattered into pieces one by one. Retreat. God Sky Wolf's hair stood on end. He spat out a mouthful of blood as he was swept away. The Hallmasters and the others weren't so lucky. They were all turned into dust by this power. Outside the courtyard, it was silent. Absolutely silent. Cough cough cough. God Sky Wolf fell onto the street, his face full of shock. He crawled to his feet with great difficulty, his whole body trembling. When he looked at his body again, he saw that it was covered in cracks. It was as if he would shatter at the slightest touch. How could he be so strong? This was a terrifying enemy. The higher-ups of the Heavenly Wolf Gang were finished. They had truly suffered a great blow, and he himself had become a lone commander. For the sake of a single enemy, the entire Heavenly Wolf Gang had been annihilated. The Hallmasters were gone. The Heavenly Wolf protection was gone. And he had been seriously injured. Go find the Zhao family. God Sky Wolf's gaze became especially bitter. Without the Heavenly Wolf Guards, without the higher-ups Hallmasters, what did his Heavenly Wolf Gang count for? After regaining his senses, God Sky Wolf immediately went to find his backer, the Zhao family. A fierce figure has come to our Xianxia Kingdom. This is a powerful dragon. The Heavenly Wolf Gang has been almost completely annihilated. After God Sky Wolf brought people over, some of the more daring Empyrean gods hid in the distance, watching. But the scene they saw just now scared them so badly that they were still shaking. Terrifying. Extremely terrifying. That power was like a flood or a ferocious beast. In a single exchange, the Heavenly Wolf Gang's Hallmasters and Heavenly Wolf Guards were all finished. They could tell that God Sky Wolf had been lenient. Something big is really going to happen. The news quickly spread. A fierce figure had appeared in the Zhao family's territory and casually overturned the entire Heavenly Wolf Gang, leaving the sect master all alone. Such sensational news first spread to the Zhao family, and then the spies who received the news immediately reported it back to their superiors. After all, this was no small matter. It had been a long time since such a fierce figure had appeared in the Xianxia Kingdom.
The other forces, after hearing the news, also smiled and didn't care too much. They really didn't put a trivial heavenly wolf gang in their eyes, but they were curious about who was targeting the Zhao family. Of the 8 great families, although the Zhao family hadn't been in power for a long time, they had a high rank master among their ranks, so no one had ever dared to offend the Zhao family. The other 7 forces began speculating among themselves about whether someone had invited a master to take action against the Zhao family. Everyone knew that the Zhao family had been one of the 8 great families for the shortest time, and their strength was also the weakest. Many people were eager to drive the Zhao family down so they could sit in the 8 great families' position. If it weren't for the Zhao family having a high-rank master, it was likely they would have been replaced long ago. Heavenly Wolf God rushed to the Zhao family mansion with serious injuries. "I want to see Sir Patriarch." The guard knew the Heavenly Wolf Gang's sect master, but when he saw the other party's miserable appearance, he was shocked. What the hell was going on? "Come with me." The Heavenly Wolf Gang was a force under the Zhao family's command, and now that it had been injured, the guard knew that the situation had become serious and immediately led the Heavenly Wolf Gang's sect master inside. "Sir, our Heavenly Wolf Gang has suffered heavy losses. You must avenge us." As soon as Heavenly Wolf God came up, he knelt on the ground and cried, completely unlike a sect master. "How did you become like this?" Chapter 28-21. Zhao Family Mansion. After Zhao Zhongxing learned about the cause and effect from Heavenly Wolf God, his brow wrinkled slightly. It sounded quite strange, knowing that this was the Zhao family's territory but still daring to kill someone. Heavenly Wolf God was seriously injured. It was clear that the other party had shown mercy. "Sir, you must uphold justice for me," Heavenly Wolf God shouted. "Shut up." Zhao Zhongxing coldly snorted, his eyes becoming sharp. Since the Zhao family became one of the 8 great families of Jianghu country, it had taken a long time to control its territory, especially at this critical moment. Clearly they could have killed him, but in the end, they had held back. Was it a deliberate provocation? Or did they have some other purpose? Zhao Zhongxing was looking further ahead, and he considered further ahead as well. If it was a master invited by one of the other families, it was worth paying attention to. Although Jianghu country appeared calm and peaceful, the Zhao family was the weakest of the 8 great families. Not only did they need to stabilize their position, they also needed to pay attention to the forces below them. "Zhao Shang, take some people with you and see what's going on." Zhao Zhongxing called over his confidant. "If you can take him down. If there's anything wrong, immediately withdraw." For the time being, a stranger was not worthy of Patriarch Zhao Zhongxing's personal attention. "Right, bring some foreign elders with you." Zhao Zhongxing quickly put this matter to the back of his mind, thinking about what was about to happen. With the Zhao family's foreign elders, coupled with the Zhao family's guards, and the other party being alone, it shouldn't be difficult to take him down. He wanted to see who was planning this from behind the scenes. Even if it was the weakest of the 8 great families, it wasn't something an ordinary force could show off. "Patriarch, it's bad. The people we brought with us have all been wiped out." Less than half an hour later, his confidant Zhao Shang ran back with a disheveled expression, his face pale, without a trace of blood. Kacha. Zhao Zhongxing crushed the cup in his hand and stood up. "Speak, what happened?" The Heavenly Wolf Gang represented the Zhao family, so killing them was not a big deal. However, killing someone from the Zhao family was a completely different story. It was equivalent to completely disregarding the Zhao family. "Family head, I did as you said. I took the consecrator and the guards, more than 100 people. They surrounded the courtyard of the inn. As soon as we mentioned the identity of the Zhao family and wanted them to surrender, the people inside started to attack. Before we could see what was going on, the guards were killed, and the consecrator was also killed." Zhao Shang said while trembling. That scene was too terrifying. Without any warning, a tyrannical and ferocious power came crashing down. In a single exchange, the entire army was wiped out. Not a single one was spared. "I suspect that person is a peak rank 7 celestial god," Zhao Shang said through gritted teeth. "Hiss." Zhao Zhongxing's expression also became serious. "Are you sure he's a body-tempering cultivator?" The average 7th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivator was nothing to Zhao Zhongxing, but a peak 7th Order Heavenly God Realm master from the body-tempering school was a little pressuring. Body-tempering school cultivators were notorious for being hard to deal with. It's most likely a body-tempering school cultivator. Zhao Sheng's voice was firm. That kind of power is extremely powerful, possessing a powerful tearing ability. Our guards are all elites with excellent equipment, but unfortunately, they were crushed in a single exchange. I have to make a trip there myself. A cold glint flickered in Zhao Zhongxing's eyes. Killing the Zhao family's guards and consecrator, as the family head, he had to make an appearance. If this matter spread, people would think that their Zhao family was afraid of an outsider. Who knows who that person inside is? Too domineering. Using pure brute force to sweep away everything, it's definitely a body-tempering school cultivator. The Zhao family is in big trouble. Could it be an enemy? The Zhao family's guards and consecrator died in front of the courtyard. The news couldn't be suppressed. Another uproar ensued. The Heavenly Wolf gang members being killed wasn't important, but killing the Zhao family's guards was equivalent to shedding all pretense of cordiality. No matter what, the Zhao family had to take action. If an outsider caused the Zhao family's face to be covered in dust, that would be interesting. The Zhao family head is here. It can't be, right? He's just an outsider. Why would he come personally? He has no choice but to come. Didn't you see how powerful that outsider is? The guards and consecrator are all famous, but he killed them with a single move. With the appearance of a group of people, the streets immediately fell silent. Zhao Zhongxing was dressed in silver-white battle armor, and behind him was a black steel army. A murderous aura surged into the sky, connecting together as if they were a single entity. The Zhao family's most famous Zhao family army. The highest level of martial power. Generally speaking, the Zhao family army wouldn't be mobilized unless it was a major event, but once it was mobilized, it would be a major event. Do you see those 5 identical middle-aged men over there? They are the Zhao family's 5 brothers, second only to the Zhao family head. They are proficient in the 5 elements emperor intent. The Zhao family's strongest supremacy was followed by the Zhao family head, followed by the Zhao family's 5 brothers. All of them were extremely famous in the Jianghu kingdom. Zhao Zhongxing looked at the corpses outside, and a fierce look flashed across his face. What domineering power! Outside the courtyard, everything seemed calm. But in Zhao Zhongxing's eyes, a peak 7th Order Heavenly God Realm Master, what he saw was a huge difference. The remnant energy continued to roam around, containing a powerful tearing force. The guards died a wrong death. Zhao Shang is probably right. The person inside is definitely a body-tempering school cultivator, probably at the same realm as me. But why is the aura so unfamiliar? Zhao Zhongxing had heard of powerful heavenly god physiques from the Saint Spirit world, but the aura he sensed was extremely unfamiliar, and he couldn't tell what kind of heavenly god physique it was. You killed members of my Zhao family and destroyed the Heavenly Wolf gang. Do you have the guts to come out and see me? We won't allow you to act so presumptuously in our Zhao family's territory. Zhao Zhongxing's voice was loud and clear, not ordering his subordinates to act immediately. The most important thing now was to find out who this person was. A peak 7th Order Heavenly God Realm body-tempering school cultivator wasn't easy to deal with. Even though Zhao Zhongxing really wanted to rush inside and kill the person inside, letting everyone know that the Zhao family wasn't to be trifled with, he managed to restrain himself. After beating the small one, the big one came. Your Zhao family is really amazing. Laughter came from the courtyard. You don't have the qualifications to make me go out, unless that Zhao family High Lord comes. The voice was filled with disdain. Zhao Zhongxing could hear the disdain in the voice. Arrogant. Since the other party didn't want to give him face, Zhao Zhongxing didn't plan to say anything else. Who knows where this arrogant guy came from, daring to ask the ancestor to come out? Who do you think you are? Patriarch, this person is arrogant, let's have a taste of him. The Zhao family's 5 brothers looked exactly the same. It was hard to tell them apart. Chapter 28-22. The news that the Zhao family's guards and elders were killed spread out, arousing the interest of the 7 families of the Jianghu kingdom. When Zhao Zhongxing appeared with the Zhao family's army and the Zhao family's 5 strongest brothers, the people of the 7 great clans began to pay attention to which side these heroes were. The 5 brothers of the Zhao clan are attacking together. The people in the courtyard probably won't be able to hold on for long. Even if they are physique tempering experts, it won't be easy to deal with them. The Li family was in the east of the Tianhe kingdom. The head of the Li family was also paying attention to the situation. The 5-elemental combination formation, and it's a set of 5 brothers. Their hearts are connected. It's more powerful and poses a greater threat. Some of the higher-ups of the Li family were also watching.
No one in the Tianhe kingdom dared to be presumptuous for a long time.
I wonder who arranged this. We'll find out in a moment. The 5 Zhao brothers made their move. In the Tianhe kingdom, the 5 brothers of the Zhao clan were extremely famous. Once they made a move, it would be 5 of them, not one of them. The 5 elemental emperor wills complemented each other perfectly. As the 5 emperor wills converged, the 5 of them seemed to have become one. Kill! In mid-air, a sword light slashed out. Everyone only saw a bright spot, and they subconsciously shivered.
Only the leaders of the 7 great clans and the others could see the might of this sword.
It contained the power of the 5 elements and was extremely domineering. When this sword was used, there were no openings at all. This was also a characteristic of the 5 elements. Generally speaking, the power of the 5 elements was displayed individually and was not complete.
However, in the hands of the 5 brothers of the Zhao clan, the power of the 5 elements was truly displayed. The people of the 7 great clans were very afraid of these 5 brothers. After the first bright spot appeared, the second and third bright spots appeared one after another. As soon as they attacked, they were ruthless. A body transformation powerhouse could use the power of the 5 elements to break through. This was the most balanced type of power, so its power was naturally great. It was very useful against body transformation powerhouses. When the 5 Zhao brothers made their move, there wasn't much movement in the courtyard. It was extremely quiet. Don't tell me he was killed.
Someone stared at the courtyard with widened eyes. The expected fight didn't happen. 5 elements as one. The 5 Zhao brothers all revealed looks of displeasure. The people in the courtyard actually did not react to their attacks. They were too arrogant and clearly looked down on them. Another sword strike came. This time, the 5 elements of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth burst out. In such a huge courtyard, the 5 types of energies were constantly wreaking havoc. The golden metal energy, the green wood energy, the red fire energy, and so on. Their might was multiplied by several times, and it was a ghastly sight to behold. They could not block this move.
I see someone.
Someone saw the black-clothed man in the middle of the 5 elements attack. That person stood with his hands clasped behind his back. The 5 types of energy continued to attack. Wherever they got close, they would all disintegrate and melt, maintaining a vacuum around them. He seems to have blocked it so easily. The other party was very calm. None of the attacks landed on his body. As soon as they got close to him, they were torn apart by an inexplicable power. The power of the 5 elements is truly extraordinary. It's a pity that you're still a little lacking. If you were all supremacies, I really wouldn't be able to stop you. The black-robed man raised his head and said faintly. The 5 Zhao brothers were even more enraged.
All right, you can rest now.
The black-clothed man raised his hand and shot a finger towards the 5 Zhao brothers. A huge fingerprint whistled over. The big brothers of the Zhao family were furious. How could they look down on them so much? How could they be defeated in one move? 5 elements as one, chop. The might of Lin Fei's finger was extremely tyrannical. As soon as it was displayed, a huge whirlpool appeared, forming a spiral force that enveloped the 5 Zhao brothers. As soon as the attacks of the 5 were unleashed, they were shredded into pieces by the power of the whirlpool. The 5 of them were also hit by the power of the whirlpool. The connection between the 5 of them was instantly broken, and their figures were sent flying, crashing into the surrounding buildings. Body tempering sacred spirit secret techniques killer move. Zhao Zhongxing had been observing. As the opponent displayed his finger, he could no longer remain calm.
He can actually see through the key point of the connection between the 5 of them and defeated them with one finger.
Where did this expert come from? Zhao Zhongxing's expression turned ugly. He could clearly see the power of this finger. The opponent had even shown mercy. Body tempering cultivators not only had powerful defense and strength, but their body tempering sacred spirit secret techniques killer moves were even more terrifying. Other than taking the attack head-on, the only other option was to dodge, unless one's strength was higher than the opponent's and directly broke through. Although the 5 Zhao family brothers were strong, having grasped the power of the 5 elements as one, Increasing their battle prowess significantly, they were still not high lords, unable to display their true power. Zhao Zhongxing stared fixedly at the other party. Who are you? Why do you want to make things difficult for our Zhao family? Being able to defeat the 5 of them so easily made Zhao Zhongxing lose all confidence. His strength was slightly higher than the 5 Zhao family brothers, but not by much. From the other party's small display of strength, Zhao Zhongxing could tell that the other party was a genuine 7th-order heavenly god realm body-tempering cultivator, who cultivated a powerful heavenly god physique. Even if they joined hands, they might not be able to suppress the other party. Even if they succeeded, they would have to pay a heavy price. Among the 5 Zhao family brothers, they might even lose a few. It wasn't worth it. This was Lin Fei's first time witnessing the power of the 5 elements as one. Balanced and tyrannical, every attack could reach its maximum power. Once one became a High Lord, if they joined hands, they would be invincible among High Lords. Even the weakest among them would be a top High Lord. I'm just a passerby. Your heavenly wolf gang kept harassing me, so I had no choice but to eliminate you all. Lin Fei said nonchalantly, if you continue to act like this, I don't mind killing as many as you come. The other party's voice wasn't loud, but in Zhao Zhongxing's ears, the other party's threat was obvious. The 7 families' patriarchs were visibly moved. What a good body-tempering cultivator. His strength is tyrannical, breaking force with force. Even the power of the 5 elements as one can't suppress this person. Which family does this expert come from? The Li family patriarch looked at the young man with his hands behind his back. If a thought flashed across his mind. At the same time, the other patriarchs also had the same thought. If we can recruit this person, perhaps it will be a very good thing. That matter is about to begin. Zhao Zhongxing's expression was uncertain. The 5 brothers of the Zhao family returned with injuries, glaring angrily at each other, not daring to attack again. That kind of tyrannical power almost tore their bodies apart, making them feel very uncomfortable and uncomfortable. Should he attack or not? If he left like this, the Zhao family would lose all its face. However, if he went up to fight, he might not have the confidence to win. Once he was defeated by the other party, he would lose a lot of face, and he couldn't ask the patriarch to come. I think this is a misunderstanding, and my subordinates are insensible. Zhao Zhongxing suddenly laughed. I have to thank you for showing mercy. My subordinates all think that they are invincible, and they don't know that there is always someone better than them. Thank you for letting them know the outside world. Zhao Zhongxing cupped his hands at the other party. This reaction was beyond everyone's expectations. Chapter 28-23. Zhao Zhongxing left. It was beyond everyone's expectations that they didn't really fight. The Zhao family, one of the 8 great families in the Xianxia kingdom, actually left just like that, which is really rare. Investigate. Immediately find out who this black-robed man is. In the Xianxia kingdom, all the influential forces were notified to investigate the origin of the black-robed man. Lin Fei moved to another courtyard. That courtyard couldn't be lived in anymore. It was full of holes. He's really a smart person. In the past, there must be a winner and a loser. The Zhao clan head led his men away. He was rather rational. If they were to really fight, Lin Fei wouldn't mind killing them. It didn't matter if it was 1 or 2. It didn't matter. It was the same principle. Master, you should be famous in the Xianxia kingdom. Little Devil said with a smirk. Maybe they are investigating Master's origin. Let them investigate, anyway. There's nothing left for them. Lin Fei was not worried about revealing his identity. The Zhao family head didn't make a move because he has some concerns. Although the Zhao family is the weakest of the 8 great families, I don't know how the other 7 families will react. During the time that Lin Fei lived, he learned most of the things that happened in the Xianxia kingdom. If they fight, they will fight. Unless they have the confidence to win, they will be cautious about everything. The news that there was another powerful person in the Xianxia kingdom also spread. The 5 Zhao brothers couldn't do anything to him, but were defeated by him with a single finger. The mysterious black-robed man attracted the attention of countless people for a while. Someone can kill the people of the 8 great families and still come out unscathed. Zhongxing, you did a good job. Zhao family mansion, in a secret room. I can't see through that person, so I'm not sure. Zhao Zhongxing whispered. Anyway, he is in the Xianxia kingdom, so what if he is happy for a while?
In front of Zhao Zhongxing sat a middle-aged man with white hair at the temples, showing a look of approval.
You are the head of the family, and at our level, force is a kind of assistance. The man said faintly, sometimes, you have to be flexible in doing things. You can't just charge forward blindly. It's meaningless to be relentless.
This middle-aged man was none other than the Zhao family's 8th Order Heavenly God Realm Master, Zhao Wuji.
The distribution of benefits in the Heavenly River is about to begin. I have an idea. Let's see if we can rope him in. He was able to defeat the 5 brothers, but it seems like he hasn't used his full strength yet. If he can represent the Zhao clan, we might not be at the bottom. Your idea is pretty good.
Zhao Wuji laughed. That person is indeed very strong.
His celestial deity body is exceptionally domineering. You can try to recruit him, but you have to be quick. If you can recruit him, perhaps this matter will come to a perfect conclusion. When the time comes, the celestial deity sect will be able to recruit him. When people talk about it, they will say that our Zhao family has tolerant people and is broad-minded. The major forces of the Xianxia kingdom began to investigate. However, this investigation left them dumbfounded. There wasn't much information about such a person.
It was as if he had appeared out of thin air.
His background and identity were blank. There was nothing that could be found. The Xianxia kingdom's investigation ability was pretty good, but they still found nothing. Half a month later, they had resigned themselves to their fate. This person definitely had a powerful background. To be able to conceal his personal information so well, other than a disciple of a major force, no one else could do it. They also tried from the physique cultivation sections. No one recognized this kind of celestial deity body, and there wasn't much information about it. Mysterious background. A family's disciple. This was the final result of the investigation. Lin Fei had been sitting quietly in the yard the whole time. There were more scouts on the streets outside. They were smart enough to observe from afar. The Zhao family's 5 brothers were beaten back. If they recklessly went up, they would die without a doubt. Leaving home. They also received the results of the investigation. The information was blank, and there were only a few things that could be recorded. This is the result of the investigation? The Li family patriarch was very dissatisfied. This was the same as not investigating at all. It was useless. Lord, there's nothing we can do. The saint spirit world is so big, and there are many hidden families. If this person really wants to hide something, it's not easy to investigate.
The Li family patriarch frowned and waved his hand.
Step down. Although he knew that the investigation wouldn't yield any information, the Li family patriarch was in a bad mood at such a blank and powerless investigation result. I don't have any good results. The rest are almost the same. The Li family patriarch took another look. But one thing should be certain. This person came to the Xianxia kingdom for something. Since you want it, we can cooperate. The traces of the person in the Xianxia kingdom were investigated clearly. This bit of information couldn't be hidden from the 8 big families. Father is too much. Isn't it just inviting someone? Just arrange for someone. Why did you make me come here personally? Li Tianhua walked into the Zhao family's territory with a look of displeasure.
He went to invite the mysterious man in black on behalf of his father.
Li Tianhua was a direct disciple, ranked 3rd in the family. Everyone called him 3rd young master.
3rd young master, I think you can't neglect this matter.
The confidant next to him lowered his voice and said, Who doesn't know that our Xianxia country has a powerful man? Even the 5 brothers of the Zhao family are not his opponent. The head of the Zhao family refrained from making a move to save his face. This person should have a great background.
The head of the family arranged this matter for the 3rd young master.
If he can be invited back, it will definitely leave a good impression in the eyes of the head of the family. That's right.
Li Tianhua's eyes lit up.
How could I forget this? I'll listen to you. Let's invite him back. Li Tianhua was in a good mood. Not long after entering the Zhao family's territory, he met a person. Brother Tianhua, what brings you here? You're really a rare guest.
It was also a group of people, and the one in the lead was a young man dressed in white.
He was elegant, and he was waving a folding fan. As soon as the other party spoke, Li Tianhua knew who he was. So it's Brother Zhang. You're quite good at running. Coming all the way to the Zhao family's territory.
Don't tell me you've taken a fancy to that family's daughter. Li Tianhua squinted his eyes and smiled. The Zhang family was also one of the 8 big families. The white-clothed Zhang Taohua was very handsome. Bai Ruyu had a pair of peach blossom eyes. In the Tianhe kingdom, she was the most romantic and elegant. She was so charming that the young ladies from the big families were all attracted to her. Yes, I've really taken a fancy to that family's daughter. Zhang Taohua smiled and said in her heart, "Don't tell me you're here to find that man in black? That's a bit troublesome." Chapter 28-24. The young masters of the Li family and the Zhang family had both appeared in the Zhao family's territory. The spies on the street immediately discovered the situation. Normally, the disciples of the 8 great families would rarely take the initiative to cross districts unless there was something special. Now that 2 of them had appeared, and they were both young masters of the main family, the situation was different. Hurry up and report this. There's movement. Half a month had passed. Everyone was investigating this mysterious man in black, but so far, there had been no useful clues. However, now that 2 young masters of the main family had appeared, it was no small matter. They had come on behalf of the Zhang family and the Li family. "Aren't you going to find the daughter?" Li Tianhua said unhappily. "It's on the way," Zhang Taohua said with a cheeky smile. "Shameless. You're the same." The 2 of them soon arrived outside the courtyard. Both of them disliked each other. "I'm Li Tianhua from the Li family. I'm here on behalf of the Li family to see you," Li Tianhua shouted in the courtyard. "Vulgar." Zhang Taohua shook her head. "I'm Zhang Taohua. I'm here on the order of the family head to see you." In the past half a month, the fierce man in the courtyard had attracted a lot of attention. He had been the center of attention for the past half a month. The arrival of the Li family and the young master of the Zhang family caused quite a commotion. People from the 2 great families had come. Were they trying to recruit him? Everyone reacted very quickly. With such an expert, even if they were to recruit him as a worshipper, it would still be a very worthwhile thing. "The people of the Zhao family are here too." It was unknown who shouted, but another group of people came outside. A young master of the Zhao clan came, and he came to the courtyard very politely. "Young masters, you're in such a good mood. At least let me know that you're in the Zhao family's territory so that I can be a good host." Zhao Tianan also hurried over. Neither the Li family nor the Zhang family wanted to have any contact with the Zhao family. Hearing Zhao Tianan's words, they felt very awkward. He was mocking them for overstepping their boundaries. "Brother Tianan, you're too polite. We just have a small matter to attend to. We'll leave after we're done," Li Tianhua said seriously. "It's not worth bothering Brother Tianan with such a small matter," Zhang Taohua said without the slightest embarrassment on her face. Zhao Tianan thought to himself, "What a thick skin." In the courtyard, Lin Fei smiled. "Finally, 3 families have come." Calculating the time, it was about time. Lin Fei was not very satisfied with the number of people from the 3 clans. In any case, he had made a start. As long as they were interested in him, everything would be fine. He knew that his martial prowess that day had shocked many people. Without absolute certainty of victory, the Zhao family would not make a move. They could not afford to lose face like this, and they could not afford to suffer such a huge loss. According to the information collected in the past few days, they are trying to rope you in. It seems to be related to the interests of the Milky Way. The little devil said, "You are now a delicious steamed bun." Lin Fei laughed. "It's good to eat well." The 3 of them were here to see this mysterious black-clothed man. The other party could easily defeat the 5 Zhao brothers. Even though the 3 of them had powerful backgrounds and statuses, they did not dare to force their way in. Who knew if the other party would be ruthless? "If any of you can fulfill my conditions, I can go at any time." A sound that was neither soft nor loud came from the courtyard. 3 jade talismans traversed the void and appeared in front of the 3 of them. The moment they appeared, their hearts sank. The jade talismans gave off a dangerous aura. Just as they were about to make a move, the dangerous aura on the jade talismans dissipated and became gentle and calm. They were so scared that they broke out in cold sweat. They had almost made a fool of themselves. The 3 of them secretly took a deep breath. If they forcefully made a move and damaged the information in the jade talismans, they would really lose face.
They did not dare to ask the other party to take out another jade talisman. The other party did not appear. Even though they were unhappy, they represented the three great clans in the Milky Way kingdom. No matter who it was, they had to be polite to. But when they thought of the other party's fierce and domineering strength, the three young masters immediately lost their temper. Aya, I still have to see the young lady. I'll be leaving first. Zhang Taohua put away the jade talisman and left with a smile. I also have things to do at home. Li Tianhua also left. The first to go back was Zhao Tianan. Zhao Tianan returned with the jade talisman and asked, Father, that person killed our Zhao clan's guards and consecrators. Why do we still want to see him? Zhao Zhongxing smiled and said, He is a useful person. It's that simple. The guards can be replaced, and the consecrators can be recruited again. He shook his head inwardly. I was a step too slow. These days, Zhao Zhongxing had not considered whether he should make a move or not. Because of this hesitation, the Li clan and Zhang clan sent people first. God origin sand, 50 kilograms. There was not much information in the jade talisman. It was straightforward and clear. Zhao Zhongxing was very surprised. According to the investigation, this person asked many people as soon as he came to the Milky Way kingdom. It seems like he came for this God origin sand. He asked for 50 kilograms. His appetite is not small. Chapter 28-25. The jade talisman sent by Lin Fei became a joke. The 8 great families of the Xianxia kingdom didn't move at all, as if nothing had happened. The days gradually returned to normal, and the matter of the jade talisman was gradually replaced by various things. The courtyard was restored to its previous state. Outsiders were reminded not to offend the black-robed man in the courtyard. That's a person you can't afford to offend. Time flew, and more than 30 years had passed. The day when the treasure would appear in the Xianxia kingdom was getting closer and closer. This has little to do with the people of the Xianxia kingdom, but it has a lot to do with the 8 great families. In one night, the spies outside the courtyard were almost removed. A mysterious man who couldn't be found, a guy who almost never left his house in the Xianxia kingdom. No one was monitoring him anymore. Junior Li Tianhua came to visit under the order of the patriarch. I want to see Senior. In the night, a man quietly came to the courtyard and said politely. After more than 30 years, blazing heavenly flame came again. The night was quiet. Come in. When Li Tianhua was looking at the courtyard anxiously, a voice sounded in the courtyard. Great, you finally see me. Li Tianhua was afraid that the other party wouldn't see him. If that's the case, he really can't do anything. He wouldn't dare to act wildly here. Many people in the Xianxia kingdom regarded this courtyard as a place that they couldn't afford to offend. Li Tianhua walked into the courtyard with uneasiness. Although there was a difference between the inside and outside, it felt completely different to him. A black-robed man came out of the room and stood quietly in the courtyard. Say it, what's the matter? Li Tianhua looked at the black-robed man and felt the same terrifying aura as his father. This was the first time he was so close to him. His breathing began to quicken, and the strong sense of oppression was very terrifying. The words of the other party made him feel irresistible. After forcing himself to take a deep breath, Li Tianhua said, My father wishes to meet with Senior to discuss the details of our cooperation. The other party's background was mysterious, so cooperation was the most appropriate word. Your Li family is very courageous. The black-robed man smiled. I agree. Li Tianhua came with a task. He felt uneasy in his heart. In the past 30 years, this mysterious black-clothed man had practically never left his residence. No one had ever come out, making him seem even more mysterious and unfathomable. He had always doubted whether he could succeed or not. Li Tianhua could finally put down a stone. Let's go. The mysterious black-robed man stretched his hand out to grab Li Tianhua. Li Tianhua didn't have any ability to resist at all. He tore open the void with his bare hands and rushed in. Too strong. He can actually withstand the power of the void astral winds. Li Tianhua's eyes widened in disbelief. The mansion of the Li family. Tonight, the higher-ups of the Li family were gathered in the meeting hall. The security outside was tight. Master, the Li family has invited several masters of the body refining school. In fact, we don't have to invite that mysterious man. one of the higher-ups said with dissatisfaction. Until now, we still don't know his background. He has offended the Zhao family quite badly. If we ask that person for help, we will be opposing the Zhao family. The higher-ups said one after another. The master of the Li family, Li Moxian, who was sitting at the head of the table, listened quietly with a calm expression. Those masters of the body refining school that you invited don't seem to be very strong. I think that mysterious man is much stronger than them. Whether we can get any benefits from there or not depends on this person. Another higher-up stood up and refuted. Soon, the higher-ups of the Li family were divided into two groups. One group supported the mysterious man, and the other group refuted it. For a moment, they were in a heated argument. Whoosh! A fluctuation came from the meeting hall. The higher-ups of the Li family stopped, and many of them took out their weapons. A hand reached out of the void and tore open the void. A black-robed man walked out of the void with Li Qianhua and appeared in front of the higher-ups of the Li family. Are you welcoming me? Lin Fei glanced at them casually. Under his sharp gaze, all the higher-ups of the Li family shuddered. An irresistible and terrifying aura swept over them, and their hearts tightened inexplicably. How can this person have such a dangerous aura? With just a glance, the higher-ups of the Li family felt a chill. This person was not easy to deal with. No wonder Zhao Wuji had not dealt with this person until now. He was indeed not easy to deal with. Li Tianhua stood aside, and even now, he still felt an inexplicable fear. The void world of the Saint Spirit domain had always been the most terrifying. Without reaching the supremacy realm and without using treasures, no heaven god would foolishly enter the void world. That would only result in death. You are very powerful. It is the honor of the Li family to invite you to help us. Li Mo laughed loudly. Someone, give me a seat. As soon as Li Mo spoke, the higher-ups of the Li family retreated to the side. This was the first time they had seen this mysterious black-robed man. He didn't look young, and he was ferocious. They had to admit that he was very powerful. 50 kilograms of essence force divine sand. I can let you get the first place this time. Lin Fei went up to Li Mo. I am not interested in anything else. Just say the word. Lin Fei said straightforwardly. How dare you? How dare you speak like that? A middle-aged Li family higher-up shouted. Lin Fei turned his head and looked at him coldly. His cold killing intent shrouded this higher-up. Who allowed you to speak to me like that? You have no respect for your elders. A slap came across the air. Everyone saw that the middle-aged Li family higher-up was slapped to the ground. His body was covered with dense cracks, and he looked like he would collapse at any time. Terrifying. Too terrifying. The other party actually dared to hit someone in front of the higher-ups of the Li family. Lin Fei's eyes became cold. Your family head didn't say anything. What right do you have to say anything? If anyone wants to have a taste of my slap, just say it. 1 slap per person, and I will give it to you for free. Arrogant. Another higher-up who had left glared at him and took out his weapon. Lin Fei slapped again. It passed through the void and landed on the other party's face with lightning speed. He fell to the ground on the spot. Who else? His cold eyes swept over again. 2 higher-ups of the Li family were slapped to the ground, half dead. The remaining higher-ups all shrank their necks. Too cruel. These 2 Li family higher-ups weren't weak, but they couldn't even block a single slap from the other party. They were beaten half to death, and their bodies were on the verge of collapsing. Moreover, this was because the other party was lenient. Ridiculously strong. Lin Fei attacked twice, 1 slap per person. Li family patriarch, have you made up your mind? If not, I'm going back. Li Mo did not stop the Li family higher-ups. He merely wanted to test this person's strength. He didn't expect the other party to be this strong. A 7th-order heavenly god realm was sent to the ground with a single slap. Li Mo was truly moved. All of you leave. Li Mo stood up with a smile on his face. With a wave of his hand, all the Li family higher-ups left. Chapter 28-26. The higher-ups of the Li family walked out of the meeting hall. They looked at each other. The scene just now was too shocking. Too brutal. He almost destroyed a person's body with a single slap. He can actually travel through the void. Is he at the supremacy realm? The group of people standing outside also sucked in a cold breath. This was more brutal than they imagined. Young Master Li, that guy is so brutal. You should at least inform us in advance. One of the higher-ups who had been defeated completely lost his temper. He even felt a little grateful. The other party showed mercy. Li Tianhua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You can't blame me for this.
Who knew that he could travel through the void without the help of any treasures?
Even I was frightened by his physical body. Traveling through the void, Li Tianhua didn't even dare to think about it. The astral winds could easily tear a heavenly god expert into pieces in less than 3 breaths. Li Tianhua was glad that he didn't put on any airs when he went. If the other party got angry, he would have exploded his physical body with a single slap.
If I didn't guess wrong, you should be the newly risen brother Aotian.
After everyone left, Liamo looked at the other party and said word by word. Lin Fei smiled. Is it important who I am? As long as you can take out 50 kilograms of essence force god sand, Aotian or Lingtian will still help you. Liamo laughed. That's true. I like it. He couldn't hide the shock in his heart. We are really dumbfounded. We didn't even suspect that the other party is the newly risen 8-star shadow deity Aotian. We almost caused big trouble. The Tianhe kingdom was alone. There were countless experts in the saint spirit world, and they wouldn't remember them one by one. At first, Liamo didn't think of this. If the other party didn't rely on his physical body to travel through the void, he wouldn't have thought of this person. Although the other party didn't admit his identity, Liamo was smart enough to know that the other party was heavenly god Aotian, a powerful figure who caused a lot of trouble in the massacre court. Such a powerful figure actually came to the Tianhe kingdom, and they didn't even know about it. The intelligence collection was too outdated. He decided to rectify it, so as not to be blind next time. 50 kilograms of original energy godly sand. The Li family can give you 25 kilograms first.
Liamo had already made up his mind.
No matter what, he had to rope him in. Initially, Liamo wanted to have a good talk with Huang Xiaolong to reduce the amount of divine essence sand as much as possible, but he didn't expect the other party to be stronger than he had imagined. Huang Xiaolong's strength was unfathomable. In the entire Li family, other than the ancestor himself, no one could suppress Huang Xiaolong. Huang Xiaolong could kill a 7th-order heavenly god realm cultivator with a single slap. Sure. Lin Fei answered straightforwardly. Without asking for the reason, Liamo took out 25 kilograms of origin energy god sand. This was the Li family's collection of origin energy god sand, and this time, it was all given to Lin Fei. From that day onwards, you just need to inform them. With that, Lin Fei turned around, tearing space and leaving the meeting hall. Tearing space with his bare hands, this physical strength is probably close to the 8th-order heavenly god realm. Rumor has it that this heavenly god Aotian cultivates a unique heavenly god physique, allowing him to travel through space even before his cultivation has reached 8th-order heavenly god realm. He can be considered a pseudo-sovereign lord master. Liamo sighed ruefully. It's a good thing that we found him. If someone else got it before us, the Li family would be in big trouble. Having such a pseudo-supremacy expert would be everyone's nightmare. In the new distribution of benefits, the Li family would be the biggest winner. 50 kilograms of origin energy god sand. This Li family is really generous. Lin Fei flew through the void. He didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Fortunately, I managed to come up with a heavenly god Aotian identity. A physique cultivator identity is really popular. Lin Fei was in a good mood. Something must have changed for the Li family to make such a decision. With half of the origin energy god sand in his hands, Lin Fei could increase his physical strength by another half. Becoming a pseudo-sovereign lord wasn't a problem. There's someone flying through the void. Lin Fei looked into the distance. At the same time, a black lotus bloomed in the void, forming ripples that protected the person within. While Lin Fei was observing them, the person inside the golden lotus also noticed Lin Fei flying through the void. The two exchanged a glance before passing by each other. Since when did the Sky River country have a physique cultivator? Inside the golden lotus, there was a silver-haired old man and a young man, seemingly master and servant. The one who spoke was the young man. Xiao Jun, you're wrong. That person isn't a sovereign lord. He's a pseudo-sovereign lord master. The silver-haired old man revealed a rare smile. How is that possible?
The young man had a pair of abstruse eyes, giving him a mysterious air.
Isn't flying through the void a special ability of a sovereign lord? Xiao Jun, the saint spirit world is vast. There are countless capable people, including some outstanding ones. The silver-haired old man said, to be able to fly through the void at a peak 7th order heavenly god realm, he most likely cultivates a powerful heavenly god physique, maybe even a 9 stars heavenly god physique. Once this person becomes a sovereign lord, he'll be one of the top sovereign lords.
What a promising young man, ah.
Master, didn't you say that the number of heavenly god bodies and 9-star heavenly god bodies in the body tempering school are few and far between? Even those that do are unique secrets. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be leaked out. That's why you must cultivate hard. The world is big. Who knows when you'll run into an expert? The silver-haired old man fell into contemplation. When you become a sovereign, you'll be able to meet the saint spirit world's experts.
Lin Fei didn't pay much attention to the two people, erasing his tracks and quietly returning to his room.
50 caddies of origin energy god sand. I should refine it first while I have time.
50 caddies of origin energy god sand was enough to raise his strength by a large margin, and it could also conceal a part of his strength.
There was no need to use proud heaven to simulate it. After arranging the formation, Lin Fei opened his mouth and sucked the origin energy god sand into his body. Swish swish swish. He immersed his consciousness into the refinement process. This refinement process took a long time. During this time, no one came to disturb Lin Fei. The 25 kilograms of origin energy divine sand was also refined at an extremely fast speed. Lin Fei's aura also became increasingly heavy. This was the invisible pressure of the body tempering style, which was also the pressure of the fleshly body.
At this moment, the strength Lin Fei was exuding far surpassed the strength he had when he left the Li family.
50 more caddies. My proud heaven is infinitely close to the 8th level. Lin Fei could feel the extraordinary change. Chapter 28-27. Jianghu Country. The most important day for the upper echelons had arrived. It was about the distribution of benefits in Jianghu. It was the most important thing for the 8 families. The Black Domain was infinitely mysterious and full of surprises. Until now, no one could control the Black Domain.
No one knew how it was formed, but they could guess that there should be a huge world or even a secret territory in the Black Domain.
Jianghu had become the best way to communicate with the Black Domain. Every time something came out of the Black Domain, it would come out along the Jianghu. The 8 families fought fiercely, but they were united against the outside world. Until now, they controlled the ownership of Jianghu. The distribution was decided by the 8 families every 10,000 years. No matter who sat in this position, they had to abide by the rules set by the 8 families. Whoever did not abide by them would be eliminated. Up until now, no one had been able to disrupt the distribution of the Heavenly River's ownership. The Li family. Li Mo sat in the meeting hall. There were only a few people sitting in the entire meeting hall.
Coming.
Li Mo stood up. The space fluctuated, and Lin Fei in black appeared in the meeting hall.
I'm not too late, right?
Li Mo's pupils shrank slightly, and he smiled.
No, it's still early.
With just a glance, Li Mo felt that the other party's aura was much stronger, and it made people feel breathless. He was shocked and overjoyed.
The other Divine Realm experts stood up and looked at the man in black who came out of the void with great vigilance.
These 3 are going to attend the meeting of the 8 families together, just like you. Li Mo briefly introduced the names of the 3 people. Lin Fei glanced at them indifferently and didn't pay attention to them anymore. The 3 people were also very afraid. Although Li Mo didn't introduce this person's name, as long as they were not fools, they could see that the other party was stronger than the 3 of them.
This is the treasure of our Li family.
It can travel through the void, but it costs Saint Spirit crystals. In the void, Li Mo and Lin Fei chatted. They were standing on a treasure. The treasure released a shield, and it kept moving forward against the astral winds. Ripples appeared on the shield. What's so great about the Li family? Lin Fei said, ordinary people are not qualified to have a treasure that can travel through the void.
Master Li Mo could not help but reveal a trace of pride.
I'm already collecting the rest of the items.
Li Mo said.
This time, we really have to rely on you, Brother Outyen. Things might have changed. Change.
Master Li Mo's expression was solemn.
Something has changed. The 8 great clans have all invited external help to fight for the distribution of benefits in the Milky Way. According to the information we've read from the previous generations, we've discovered that we've overlooked one thing. That is, there might be something good in the Milky Way this time. There's an 80% chance that it will happen. Lin Fei understood. In that case, my opponents will become stronger.
You can understand it that way,
Liu Mo said. In the past we, the 8 great clans, would rarely ask for outside help. It was always our own younger generation who fought for it.
Actually, you didn't have to say it,
Lin Fei said. I'll accept your gift. No matter how difficult it is, I'll do my best to complete it.
This is our cooperation.
Master Liu Mo and his group traveled through the void.
The power of the astral winds in the void suddenly increased, and the treasure they were standing on began to shake, like a lonely boat in the turbulent waves.
We're approaching the Milky Way Temple.
Master Liu Mo was used to it.
The Milky Way is a special existence that indirectly affects the nearby void. As a result, the void in this area is chaotic most of the time. The void treasures of the Li family are not affected, so we don't have to worry too much.
Lin Fei squinted.
This place of yours is really full of secrets.
Master Liu Mo laughed.
Exactly. Even now, we still haven't figured out how many people have died in the black domain behind us. Even those supremacies don't dare to go in recklessly. The astral winds in the void continued to be violent. The 3 celestial god powerhouses behind him all had unnatural expressions. They were still very far away from traveling through the void. Without the void treasures, they would never dare to enter the void for their entire lives, so they had never seen such a grand scene. An hour later, they came out of the void and saw a huge lying Milky Way in front of them. They actually appeared inside the Milky Way. The loud sound of flowing water was a huge visual shock. This is the Milky Way Temple, a special place. Don't be fooled by the Milky Way's calm, but in fact, it is very dangerous. For example, the flowing water is extremely heavy, and anyone who falls into it will definitely die. Master Liu Mo first mentioned the danger of the Milky Way. Actually, there was no need to say more. Everyone noticed the horror of the Milky Way, and at the same time, they were shocked.
This place in the Milky Way actually formed an independent small space that was not affected by the Milky Way.
They didn't know who made this, but it was really a good move. It was also the first time that Lin Fei had come into close contact with the Milky Way. What a domineering power. When the Milky Way flows, the sound can affect the physical body and blood. No wonder people say that anyone who falls into the Milky Way will definitely die. Lin Fei squinted and kept looking at the Milky Way.
Brother Li, you're quite early.
Master Liu Mo first brought the people to the Li family's position. This independent space was very plain. A huge flat and smooth stone was lying in the Milky Way, and the water of the Milky Way flowed past it, splitting it into 2. The 8 great families each occupied a position. In the center, a ring was built, and an array was set up, forming a series of faintly discernible ripples. As soon as they sat down, a middle-aged divine realm expert next to them smiled and greeted them. Brother Emperor, you're also early. Looking at your happy face, are you very confident about the distribution of benefits this time? Master Liu Mo smiled and teased. Lin Fei looked over. Royal family. A noble name. One of the 8 great families had a good relationship with the Li family, and they had always been connected by marriage. They were considered allies in the Milky Way Kingdom. You're not the same. I heard that you found an expert, but I didn't expect it. Huang Feilong took a look, and his eyes stopped on Lin Fei for a moment, looking very surprised. You're really bold. No wonder you would look for me to exchange for that thing. Huang Feihu naturally knew how powerful this person was. So far, there was no information about him, and he was very mysterious. He didn't expect that the Li family would cooperate with him. 50 kilograms of elemental energy divine sand. It's not easy to find talents. Master Liu Mo said first, the price is high, but it's worth it. Worth it? Huang Feilong didn't think so. He still pretended to be happy. I'm not as bold as you, but you have to be careful. I heard that Zhao Zhongxing invited an expert back, and it said that he's from the Massacre God Court. If you invite him, you might. Chapter 28:28. The celestial river would produce something good this time. This was the common thought of the 8 great clans. Hence, in order to obtain more benefits, The 8 great clans had invited external help. This was because they were worried that their benefits would be lost. Zhao Zhongxing actually colluded with the people from the massacre court. Li Mo frowned. Is the massacre court preparing to extend their hands into the Black Domain? Or is it just a personal opinion? All along, the 3 top forces did not care much about the Black Domain. The Sky River Kingdom had always been proud of their control over the Celestial River. Moreover, with the treasures obtained from the Black Domain, even supremacies had suffered great losses at the hands of the Sky River Kingdom. From then on, no one dared to covet the Celestial River. When they suddenly heard that the massacre court and the Zhao family were in contact, they could not help but be suspicious. The Zhao family is one of the newly promoted 8 great clans. They are in a weak position. Huang Feilong grinned as he looked at Zhao Zhongxing and the others who had appeared on the stone platform. Whoosh! A sharp gaze shot towards Li Mo's position. The target was the black-clothed Lin Fei. Hua hua hua! When Lin Fei was swept by the other party's gaze, many countries appeared around him. Thousands of soldiers and horses waved their swords and spears as they charged forward. Li Mo's expression sank. Brother Zhao, what is the meaning of this? Li Mo was displeased that Zhao Zhongxing had attacked the person he invited the moment he arrived. He coldly said to Zhao Zhongxing. Zhao Zhongxing grinned. Brother Li, I am helping you to see if you have invited the right person, in case they deliberately put on an act. I am doing this for your own good. Beside Zhao Zhongxing was a pale-faced young man. His face was extremely pale, without a trace of rosy color. He looked sickly, but his eyes were extremely deep and powerful, like a bottomless pit. Anyone who met his eyes would unknowingly fall into his deep and invincible world. If there were people with sharp eyes, they would be able to recognize him at a glance. This was the characteristic of experts of the illusory school. Their fleshly bodies were extremely weak, but they possessed extremely powerful illusory power. When the illusory power was cultivated to the limit, a single thought could transform the world into a real world. A single thought could cause people to be immersed in the world, unable to extricate themselves. Even though this sect had not reached the level of the 10 great sects, it was still infinitely close, and no one dared to underestimate it. Li Mo first saw that the 3 people he invited were all swaying. Even though it wasn't directed at them, it still affected them. Why aren't you stopping your men? Li Mo was enraged. Brother Li, it's just a joke. Don't take it seriously, ha ha ha. Zhao Zhongxing laughed. The illusory realm targeted at them had dissipated, but the 3 of them still had lingering fears. Lin Fei acted as if nothing had happened. His face was very calm. Congratulations, Brother Li. These people are all good fighters. Zhao Zhongxing said as he brought a few people to the Zhao clan's seats. Are you guys all right? Li Mo first asked the 3 of them, and they shook their heads, indicating that they were fine. However, upon closer inspection, there was still a certain degree of influence, and his expression darkened. The strength of these 3 people was affected. I didn't expect the Zhao family to invite an expert from the illusory school. Li Mo had always looked down on Zhao Zhongxing. The foundation of the Li family in the Tianhe kingdom was far beyond that of the Zhao clan. The Zhao clan must have become the lackey of the massacre court. Apart from this reason, Li Mo could not think of a second one. The name of the massacre court was enough to make all the forces in the Saint Spirit domain feel immense pressure. Are you confident? Li Mo first asked Lin Fei. A very powerful illusory realm attack. Lin Fei said. Those with weak willpower will immediately fall for it, and will be tortured to death. He is still a little weaker than me, and one move is enough to kill him. That's good. Zhao clan head, the 4 of them are nothing to worry about, and the same goes for that guy from the body tempering school. The sickly young man sat beside Zhao Zhongxing, and he said disdainfully. Zhao Zhongxing had also noticed the mysterious black-robed man beside Li Mo, and he understood what was going on. Therefore, he let the people he invited test the other party, so that the Li family would suffer a small loss. Nephew Huan, thank you so much for just now. It's just a small matter, and it's not worth mentioning. Huan 12 laughed. In front of my illusory realm, not many people can withstand it. I will personally kill that guy from the body tempering school. Offending Zhao clan head is equivalent to offending the massacre court. Well said, I like what you say. Lin Fei sat beside Li Mo, the Bei family just arrived, a large family that came from outside. Their overall strength is ranked third among the 8 big families, and they are very difficult to deal with. Only the Zhang family and the Wang family can contend with the Bei family. Our Li family's overall strength is only ranked 4th. The 8 big families arrived one after another. Which family is? Lin Fei suddenly asked. This was because Lin Fei saw 2 people. Previously, he met an old man and a young man in the void world, and Lin Fei had a deep impression of them. That was the first time he met them in the void world. They are the number 1 family of the 8 big families, the Li family. Li Mo's tone became more serious. They also invited people, and those 2 people are not simple. They give off a strong sense of oppression. Of course they are not simple. That was a Supreme Lord-level powerhouse. Lin Fei would never misjudge. That person is very terrifying. Even though they only saw each other once, it was not difficult to feel each other's strength. The Li family. Li Mo did not notice the change in Lin Fei. The Li family was the first family, and it has not changed since. The Li family has 2 supremacies, and they have the most among the 8 big families. The Li family has always occupied the majority of the Milky Way's benefits. 2 High Lord powerhouses were indeed worthy of being feared. In the Saint Spirit domain, a supremacy could dominate an area and continue to pass on the family's legacy. No one dared to offend 2 supremacies. While Lin Fei was watching, the old man also noticed Lin Fei, who did not conceal himself. You have met your match. The old man transmitted his voice. I thought it was a coincidence, but it seems that person should be in the Milky Way kingdom. A pseudo-supremacy. The distribution of benefits in the Milky Way is getting more and more interesting. Master, once my demon eye appears, even if he is a pseudo-supremacy, his body will still be torn to pieces. The young man coldly snorted, very dissatisfied. I will definitely defeat him. Among all the people here, only he is a little challenging. The old man smiled without saying anything. Brother Li, your Milky Way kingdom still has many experts. The old man laughed. Sitting next to him was Li Wuxian, the head of the Li family. Chapter 28-29. Li Wuxian had to be careful when facing this old man. The other party was a supremacy, and a top-notch one at that. Even the 2 supremacies of the Li family couldn't defeat this old man. If it weren't for the fact that the other party happened to be interested in something, the Li clan wouldn't have been able to invite this old man. Even though the old man wouldn't make a move this time, it was worth it if his disciple made a move. Li Wuxian was a 7th order heavenly god realm master, yet he could feel the aura of death coming from this young man. The frigid aura was enough to make one feel despair and fear. Despite his fear, Li Wuxian was still abnormally relaxed. No matter who they invited, they wouldn't be a match for the person in front of them. The Li family would still be the biggest beneficiary of this. No one would be able to change that. Something good will come out of the heavenly river. Are you sure that thing will come out? The old man suddenly asked. Li Wuxian nodded his head. We've already observed that place, and the possibility is high. The black domain is ever-changing, and according to past research, there's a high chance this time. The 8 great clans soon arrived. They didn't bring many people, but every one of them was an elite, and they were all eager to try. The patriarchs of the 8 great families were all very calm. But if one looked closely, they would see some urgency on their faces. It was just that they hid it very well, and it was very difficult to notice. Begin! Li Wujin stood up to preside. Every time, the 8 great clans would send a clan leader to preside over the event. Last time, it was the Zhao family, so this time, it was the Li family's Li Wujin's turn. There's no need to explain the rules. Everyone already knows. Li Wuxian said excitedly. Now, let's start drawing lots. One-on-one arena battle. Each of the 8 great clans had a total of 4 people who could participate in the competition. At the beginning, defeating one person would earn 1 point. In the next round, defeating the other person would earn all the points the other person had. In the end, whoever had the most points would get the most benefits from the Heavenly River Empire. It could be said that the arena matches were all about luck. Whoever persisted until the end would have more points. The lot drawing was about to begin. For the sake of fairness, the person who drew the lots was not themselves, but a mortal. A true mortal, without the slightest energy fluctuations. No one could cheat. It was very fair. No one had any objections. First match, Zhao family's number 1 versus Lin family's number 1. The results of the first round were out. There were 4 people in each family, and all of them were registered by number 1 to 4. No one would know their strength beforehand. Number 1 is actually him. Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. It was the young man who had cast the illusion. Lin family number 1 is going to lose. The opponent's illusory realm was very powerful. Lin family number 1 might not be a match for it. Please guide me. The number 1 of the Lin family cupped his hands. Bring it on. Huan 12 said calmly. Kill. Lin family number 1 used a spear. He took out his spear and stabbed out. Before his spear could reach his opponent, Lin family number 1 stopped moving. It was as if he had lost his mind. Phantom 12's sword pierced the space between his opponent's eyebrows. The outcome of the battle was decided. An expert of the illusion school. The Lin family patriarch's expression froze. What a good Zhao family, to actually invite such an expert. We lost the first round. An expert of the school of illusion was indeed worthy of the attention of the 8 great families. Illusions were attacks on the soul. It was extremely difficult to block. The weaker ones would be defeated in a single exchange. Zhao Zhongxing had a smile on his face. He had easily won the first round. His gaze fell on the black-robed man. The matter of killing the higher-ups of the Heavenly Wolf Gang and the guards of the Zhao family can be settled now. The other party's origin was mysterious, so Zhao Zhongxing was no longer worried. Phantom 12 was a member of the Massacre God Court, and behind him was a high-ranking member of the Massacre God Court. No matter how powerful the opponent's background was, it would be difficult for him to fight against the Massacre God Court. Zhao Zhongxing could finally vent his anger. The Huan family's methods are still shallow, but they are pretty good at dealing with heavenly gods below the level of a high lord. The old man faintly looked at Li Wujin and revealed his origin. Could it be a disciple of the Huan family from Heavenly Heart Island? Li Wujin said, rumor has it that Heavenly Heart Island once had an ancestor that was comparable to a godly lord. In the Saint Spirit realm, the Huan family's methods are number 1. The old man smiled and said, that senior from Heavenly Heart Island is indeed very talented. Even with his weak body, he was able to develop the illusion school. Unfortunately, this school is too difficult to cultivate, and after that senior, no one else has been able to reach this level. The Huan family is also getting weaker with each generation. Without becoming a lord of the illusion school, they are still a bit lacking. In the first round, the Zhao family sent out a disciple of the Huan family. This made the other 7 families feel the pressure. The drawing of lots began again. The number 2 from the Lin family against number 3 from the Bei family. The fierce battle began. The Emperor intent attacks of number 3 from the Bei family were very powerful. One move after another, he had the upper hand and easily defeated number 2 from the Lin family. The Lin family had a bad year. They had already lost 2 rounds, so the pressure on them was very great. The number 3 from the Li family against the number 2 from the Wang family. The number 3 from the Li family was at a disadvantage the moment he went on stage. He was defeated in less than 1 incense stick of time and was killed on the spot by the Wang family. Zhao family head, the 3 from the Li family have been affected by my illusion, so their strength has been greatly reduced. This time, they will be at the bottom. Phantom 12 smiled. His smile was very ugly and cold. Haha, it's good to be at the bottom. Zhao Zhongxing happily said, we can suppress the Li family in one fell swoop. Without so many benefits, it will be very easy for the Zhao family to accumulate strength. If the Li family dared to ask that person for help, Zhao Zhongxing would make the Li family suffer. From the beginning to the end, the arena battles continued to accumulate. The strength of the 8 great families was also displayed. Currently, first place was the Li family, second was the royal family, and third was the Zhao family. The Li family was currently ranked 8th. So far, they hadn't won a single match. The 3 people from the Li family had all lost. Their luck wasn't very good. The other 7 families were gloating. Last time, the Li family was ranked 4th, so they had a lot of benefits. However, this time they were ranked last. Who wouldn't be happy? Li Mo wasn't in a rush. As long as Ao Tian made a move, it wouldn't be a problem for them to kill their way up. On the stage. In his opinion, only the Huan family disciple, the mysterious young master of the Li family, and the royal family were at the top. Lin Fei wasn't in a rush. The people that went up were all weak, so there was nothing to worry about. He was very interested in the disciple next to the old man. That person gave him a dangerous aura. Right now, there weren't many people who could give him a dangerous aura. That was a seed with potential. Lin Fei was only interested in him. No one else was worthy of his attention. Not even the Huan family disciple. Number 2 from the Wang family against number 4 from the Li family. At this moment, it was finally Lin Fei's turn. Chapter 28:30. Ever since the mysterious body transformation master came to the Sky River Kingdom, a long time has passed, but no one has figured out the origin of the other party. The Li family had lost 2 out of 4 experts in a row. If this mysterious body tempering expert continued to lose, then the Li family would be at the bottom of the distribution of benefits among the 8 great families. In 10,000 years, the overall strength of the Li family would be greatly affected. If this person's strength increased by another step, he would definitely become a strong enemy. Body tempering experts are notoriously difficult to improve. I don't believe that he can still improve. A few decades is too short. That's right. His strength should be about the same as it was back then. I really don't know what the Li family is thinking. They actually invited this guy. I guess the Zhao family will be the first to be unhappy. They are clearly not giving face to the Zhao family. The family heads discussed quietly. When the other party asked for 50 kilograms of essence force sand, they had the ability to help, but the price was too high. In addition, the Zhao family suffered a small loss when the other party came, which was equivalent to indirectly offending the 8 great families. When facing outsiders, the 8 great families were very united. On the contrary, when the other party beat the Zhao family and made them lose face, everyone was willing to see it. However, if the other party wanted to gain benefits from them, the 8 great families would have their own ideas. Unknowingly, everyone was on the same side. The Li family had secretly contacted the other party and recruited him, which naturally made everyone feel uncomfortable. The Li family had lost 2 times in a row, and everyone couldn't help but gloat. If they lost again, it would be even better. With one less competitor, they could obtain more benefits. The number 2 of the Wang family went on stage for the first time. The tall man looked gloomy and cold. Eveline Qi rose around him, and his face was expressionless. Attack! The number 2 expert of the Wang family made the first move. His 5 fingers were in the shape of an eagle's claw, and his fingertips were filled with a cold and gloomy aura. With this claw, the void was torn apart by the cold and gloomy aura. Netherworld Claw, specialized in breaking the physical body. This claw was ferocious and violent. Regardless of whether the other party resisted or dodged, the follow-up attack could make the other party suffer a great loss. The people of the Wang family all smiled. Number 2 was specially used to deal with body tempering experts. Lin Fei was very calm. He pushed his palm forward as if he was doing a trivial thing. A gust of wind blew past. Wang clan's number 2's attack was still halfway through when a gust of wind blew over. His entire body was blown into pieces by this gust of wind. The entire arena shook for a moment before returning to normal. Number 4 from the Li family wins. Lin Fei turned around and walked off the stage. Hiss! It was over. The head of the Wang family widened his eyes. Under this ordinary movement, there was an absolute violent attack. That guy is so powerful, killing a 7th-order heavenly god realm master with one palm strike. All the family heads present could no longer remain calm. The more ordinary a move was, the more it could reflect a person's strength. Strong. This guy's strength was beyond imagination. I didn't let you down. A small victory. Lin Fei sat down again. This was not even a warm-up exercise. Ha ha ha, quick and decisive. Good. Li Mo's face finally showed a smile. The clan heads and the participating heavenly deities all had a solemn look in their eyes. Using pure strength to destroy the other party, this person was definitely a powerful opponent. Be careful of number 4 of the Li family. The power of a single palm strike is so terrifying, it's best not to encounter him. Breaking everything with brute force, within a narrow range, the other party's attack will be magnified infinitely. This person from the Li family was equivalent to a dark horse. What a good ordinary attack, using it to perfection, no wonder he can travel through the void. The silver-haired old man was full of praise.
In these several 100,000 years, the Saint Spirit world is about to have another powerful body-tempering cultivator. The silver-haired old man's eyes were sharp, immediately seeing through the situation. Beside him, Li Wujin broke out in cold sweat. "Senior, he can become a High Lord?" Li Wujin was very clear about the strength of a body-tempering High Lord. His expression became unnatural. "This can't be right." The silver-haired old man shook his head. "Nothing is impossible. He cultivates a powerful body-tempering cultivation technique. Don't be fooled by his ordinary palm strike. Its power is at least 20% of a High Lord's attack. If there are no accidents, the Li family will be the biggest winner." Li Wujin sucked in a cold breath. This news was too unexpected. He wasn't too worried before, but now he couldn't remain calm. Becoming a High Lord in several 100,000 years. And a body-tempering High Lord Master at that. Li Wujin was having a hard time digesting this news. "Does that mean he has the battle strength of a pseudo-High Lord?" Li Wujin asked cautiously. "You can say that," the silver-haired old man said nonchalantly. "When you meet that guy later, there's no need for your Li family to go up. It'll be a pity if they die." "Yes, I'll listen to Senior." Li Wujin didn't doubt a High Lord's words. The silver-haired old man looked at the person not far away. A strange light flickered in his eyes. Lin Fei killed his opponent in the first match. In the following battles, everyone's expressions became serious. "That's a destructive attack." After Lin Fei killed a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm cultivator with a single palm strike, the following matches were no longer as eye-catching as before, until a young man from the Li family stepped onto the stage. After the other party smashed a 7th-order Heavenly God Realm cultivator into pieces with a single punch, another commotion broke out. Another big dark horse had arrived. One of the 10 great sects, one with the strongest explosive power. This was Lin Fei's first time observing the young man's destructive attack at such a close distance. That punch contained the power of tearing, strangling, and many other elements. This was a powerful force not inferior to the body-tempering High Lord. Lin Fei's interest was immediately piqued, thinking to himself, "Among the 8 families, only this person can force me to use a portion of my strength. The others can't even withstand a single blow." After killing his opponent, that young man's sharp gaze fell on Lin Fei on the Li family's side, full of provocation. Lin Fei smiled. This person was very interesting. Among the 8 families, 3 dark horses appeared. The others weren't having a good time. "Nephew Huan, I thought it would be easy, but who would have thought there would be 2 dark horses? I really didn't expect it to turn out like this," Zhao Zhongxing said with a worried expression. Huan 12 laughed. "Ever since I've delved into the art of illusions, up until now, no one has been able to block my Holy Spirit illusion technique. I thought it would just be a formality, but now there are 2 powerful experts. One from the Destruction School, the other from the Body Tempering School. After defeating them, everyone will know that the Illusion School is also qualified to contend for the top 10 great sects." At this moment, Huan 12 was brimming with ambition. Zhao Zhongxing's heart quivered. This person's tone wasn't just arrogant awe. But in the next second, he couldn't suppress his excitement. Chapter 28:31. In the Sky River Dojo. Everyone had their own thoughts. The Li family, the Zhao family, and the Li family had all produced powerful dark horse contestants. Each of them was strong and vaguely stronger than the experts they had invited. This put a lot of pressure on them. 2 of the top 10 sects were in the Li family, and the other one was qualified to be one of the top 10 sections. None of these 3 were easy to deal with. The rest of the competition became a show for the 3 of them. No matter who it was, if they encountered one of the 3 of them, they would not even need to make a move before they were eliminated and disqualified. There were no flaws in the 3 of them. As long as they faced each other, they would basically be defeated. One by one, the contestants were eliminated. This time, the 3 families are dominating. I wonder who will be first. The number 4 of the Li family is now first. His attacks are fierce and domineering. My people were defeated the moment they went up. The family heads were all sad. In terms of accumulating points, Lin Fei was currently ranked first. He had been quite lucky and had encountered quite a few opponents. After killing 3 of them in a row, the others had voluntarily admitted defeat when they encountered them. In second place was the expert from the Li family. In third place was Huan 12 from the Zhao family. The points of the 3 were almost the same. At the moment, no one could guarantee that they would have the chance to surpass the other and become first.
After half a day, out of the 32 contestants from the 8 families, only 4 were left. The rest had either admitted defeat or been eliminated. This was the fastest time in history. The Zhao family against the Li family. In the end, the 4 contestants belonged to 4 different families. There was no need to use numbers to describe them.
Ha ha ha, we finally met.
The illusion sect against the physique cultivation sect. The one from the Li family is probably going to lose. Zhao Zhongxing also laughed. Even the heavens were on his side. Nephew Huan, I'll leave this person to you. No matter what, you must kill him. Zhao Zhongxing naturally did not want to miss such an opportunity. This person had humiliated the Zhao family, and now it was time for him to pay back. Zhao Zhongxing had always wanted to kill this person, but unfortunately, he did not have the chance. In a one-on-one situation, he might not even be a match for him. Furthermore, the other party had performed so well. If he reached that realm and remembered this matter, it would be a disaster for the Zhao family. Such things had happened in the Saint Spirit domain. It would be best if they could kill him, as they would have one less powerful enemy. Patriarch Zhao, leave it to me. Huan 12 laughed loudly. Master, do you think the School of Illusion or the School of Physique Tempering is more powerful? Luo Yu stared at the stage and asked.
The silver-haired old man said, whether it is the School of Illusion or the School of Body Tempering, the goal is the same. Who is strong and who is weak depends on the individual. In this match, I think that the body tempering expert will win. Body tempering sect? Luo Yu frowned. Didn't they say that the Illusory Realm School is the nemesis of the Body Transformation School? That depends on the person. Right now, the boy from the Huan family is a bit lacking. The silver-haired old man laughed.
That guy from the Body Transformation School always gives me a dangerous feeling. His casual strike has 20 to 30% of a High Lord strength. Who can block him?
Zhao family head, do you have anything else to say after I kill you?
Huan 12 stood in the arena and said disdainfully. You talk too much nonsense. Lin Fei laughed and pushed out his palm in a domineering manner. It was the same attack, but there was a slight change. It was no longer as gentle as before and had turned into a berserk attack. The entire arena twisted and shattered. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The astral wind whistled in. This wind caused everyone to feel a chill. That guy had easily shattered the void and attracted the astral wind to attack. This was not a normal kind of vicious attack.
What a smart guy.
The silver-haired old man laughed. Huan 12 didn't take him seriously at all. The School of Illusion had always been the nemesis of the Body Tempering School. As the astral wind entered, Huan 12's expression changed and his body began to tremble. You're shameless. Illusion world. In front of the Great Terror, a world shot out of Huan 12's eyes. In that world, there were many countries, tens of thousands of beasts and many experts. They all stood behind Huan 12. He directly became the master of this world. The astral wind howled on the arena, but it didn't affect Huan 12 in the illusion world at all. You're doomed to fail. Huan 12 said proudly. I've already cultivated the illusion world, and it can protect me from death. You attracted the astral wind to kill me, but it's just a waste of effort. The moment the illusion world appeared, the family head's heart sank. This is the killing move of the Saint Soul Level 9 secret technique. It can attack and defend at the same time. It's very domineering. No wonder it said that the School of Illusion has always been the nemesis of the Body Tempering School. It seems like it's true. The body tempering expert from the Li family is going to lose. The moment the illusion world appeared, it was enough to shock everyone. This was a very powerful move of the illusion school. Although Huan 12 wasn't a supremacy expert, with the illusion world, he was in an invincible position. Unless a supremacy expert made a move, no one could defeat Huan 12. I was wondering why he was so confident. So it turns out that he has mastered the illusion world. Zhao Zhongxing was even happier. He had heard of this move before, but it was his first time seeing it. It was indeed different. Lin Fei stood in the astral wind. The domineering astral wind didn't affect him at all. Illusion world. This is your strongest trump card, right? Lin Fei narrowed his eyes. I thought it was some killing move. Unfortunately, you're not a supremacy expert. Lin Fei shook his head in disappointment, casually pointing a finger.
One finger pierce.
The audience saw a dot of light shoot out toward Huan 12.
I'm not a supremacy, but I can still defeat you easily.
Huan 12 threw his head back and laughed. With this move of yours, I'll let you have it 10 times. In the illusion world, the sky was filled with kingdoms. Huan 12 was a god among them. A speck of light appeared out of nowhere in the illusory world, forming a straight line that traversed everything. All kinds of illusory realms were shattered. Before Phantom 12 could finish speaking, the speck of light pierced through his forehead. Cracks appeared on his body, and with a cracking sound, Phantom 12 was torn apart. The illusory world shattered, and astral winds wreaked havoc in the void. The huge arena regained its silence. Silence. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. He died just like that. That was the illusory world of the illusory realm sect. The family heads were dumbfounded. When the illusion world appeared, they couldn't tell if it was real or fake. It was rumored that when one cultivated it to the extreme, the illusion world could become real. An army would descend on the border, and corpses would be everywhere. That was the real terror. Among everyone, only the silver-haired old man was normal. He slightly shook his head. Chapter 28:32. How did he die? Zhao Zhongxing was very emotional. He stood up on the spot and looked at the man in black with killing intent. The helper arranged by the massacre court was actually dead. And he had died in front of him. He was his hope. What should he do now? There was nothing more humiliating than this. Zhao Zhongxing felt a burning pain on his face. He had finally been able to show off for a while, but now he was gone. How could you kill him? Zhao Zhongxing pointed angrily at the man in black on the arena. How was he going to explain this? Huan 12 had not cultivated a clone, so he was dead. This was a big problem.
I killed him if I wanted to.
Lin Fei turned around.
I still want to slap you now.
A black shadow stretched out from the arena and swept across the sky. With a crisp sound, Zhao Zhongxing's entire body was sent flying, crashing into the Milky Way arena's array formation and falling headfirst onto the ground. Zhao Zhongxing felt as if his entire body was about to shatter after this slap. He glared at his opponent, his eyes filled with extreme hatred.
How dare you glare at me?
Lin Fei roared and sent another palm strike flying through the air. Impudent! A majestic voice rang out. The Bei family's family head took out a treasure and blocked in front of Zhao Zhongxing. With a loud gotcha sound, the treasure was slapped away. The Bei family head's power didn't diminish as he slapped Zhao Zhongxing's face again. After a series of gotcha sounds, Zhao Zhongxing's body exploded. After recovering, his face was pale and extremely ugly.
How dare you injure me?
The Bei clan leader, Madman Bei, had a violent temper. After taking back the treasure, he could not help but feel his heart ache. A part of the treasure was dented, which was caused by the other party. This is the Sky River Plaza. How dare you act so impudently? The Wang clan leader stood up as well. Everything happened too quickly. By the time everyone reacted, Zhao Zhongxing of the 8 great clans had been slapped twice. His body was shattered, and his injuries were not light. However, these clan leaders were also very uncomfortable. The other party was too lawless. He didn't have a good impression of this person to begin with, and now that he had beaten up Zhao Zhongxing, he disliked him even more. If he could take this opportunity to kill him, that would be for the best. After Madman Northern made his move, the Wang family's patriarchs stood up to defend him. One by one, the patriarchs of the Wang family stood up. Only Li Wuxian and Li Mo didn't stand up. Li Wuxian was sure that the other party had the ability to become a High Lord, so he wouldn't be stupid enough to stand up and criticize the other party. He wouldn't even use force. That was purely because he was tired of living. He couldn't wait for these patriarchs to rush up and cause both sides to suffer. Once the other party became a High Lord, all the families in the Sky River Kingdom could be erased. He was invited by my family. Don't go too far. Li Mo was enraged as well. It was clear that he wanted to kill them all and make the Li family unable to rise again. In the arena, it's not a matter of life and death. His skills are inferior, so it's normal for him to die. Could it be that he can only stand there and let others kill him? Zhao Zhongxing came up with a pale face. He's too arrogant. I'm one of the patriarchs of the Sky River Kingdom, And I represent the Sky River Kingdom. He's just an outsider, yet he dared to beat someone up. He's not putting the Sky River Kingdom in his eyes, let alone us. I don't think he's suitable to represent the Li family. This was a vicious move. He didn't need to use killing Huan 12 as an excuse to attack the other party. This was a slap to the patriarchs' faces, and it was no less than a slap to the patriarchs' faces. If he could get rid of the other party, the Li family would suffer heavy losses, and their strength would be greatly affected. Li Mo stared at Zhao Zhongxing. What a shameless guy. He teamed up with the patriarchs and wanted to use this as an excuse to attack the Li family. You dare! Li Mo's eyes were cold. Everything is in line with the rules. Zhao Zhongxing, do you still have any shame? Your people couldn't kill him, and the person you invited was killed instead. Are you worried that the massacre god court will blame you? You're really thinking too much. Zhao Zhongxing was shameless, and Li Mo directly scolded him. This was directly shedding all pretense of cordiality. He was invited by the Li family. If anyone dares to make a move, they will be going against the Li family. I don't mind dying together with them. Li Mo's voice was cold. Who was Ao Tian? He was an expert who could become a High Lord in the future. He clearly considered whether to offend him or not. The 6 patriarchs didn't expect that Li Mo would not hesitate to shed all pretense of cordiality with Zhao Zhongxing, and even shouted about dying together. This caused their hearts to tremble. The Li family's strength was second only to the top 3 families. If they really wanted to die together, they might really have to pay the price. Brother Li, you are the #1 family, and this matter is aimed at us. I think we should hold a Xianxia Kingdom conference and vote by a show of hands. Zhao Zhongxing quickly changed the topic and immediately spoke to Li Wuxian, who had been silent all this time. In the Xianxia Kingdom, the Li family was the #1 family. No matter how tough Li Mo was, if they held a Xianxia Kingdom conference, he would have no choice but to lower his head. At that time, he could get rid of that guy and then blame the Li family. It was really killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Zhao Zhongxing couldn't help but feel proud in his heart. The other patriarchs' eyes lit up, and their gazes fell on Li Wuxian. The silver-haired old man sitting next to Li Wuxian smiled more and more brilliantly. Things were really getting more and more interesting. I can understand your feelings. Li Wuxian really didn't want to offend that person. Senior High Lord had said it, and Li Wuxian wasn't a fool. He definitely couldn't say it out loud because they had changed the target. Zhao Zhongxing and the others seemed to have found their backbone. As soon as Patriarch Li Wuxian spoke, Li Mo lost. Looking at Li Mo's expression, he didn't look any better. Brother Zhao, isn't it just the death of a heavenly god? It's not a big deal. Li Wuxian smiled. And your temper is a little bad. He is the patriarch, so you should give him some face, don't you think so? As soon as Li Wuxian's words came out, the 5 patriarchs were collectively dumbfounded. They didn't get angry as they had expected. No matter how they looked at it, it seemed like he was biased. What was going on? Lin Fei also smiled. This patriarch really knows how to speak. He deserved to be killed because he was inferior. Zhao Zhongxing was furious. He couldn't understand why Patriarch Li would speak up for that guy. Wasn't he afraid of offending the massacre god court? That's how it is. Let's continue. Li Wuxian waved his hand, as if he had completed his mission. 5 patriarchs, look at me. I don't know what to do for a while. Li Mo secretly heaved a sigh of relief. He also couldn't understand why Li Wuxian would help Proud Heaven. Could it be that he had seen through them? No matter what, the Sky River Parliament couldn't be discussed, and no one could do anything to them. Patriarch Wang was the first to sit down, and he said seriously, Brother Zhao, really, there's no need for you to do this for a dead heavenly god. Let's continue. The sooner we divide the benefits, the better we can return together. You guys, Zhao Zhongxing gritted his teeth as he watched them sit down one by one. Even Patriarch Bei, who was the first to act, shook his head and sat down. Chapter 28:33. After Phantom 12 was killed by Lin Fei with a finger, he obtained his opponent's points and increased the distance between them once again. The words of Li Wuxian, the #1 family head, shocked everyone. Since when would Li Wuxian speak up for an outsider? This was different from usual. Could it be that he knew the identity of the other party? The family heads were all guessing. The most sullen one was Zhao Zhongxing.
He had finally found a helper and was about to show off his might when he suffered a blow to his head.
The other family heads turned against him, and this was undoubtedly rubbing salt into his wound. In the other match, Luo Yu, who represented the Li family, also defeated her opponent with a single move. The last match, the Li family against the Li family, was really unexpected. Lin Fei had always treated Phantom 12 as his opponent. To other physique cultivators, the illusory realm was a top-notch killing move. However, he didn't know that Lin Fei had the system, which was the best at defense. Even an idiot could easily block an illusory realm attack with the system. Unless the other party cultivated the illusory realm to the limit, making it impossible to distinguish between real and fake. At that time, Lin Fei would have a headache. The difference between real and fake was the most difficult to deal with. Phantom 12 was a little weaker, so he was killed with a single finger. Everyone's attention was on the last match.
With the strength that Liemo had displayed before, no one dared to look down on this helper that Liemo had found.
They all regretted that they didn't try at the start and let Liemo take advantage of them for nothing. On the stage, the two of them stood facing each other. Luo Yu was filled with fighting spirit. "You are the strongest physique cultivator I have ever seen. Of course, supremacies don't count." Luo Yu looked at him and said word by word, "Thank you for the compliment." Lin Fei said with a smile. He already had a good impression of Xiao Chen after hearing those words. "You are the same. You are the only opponent among everyone that gives me the desire to fight. You have a good eye."
Luo Yu's eyes were filled with pride.
"I am not someone those people can compare to. You are very strong. Although Master said that there is a gap between us, I still want to experience it for myself. Let's be straightforward. Let's settle this in one move." The two of them didn't mute their words on the stage, so the people below heard it clearly. One move to decide the victor? The only opponent? Those powerful beings who survived were all glaring at Lin Fan. Lin Fan clearly didn't put them in his eyes. "Humph, it's best if both sides suffer heavy losses." Zhao Zhongxing's face darkened as he stared at the stage. "All right." Lin Fei readily agreed. Luo Yu laughed heartily. "I'm going to use my ultimate killing move. I hope you can block it. I don't want to defeat you so easily. That would be too boring." Violet gold divine eyes of destruction. Luo Yu stomped her foot as a terrifying aura erupted from her body. After letting out a loud roar, a black vertical eye appeared between his brows. It was accompanied by ancient runes, appearing abnormally terrifying. At the same time, a void vaguely appeared behind Luo Yu. In the void, an incomparably huge vertical eye appeared. It was indistinct, but it resonated with Luo Yu from afar. Hiss! The 7 patriarchs sucked in a breath of cold air. This is a divine ability, and it's the extremely powerful, violet gold divine eyes of destruction. He's the disciple of the Star Sea Supremacy.
One of the patriarchs stood up, his eyes filled with terror.
"Ah, the disciple of the Star Sea Supremacy? I think he's called Luo Yu. It's said that this Luo Yu is from a special race. Once he opens his divine eyes, he can refine anything. The disciple is here."
"Doesn't that mean?" The 7 patriarchs' eyes landed on the silver-haired elder beside Li Wuxian, and they sucked in another breath of cold air.
Without a doubt, this person was the Star Sea Supremacy. The Saint Spirit World, the overlord of a region, the Star Sea Supremacy, an absolute veteran supremacy. None of the veteran supremacies were simple, especially for a veteran like the Star Sea Supremacy.
In the Saint Spirit World, he appeared and disappeared unpredictably, and the number of people who had seen him could be counted on one hand.
The patriarchs of the Qianhe Kingdom had a distinguished status, but they didn't know anyone they wanted to know. Coincidentally, the Star Sea Supremacy was one of them. No one had seen him before, and no one would know him. After recognizing that this person was the disciple of the Star Sea Supremacy, Luo Yu, the patriarchs realized that this person was the Star Sea Supremacy. At this moment, they understood why Li Wuxian would speak up for them.
It turned out that there was a veteran supremacy sitting beside them.
When did Li Wuxian get to know the Star Sea Supremacy?
A doubt appeared in their minds, and an even greater doubt arose.
What was the background of the black-robed man on the arena? Was he someone with a powerful background? Previously, they had wanted to help Zhao Zhongxing destroy the black-robed man so that they could reap greater benefits. If the other party had a powerful background, wouldn't their actions have completely offended the other party? After squeezing out an ugly smile at the Star Sea supremacy, everyone looked at Zhao Zhongxing with eyes full of anger and resentment. You tricked us, and we even stood on your side. The situation on the arena was also changing. Ever since Luo Yu used the purple gold divine eyes of destruction, the powerful destructive power tore the arena apart, exposing the entire arena to the astral winds. The astral winds howled, but they couldn't get close to Luo Yu. They were all shattered by the destructive power, forming a vacuum zone around them. Powerful. Everyone had the same thought. The family heads present were all peak 7th Order Heavenly God Realm cultivators. When they saw the terrifying power released by the divine eyes of destruction, they sucked in a breath of cold air. Each generation was surpassing the previous. They seemed to have aged, and the Saint Spirit world would soon belong to the younger generation. Kill! Luo Yu's aura climbed to the peak. The blurry vertical eye in the void slowly opened. The divine eyes on Luo Yu's forehead also opened at this moment, revealing a slit as they communicated. Boom! A purple passageway was instantly distorted. There was only a gigantic purple passageway left on the stage. The stage had been blasted open, and the purple passageway extended outwards, colliding with the heavenly river and forcefully creating a passageway. The heavenly river that everyone feared was unable to withstand the sharpness of the purple passageway for a moment. It's really too terrifying. This is 70% of a supremacy's power. If he becomes a supremacy, wouldn't his power double? At that time, even an ordinary supremacy might not be able to block this attack. I wonder if that guy can block it. Except for Li Wuxian. The other family heads stood up, and energy surged around their bodies, forming a protective barrier to resist the shockwaves released by the divine eyes of destruction. Their eyes were fixed on the arena. This scene was too shocking. They really wanted to know who won. The purple passageway lasted for more than 10 breaths' time, but it was already terrifying enough. If they were in Luo Yu's shoes, they would have died without a doubt. Luo Yu's body swayed slightly, and a trace of helplessness appeared on his face. You still won. Chapter 2834. Lost. Hearing Star Sea Supremacy's disciple admit defeat, the expressions of the 7 family heads changed completely. That attack was at least 60 to 70% of a supremacy's strength, and that guy blocked it? He looked completely fine. Was there a need to scare them like that? In their opinion, Star Sea Supremacy's disciple would have a high chance of winning. But now, they didn't know what to say. Senior, you knew this would happen. Li Wuxian took a deep breath and said, if the other party could block 60 to 70% of a supremacy's attack, didn't that mean that the person Li Mo invited had at least the strength of a pseudo-supremacy? That would be a different story. Last time when I came with Xiao Yu, we met in the void. Star Sea Supremacy smiled. Li Wuxian could no longer remain calm. Void traversal. A supremacy expert. No, the other party didn't have the aura of a supremacy expert. At the very least, he was a pseudo-supremacy expert. How old was he? I made a mistake. I really made a mistake. Li Wuxian smiled bitterly. Everyone heard Star Sea Supremacy's words. Everyone looked at each other and didn't know what to say. Instead, they were filled with deep regret. A pseudo-supremacy who was a body cultivator. Even the purple gold divine eyes of destruction couldn't do anything to the other party. How did they offend such a powerful person? Even if the patriarch knew, he would have to give the other party some face. Zhao Zhongxing, you tricked us. The only person present who knew Lin Fei's identity was Li Mo. His face was full of smiles. Victory! The Li family had obtained the greatest benefits this time. To be honest, Li Mo was still a little worried, especially after knowing that the other party was Luo Yu. He was really worried that Proud Heaven wouldn't be able to handle it, resulting in failure. When everyone's gazes had changed, Li Mo's face was filled with happiness and pride. 50 kilograms of God-origin force sand was truly worth it. He was even more glad that he didn't give up this opportunity because of those thoughts. In the next 10,000 years, the strength of the Li family would rise to another level, and all of this was brought to them by Proud Heaven. Congratulations, Brother Li. The Li family is really proud this time. The family heads all came up to congratulate him. Even though they felt uncomfortable, they still endured it. A pseudo-supremacy,
and a physique cultivator at that, was almost no different from a true supremacy powerhouse. Liemo dealt with it calmly. No hatred could be seen on his face as he chatted cheerfully. How can he be a pseudo-supremacy? Zhao Zhongxing was the one who felt the most aggrieved. Looking at the reactions of the family heads, Zhao Zhongxing left unwillingly. Threatening words? There was no need for that. Almost everyone present was circling around that person. If he didn't leave now, who knew if that person would start a massacre and kill him? At that time, no one would speak up for him. After Luo Yu admitted defeat, the distribution of benefits in the Heavenly River was also over. For the first time, the Li family took the lead, followed by the Li family. The patriarchs all took the initiative to speak to Lin Fei, expressing that everything that had happened before was a misunderstanding. All sorts of dirty water was splashed on Zhao Zhongxing, and that they didn't mean to be enemies with him, asking for their forgiveness. Lin Fei didn't forgive them, nor did he say anything. He just kept a cold expression on his face. The hearts of these family heads sank, and they could only go back to discuss countermeasures. At this moment, they really regretted offending a pseudo-supremacy with limitless potential. Furthermore, he was from the conjoined body sect. After they left, there were only a few people left in the Heavenly River dojo.
Brother, my master would like to invite you over.
Luo Yu came up to invite him. Her tone was still stubborn, as if she was unwilling to accept her defeat. In Luo Yu's opinion, she was actually just a little bit weaker. All right. Lin Fei smiled. To be able to get to know a supremacy, a veteran one at that, was still very interesting. Li Wuxian and Li Mo brought their people and stood to the side. They were of noble status, but in front of a supremacy, they were still far inferior. Tactfully, they stood to the side to show their respect for Xinghai supremacy. Junior Outyan greets Senior Xinghai. Lin Fei came up and cupped his hands in greeting. Lin Fei had found out about Xinghai supremacy's information from the system. In the Saint Spirit world, he was a lone supremacy. This was not unusual, as there were many similar supremacies in the Saint Spirit world. More importantly, he was a world leader in the Black Domain world. That was not simple. The world that Xinghai supremacy controlled was not in the Saint Spirit world, but in the Black Domain world, which was a world behind the Heavenly River. The Black Domain had a country, and that place was easy to defend and difficult to attack. To kill Xinghai supremacy was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. As mentioned earlier, the Black Domain world was a place that ordinary supremacies did not dare to enter. It was very mysterious. Xinghai supremacy was one of the lucky ones, and had a world in the Black Domain. Xinghai supremacy was very famous in the Saint Spirit world, and few would dare to offend him. Because of the characteristics of the Black Domain, the supremacies of the Saint Spirit world, including the great supremacies, were willing to make friends with Xinghai supremacy. He had friends everywhere. You are the one in the Massacre God Court, the one who killed several kings, the fastest person in history to become an 8-star Shadow 1, that Aotion? Luo Yu was the first to react. If you are him, then it is not strange that you can withstand an attack from my purple gold divine eyes of destruction. Lin Fei nodded. Yes, I am that Aotion. Brother Li, you really hit it well. Li Wuxian said bitterly. If I knew that he was that Aotion, no matter what, I would not let you snatch him away. Aotion's name, in the remote Sky River Kingdom, had also heard of this person. He was very powerful, and was very domineering. The Massacre God Court could not wait to cut him into 1,000 pieces. Li Wuxian did not expect that Aotion would come to the Sky River Kingdom. Actually, I did not know for a long time. Li Mo said with a smile. He took the initiative to tell me. I can only say that my luck is better. Li Wuxian smiled bitterly. If those people knew that this person was Aotion, they would not be able to sleep. This person even dared to kill the king of the Massacre God Court, let alone our Sky River Kingdom's patriarch. So you are Aotion. No wonder you can travel through the void. Your heavenly god body is not ordinary. Xinghai supremacy said with a smile. Can you tell me which heavenly god body you inherited if you do not mind? Beside him, Luo Yu was also very interested. Senior, why do you think that my heavenly god body is not ordinary? Lin Fei did not directly answer, but asked back. Xinghai supremacy was not angry. Interesting. Really interesting. Are you planning to test me? I am in a good mood today. Let's chat. Chapter 28:35. Xianxia supremacy was the overlord of a world in the Black Domain. Even the Saint Spirit World supremacy had to be on good terms with him. Even if it was just a clone, it was still respectable. To be able to speak to a pseudo-supremacy like Lin Fei, it was unknown how many people would be envious. Li Wuxian and Li Mo were very envious. They wouldn't dare to speak to Xianxia supremacy like that even if they had 100 guts. In the Jianghu kingdom, which of the 8 great families didn't rely on the Jianghu kingdom? They just picked up a few scraps. Compared to someone like Xianxia supremacy, the difference was too great. Luo Yu quietly stood beside her master. To be able to block his purple gold divine eyes of destruction, he indeed had the qualifications to be high-spirited. His divine eyes attack had 60 to 70% of a supremacy's power. An ordinary heaven god expert would be killed in one hit. Your heaven god body is definitely not the Saint Spirit World's heaven god body. There definitely isn't one as strong as you. Xianxia supremacy said, the biggest possibility is that you either created it yourself or obtained it from the Black Domain. Lin Fei had to admit that Xianxia supremacy's eyes were very sharp. He could see so clearly that proud heaven didn't have a heaven god body in the Saint Spirit World. Ordinary people wouldn't be able to think of it. Senior Xianxia, you have good eyesight. You can even see through this. I wonder which one do you think it is? Lin Fei smiled. Xianxia supremacy smiled. You're quite cunning. As one of the top 10 sects, during its glorious days, there were all sorts of heavenly god physiques emerging one after another. There were even supreme geniuses who created their own physique cultivation techniques and reached the highest realm. All of these people, without exception, have walked a very long way. As for you, the Black Domain is very big, but there is no heavenly god physique like you. There can only be one explanation, and that is that your physique cultivation technique is an original creation. Creating a unique body tempering technique? Li Wuxian and Li Mo, including Luo Yu, couldn't remain calm. You want to fly to the sky? Creating a unique cultivation technique to such an extent, they felt like they had lived their lives in vain. He was truly a peerless monster. My heavenly god body is called the prideful heavenly god body, Lin Fei said with a smile. Because, I want to look down on the world, relying on my heavenly god body, I want to run amok under the heavens. Star Sea Sovereign Lord pondered for a bit and slowly nodded. Proud heaven, proud of the world, your tone is quite big. No wonder you were able to create proud heaven. At such a young age, you relied on your body to travel through the void and killed a Huan family disciple. You indeed have the strength to stand proudly. Lin Fei was not afraid of At spreading the news. If anyone really treated him as an ordinary pseudo-paragon lord, the unlucky one would definitely be the other party. He, proud heaven, would unleash his full power. Even if a paragon lord came, it would be useless and they would return empty-handed. The Saint Spirit Domain is huge. You have to continue working hard. When you reach the supremacy stage one day, you can come to the Black Domain as a guest. Star Ocean Supremacy took out a star-shaped item. This is the black star that traverses the Black Domain. It can guide you into the Black Domain and avoid the dangers along the way. Luo Yu was extremely shocked. Her master had actually taken out such an important item to give to the other party. It was unknown how many big shots in the Saint Spirit Domain wanted something like this. She didn't know what kind of dog shit luck this heavenly god At had. I will. Lin Fei's heart was also shaken. Recently, he had easily obtained an introductory scroll to enter the Black Domain. It was very rare for Star Ocean Supremacy to be able to say so many words. Okay, let's go. Star Ocean Supremacy took Luo Yu and left the Heavenly River Dao right. Lin Fei looked at Star Ocean Supremacy's back and put away the item. Li Wuxian came up to congratulate Star Ocean Supremacy. Congratulations, Brother At. You have obtained great benefits. Everyone wants to enter the Black Domain. No matter how hard they try, they can't get it. 4-star Ocean Supremacy to give you a black star. If this gets out, who knows how many people would be envious. Both of them were very envious. Although the Heavenly River Nation was beside the Black Domain, it was very far away. If they wanted to enter the Black Domain, even if they were given 100 guts, they still wouldn't be able to do so. If they entered with such strength, just the outer region alone would be enough to kill them. Lin Fei wasn't sure why Star Ocean Supremacy took the initiative to give away the Black Star, but no matter what, this gave him a chance to enter the Black Domain. It sounded like it should be very safe.
Lin Fei owed this favor. Perhaps I am more pleasing to the eye, Lin Fei said casually. Pleasing to the eye? We are not bad-looking either.
Why are we not pleasing to the eye? Both of them were very sullen. The news of the Li family taking the lead in the Heavenly River Nation's upper echelons and suppressing the Li family also spread internally. Big and small forces were all shocked.
The Li family actually took first place. What kind of joke was this? Wasn't it always the Li family who took first place? Why did it change so quickly this time? Very quickly, more news spread.
The Li family could become a big dark horse because of the black-robed man who injured Zhao Zhongxing's guards.
He was invited by the Li family. Everyone was shocked again. It was actually that guy. Everyone really couldn't come back to their senses for a while. As for other news, no other news came out. The 8 great families blocked the news about Lin Fei, especially the pseudo-supreme lord.
In the entire Heavenly River Nation, only a few people knew about it, not to mention that Star Ocean supremacy came to the Li family.
Lin Fei returned to the Heavenly River Nation. Li Mo directly invited Lin Fei to the Li family as a guest and held a grand celebration banquet for this. 7 of the 8 great families all came. In the arena, they almost offended Lin Fei. Taking advantage of this opportunity, they all came to apologize and even brought a free gift.
After they returned to the Heavenly River Nation, they immediately went to find the ancestor and told him about this matter.
Star Ocean supremacy and that person were the last to leave, which made people uneasy. When the ancestor heard that even Star Ocean supremacy admired this pseudo-supreme lord, he immediately realized that this person had endless potential. The Li family stood on that person's side at that time, so they definitely knew about the pseudo-supreme lord's strength. In this way, the other party's future achievements wouldn't be low, and he might really become a body-tempering supremacy. He had to apologize and bring a gift. No matter what, he had to be forgiven and draw a clear line with the Zhao family, lest the other party advanced in the future and remembered today's situation. Even if the Zhao family had a supremacy, killing a body-tempering pseudo-supreme lord would be as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Therefore, the 6 patriarchs, except for Li Wuxian, all came. Each one of them was very respectful towards Lin Fei, which confused the others for a while. What was going on? Tian. After obtaining Lin Fei's consent, Li Wuxian took the initiative to release Lin Fei's name. The faces of the patriarchs turned pale. Heavenly God Tian, this name, everyone had no choice but to think about it. This was a powerhouse in the massacre god court, a powerhouse who had killed many rulers. The patriarchs only felt cold sweat dripping down their backs.
He even dared to kill a ruler, let alone the few of them.
Zhao Zhongxing, you almost killed us. The patriarchs hated Zhao Zhongxing to death, wishing that they could tear Zhao Zhongxing's corpse into 1,000 pieces. He almost caused them to suffer a disaster. Chapter 28:36. After the banquet, everyone remembered Proud Heaven's name. The guy who once showed off his might in the massacre god court came to the Xianxia kingdom and helped the Li family get first place in the Heavenly River Kingdom, obtaining a large share of the Heavenly River Kingdom. The family heads were all regretting it. 50 kilograms of origin energy divine sand was truly worth it. It was truly worth it. Lin Fei was also invited by Li Mo to stay at the Li family. Although they were working together, they both got what they wanted. Bang bang bang. The sound of things breaking kept coming from Zhao Zhongxing's study. Heavenly God Proud Heaven. Although he didn't go to the banquet, Zhao Zhongxing still heard about the situation at the banquet. This was also the first time he heard that person's name. Why is it him? Why? Zhao Zhongxing went to the massacre god court and also learned of Heavenly God Proud Heaven's name. This person was the fastest person to level up in the Shadow Guild in hundreds of thousands of years. Countless country heads and heavenly gods died at his hands.
If I knew he was Heavenly God Proud Heaven, I would have agreed even if it was 100 kilograms of origin energy god sand. In the end, I gave it to Li Mo for nothing.
Zhao Zhongxing's expression was very ugly. From time to time, regret flashed on his face, but it was soon replaced by a ferocious expression. Since I offended him, the 7 family heads all went to curry favor with him. You forced me to do this. Zhao Zhongxing also knew about the situation at the banquet. Those people simply didn't want to offend a future body-tempering High Lord. No matter how strong a pseudo-High Lord is, he is still not a High Lord. If the Massacre God Court and the Huan family find out, They definitely won't let heavenly god Proud Heaven go. Zhao Zhongxing made a decision and a cold light flashed in his eyes. The Li family. In a quiet courtyard. Lin Fei temporarily lived here. He politely declined the maid arranged by Li Mo. He liked to live alone. At night, Lin Fei didn't see Star Ocean High Lord. He used the system to search for him but couldn't find him. It seemed like he had left the Tianhe kingdom. They are really generous. They knew I wanted Origin Energy God Sand, so they gave me 10 kilograms, 20 kilograms, and even Saint Spirit crystals. It seems my name is quite valuable. In front of Lin Fei was the apology gift sent by the 6 patriarchs at the banquet tonight. If I was a pseudo-supremacy of an ordinary sect, they definitely wouldn't be so generous. But as a pseudo-supremacy of the body tempering school, it's completely different. It's enough to make them fear me. Lin Fei had to thank the Star Sea Supremacy. If there was no final battle, they might not pay so much attention to it. Originally, I was short 25 kilograms of elemental energy god sand, but now I have enough. I can break through to the 8th stage of Proud Heaven. He was only a small step away from the 8th layer of Proud Heaven realm, and Lin Fei was very clear about the gap between them. Seclusion? When Li Mo heard that Proud Heaven was in seclusion, he was also slightly shocked. What a martial arts fanatic. No wonder he could appear in the Saint Spirit realm at such a young age. I have to quickly gather the remaining 25 kilograms of elemental energy god sand. Because of the words of the Star Sea Supremacy, Li Mo didn't dare to offend Proud Heaven. Even the supremacy of the Li family expressed that he had to be polite to Proud Heaven. To be able to withstand 60 to 70% of a supremacy's attack, even if he made a move, he wouldn't be able to kill Proud Heaven. At most, he would be heavily injured, and he would have to use the secret killing technique of the 10th layer of the Saint Spirit realm. Li Mo was completely aware of Proud Heaven's strength. Even his ancestor supremacy said that he couldn't kill Proud Heaven, so he rejoiced at the choice he made back then. Lin Fei's seclusion lasted for 3 years. 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. The 25 kilograms of elemental energy god killer was completely refined. The moment it was completely refined, Lin Fei's Proud Heaven finally stepped into the 8th stage of Proud Heaven realm from the 7th stage. Lin Fei was completely reborn. This was a qualitative change that could be clearly felt. Lin Fei's body also had a powerful aura that was above everyone else. The moment he broke through, he sealed it tightly. He didn't want to expose it yet. The difference in strength between the 7th and 8th stage of Proud Heaven realm is at least 20 times. The increase in strength of the Saint Spirit secret technique is even more terrifying. Lin Fei slowly felt the changes brought by Proud Heaven. Now, even if I stand there without moving, the attacks of the supremacy of ordinary sects won't be able to break through my body's defense. When he was at the 7th stage of Proud Heaven realm, Lin Fei still had some fear when he fought against the Star Sea Supremacy. If he fought against him now, even if he couldn't defeat him, he would still be invincible. Right now, my Proud Heaven not only has the best defense, but also the best attack weapon. This time, my mission in the Sky River Kingdom can be considered completed. After I return to the Cloud Kingdom, I will go into seclusion for 100,000 years. In total, I will be able to announce that I have broken through to the Supremacy realm. At this time, becoming a Supremacy would only take a total of 200,000 years. The speed of advancement was still quite fast. Lin Fei planned to go back and take a look. He was not in a hurry. After familiarizing himself with the 8th stage of Proud Heaven realm, Lin Fei came out of the courtyard. After Lin Fei came out of seclusion, Li Mo rushed over. When he saw Lin Fei, he vaguely felt a sense of oppression. It was stronger than the last time. It can't be that his strength has increased again. Congratulations, Brother Outyen. Your strength broke through again. Master Li Mo's feeling towards himself was never wrong, so he passionately complimented. The strength of a body cultivator was notoriously difficult to increase. The other party could easily have a small breakthrough. Li Mo felt that the Star Sea Supremacy must have seen Proud Heaven's potential. That's why he gave that thing to him. Just a little accumulation. Lin Fei said indifferently. In his heart he said, I have reached the Supremacy realm, although I sealed my aura. However, Proud Heaven's improvement has more or less left some traces. Seeing that Proud Heaven was not willing to talk about this matter, Li Mo was not stupid enough to ask. He took the initiative to invite Lin Fei to the study room to finish the rest of the transaction. This is the remaining 50 kilograms of Origin Force God Sand and 20 million Saint Spirit crystals. Consider it a small gift from the Li family. Li Mo took out the Origin Force God Sand and a storage ring. This time a lot of good things came out of the Black Realm. The Li family naturally did not forget Proud Heaven, who had contributed a lot. They directly took out 20 million Saint Spirit crystals to thank Proud Heaven. 20 million Saint Spirit crystals was a huge amount of money. The Li family thought that it was very worthwhile to use it to win over Proud Heaven. Congratulations, head of the Li family. It seems that you have obtained a lot of good things. Lin Fei smiled and accepted it all. Chapter 28:37. After receiving the extra 20 million Saint Spirit crystals, Lin Fei was in a very good mood. After all, 20 million Saint Spirit crystals was a very large amount of wealth. It could be used to buy a powerful 9th-layer Holy Spirit Realm technique. I don't blame people. Your Li family has helped me a lot, so just say what you want. Li Mo said, a year ago, a few guests came to the Zhao family mansion. They went there at night and were very mysterious. It just so happened that someone from the Li family was there and recognized them. Later, I asked around and found out that they were all here for Brother Aotian. Lin Fei wasn't surprised. He smiled and said, are you planning to retaliate against me, or do you want me to fight Zhao Zhongxing's group? Li Mo's expression immediately changed. He shook his head and said, Brother Aotian, you misunderstood. How could we dare to do that? You are someone that Star Sea Sovereign Lord values. Even if we were 100 times more courageous, we wouldn't dare. Lin Fei didn't believe that Li Mo would have the guts to do that. He was just trying to scare him. Li family head, I'm just joking. Lin Fei said, I wonder who Zhao Zhongxing invited. Can you tell me? Li Mo was indeed scared and broke out in cold sweat. He was afraid that he would be suspected. If a pseudo-sovereign lord was angered, the Li family would suffer heavy losses. If that happened, they wouldn't even have a place to cry. Li Mo said, the Heaven Heart Islands Huan family sent an expert that can create an illusion world. Rumor has it that he also brought a treasure from the Huan family that can give him the strength of a pseudo-sovereign lord. In addition, the Massacre God Court sent 3 people. One of them is a body transformation cultivator and seems to be a pseudo-sovereign lord. They seem to want to use them to contain Brother Aotian. Li Mo said, as for the specifics, my people can't find them. They seem to have been sent to a secret place. Lin Fei squinted his eyes and said, Hee, Zhao Zhongxing really thinks highly of me. He even invited several pseudo-sovereign lords. He doesn't want me to go back. A single pseudo-supremacy was enough to give a heavenly god a headache, let alone 4 pseudo-supremacies. Among them, there was even one that was proficient in using illusory realms. Any pseudo-supremacy would feel immense pressure. If they were not careful, their lives might be in danger. Before Lin Fei had advanced, he could easily kill them if he went all out, let alone now. Don't you 7 great clans have any thoughts? Lin Fei countered with a question. Zhao Zhongxing has most likely thrown his lot in with the Massacre Court, and they've planted a spy here. How can you feel at ease? Li Mo laughed dryly. This question was really hard to answer. No one in the Jianghu kingdom will feel comfortable. We really cannot afford to offend the Massacre Court. Li Mo smiled bitterly. Although the treasures of our Sky River country can threaten the High Lord powerhouses, once a top High Lord comes, the Sky River country will not be able to withstand it. Moreover, the Sky River country is not the Sky River country of the past. When Lin Fei came here, he was actually very clear about the current situation of the Sky River country. That was in the past, but now it's different. All forces are secretly eyeing the Sky River country, and they can't wait to plant a spy in it. No one can guarantee that the Heavenly River country that connects to the Black Domain will not have any good things. Maybe it will come out one day. Such a place is bound to enter the eyes of the top forces. Even if they don't do anything on the surface, it's not necessarily the case in secret. The Massacre God Court was the best example of that. Thank you for reminding me, family head. Lin Fei cupped his hands. I know about this matter. By the way, if I take the initiative to find the Zhao family, will the 7 great clans have any thoughts? For example, joining forces to deal with me? How is that possible? Li Mo's heart moved, explaining, with your current identity, As long as you don't destroy the Zhao family, the 7 great clans will not take any action. If you destroy the Zhao family, our Sky River country must take action. This is the rule that has always been left. That's good. Lin Fei grinned, revealing a row of pearly white teeth. But in the eyes of Senior Li Mo, no matter how he looked at it, this smile sent a chill down his spine. Zhao Zhongxing is going to be out of luck. A thought popped into Li Mo's mind and he shuddered subconsciously. After staying for 3 days, Lin Fei proposed to family head Li Mo that he wanted to leave the Sky River country. Li Mo first tried to persuade Lin Fei to stay. Seeing that Lin Fei was about to leave, he planned to personally send him out, but was refused by Lin Fei, saying that he was going to visit a certain family. He was going to look for his family. Li Mo was very smart and personally sent him to the door. Lin Fei smiled and left the family head Li Mo, walking along the street in a direction. After Lin Fei came out, the news also spread. Heavenly God Aotion wants to go to the Zhao family. Walking along the street, everyone knew whose territory it was. It was Zhao Zhongxing's territory. In the past year, the Zhao family had been playing a lot of tricks. It was hard for the 7 great clans not to know. Zhao Zhongxing inviting people to deal with Heavenly God Aotion was not a secret. There were still some clues. They also believed that Li Mo would definitely tell the other party. Master, you directly went to their door. Are you being used? On the way, Little Devil asked. It's not about being used or not. Lin Fei said, they are not happy with Zhao Zhongxing. I am also not happy with him. In the Sky River country, if the 7 great clans don't join forces, they can only rely on the Zhao family. They won't be able to do anything. They want me to find trouble with the Zhao family. If I can kill a few experts and make a mess of the Zhao family, that would be the best, and I can just go and plunder a batch of life energy. If Zhao Zhongxing didn't find people to deal with me, I might not go, but now they are courting death. From the moment Heavenly God Aotion's name spread in the Sky River country, Lin Fei actually knew that there would be people coming to find trouble with him. For example, the Massacre God. Their superiors may not have any ideas, but they can't stop their subordinates from doing so. For example, those high lords, with just a word, their subordinates would take action. The people invited by Zhao Zhongxing would never dare to make a move in the Sky River country. The Sky River country's killing machine is not so easy to deal with, but I am different. They are willing to let me bully the Zhao family, weakening their strength. They are using me and I am also using them. In any case, there is no loss. After reaching the 8th tier of Prideful Heaven, Lin Fei was already an expert of the 3rd tier in the Saint Spirit world, and he was even infinitely close to the 2nd tier. There were very few people who could pose a threat to him, and a mere Sky River country might not be much of a threat. Moreover, they did not have the mood to make a move, as they could not afford such a loss. The other family heads did not mind joining forces for once. Heavenly God Aotion is out. He seems to have gone to the Zhao family. He is going to the Zhao family. He is about to enter the Zhao family's territory.